You're gonna keep to yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What is that, yeah?
Yeah, good call.
You need anything on up or no? Need a drink or
Yeah, you could actually replenish my White Claw.
got you.
I mean, I have half left, but I'm gonna want another one. What's up, Dip? How are you? Well, well, well. This pizza weighed less than the last one. I weighed it out.
They're skipping out on us.
I guess so. This one was 254 grams. Last time I had it, it was 285. I just wanted to be the first one. How are you?
What do you want, Bob?
Surprise me.
Well, do you have black cherry and what tangerine?
Ooh, I'll try tangerine. I'm doing good. Yeah, I had passion fruit and I'm drinking a black cherry.
There you go.
Thank you. Tell Kix to get to work.
Hey.
He'll be there in actually I need my watch.
Getting banned.
Dip. Let's see, 7 o'clock. I can't math. I don't know. He'll be up at 3 a.m. to go get ready for work. So. Boop. All right, I'm gonna watch this. Hello. Do you like my boop? About time you show up. All right, I'm gonna watch this. Gypsy Rose story that I already know about. Took forever. I figured you didn't love us anymore.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As
that
always,
too
I'm your
loud?
host, Simon. What happens to one of my writers, in this case, Emma. Thank you, Emma. Has written me a script. How Gypsy Rose Blanchard finally escaped a life of abuse. Oh, a cheery one today,
Hello.
I see. I don't know why I think it's cheery. This is
I
literally
mean, my
a
mic
true
is
crime
further away
channel.
because I'm gonna eat pizza.
So, well, what did you come here for, other than escaping
I
abuse?
got pizza.
Let's just get into it, shall we? Format of the show. Never read it before. Let's go.
But I wanted to be. My voice. I told you my mic is far away because I wanted
Around
to
4
eat pizza.
p.m. on Sunday, the 14th of June, 2015. Oh, this is upside down. I'm holding my iPad upside down. You never know, because it rotates. At around 4 p.m. on Sunday, the 14th of June, 2015, a status update was posted to the D. Gip Blanchard, the combined Facebook profile of D.D. Blanchard and a disabled teenage daughter, Gypsy. It read, "That bitch is dead." Oh my. Okay. Within minutes, their concerned friends started commenting on the post, with the top 5 commenters asking them whether they were okay, whether their
Get a
Facebook
case
accounts
on the
had been hacked,
iPad. Yeah, I
or
know.
whether they were
Seriously,
watching
that's
a scary
triggering.
movie. Then DJip commented on the post saying, "I fucking slashed that fat pig," and word I can't use this early in the video, but it begins with R. Her sweet innocent daughter. Her scream was so fucking loud. LOL. Oh my god. Bro, are you just writing about your crimes on Facebook? That's insane. The statement was alarming enough that a woman named Sue suggested they should call the police. Yeah, good idea. Look, it's one of those things. Yeah, I always feel like I'm the person who'd be like, "Oh no, it's probably nothing. Don't call the police." They'll just be annoyed that I've wasted their time because there's a 99% chance it's nothing, but there's a 1% chance that something horrible has
My
happened.
pizza
And in
got
this case, I
cold.
think it's far more than a 1% chance. It seems like I'd see that and I'd call the police. That would be, yeah, I'd definitely do that. Or I'd be like, yo, should we call the police? Has anyone called the police? And if everyone's like, no, be like, okay, I'm going to do it right now.
Thank
Let's
you.
call the police. Like, let's do that. And it's okay. Like, feel free. Like, if you hear a gunshot coming from your next door apartment or whatever, I feel like I'll just be like, nah, they're just watching TV. They must have just dropped something really loud. There must be a car in their living room backfiring. I'd come up with like 1,000 reasons why it could have been gunshots, and then I'd go back to sleep. which is crazy. Is it crazy? Am I crazy? Would people call the police? I feel like it's a very British thing to be like, everything's fine. Carry on.
Just before we continue, let's talk about something that will take your space to a whole new level. Like, imagine having your own very own starry night right in your own home. And that is the magic of the Galaxy Projector. It turns any room into a dazzling planetarium, but that is not all. This bad boy is also pretty smart. Let me walk through some of its features. First up, customization. You can tailor
Thank you, Bubba.
everything
Try it
to
first.
suit
I'm sure
your
it's
Try not to
good.
make it
RGB
too hot.
colors,
Yeah.
brightness, rotation, speed,
when
even
you're
set
hungry, and
timers
then
for the
you can
perfect
go, okay,
ambience.
it's too
Just
hot, reach
grab
up
your
and
phone,
eat it.
and with the app,
And
you
then
have the
fucking
universe
burn
at
your
your
mouth.
fingertips. And if you're into the hands-free magic of voice commands, well, the Galaxy Projector also works with those. Amazon Alexa,
I feel like
Google
there's so
Assistant,
much
just say
pressure.
the words
Not
and
pressure.
watch your Galaxy
that
Projector
I don't want it to be
respond.
too
And for
hot.
those of you who
Mhm.
appreciate good
Mhm.
tech, the
Good.
Galaxy Projector is a
Mhm.
modern gadget with timeless appeal. Get your projector by clicking the link below or go to galaxylamps.co/the casual criminalist. A fantastic
Hi,
gift
Trevor.
that's sure to delight. You can see some B-roll footage of my kids being delighted with it, actually, right now. Use the discount code TheCasualCriminalist to get 15% off. Click the link, get the code, and let your room come alive with the Galaxy Projector.
That's kinda
Now
cute.
back to today's video.
Followed by a flurry of comments by multiple people saying that they were calling the police or heading over to the Blanchard house themselves. Don't do that. Call the police. There's
Yeah.
literally possibly a murderer there. Kim's an R-wordist.
I'm good,
Kim and her
Trevor.
husband,
How are
Dave,
you?
raced
What's
to
up,
Dee Dee and
Jokey?
Gypsy's
How are
house,
you?
And Kim made multiple calls to Dee Dee's cell phone and their home telephone, asking Dee Dee to call her back as soon as possible. I already have a theory about what's happening. Okay, here we go. Look, the title's
Here's a
called
theory.
Escaping a Life of Abuse. Anyone in the audience thinking what I'm thinking right now, and that's that one or the other, either the mother or the daughter, possibly the daughter, was... it's one of those things where it's like I'm going to wildly speculate. It turns out that I'm horribly wrong or something, and then that's going to be like look bad or like libelous or whatever it wants to be. But my theory right now
Pissed. Why are you
is
pissed?
that the daughter killed the mother and then made it look like wrote this to like throw
Jesus
the
Christ,
police's
bro.
eyes onto someone else when it was actually her. So either I'm right,
It's a lot more
or I've
complex
just,
than that.
said some horrible shit about a disabled person. So, with that in mind, that very cancelable sentence, let's move on. Why do I do this to myself? They made multiple calls to Dee Dee's cell phone and their home telephone, asking Dee Dee to call her back as soon as possible. When they reached Dee Dee and Gypsy's house, no one answered the door, and their van with its disability sticker
They're making you go to Texas because all the stupid shit that's happening. What stupid shit?
Border stuff.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. What do you mean they're making you? Like you have to live in Texas now? Like you're moving? They're relocating you?
They need support.
Oh. What's happening? I don't need to know, actually. It's probably a lot.
It's just to do with people crossing the border and whatnot.
Hmm. That's a sticky situation. Be careful.
was still parked in the driveway. Kim called the Greene County Sheriff's Office and asked them to come and do a wellness check. Deputies Robinson and Hughes arrived at the house in Volunteer Way and knocked on the door, but no one answered. They tried to look in through the windows, but they'd all been blacked out and the deputies couldn't see inside. Where is this taking place? I've already forgotten.
About the politics.
Oh, I haven't been told yet. Okay. It sounds like America, doesn't it? Sheriff's Office, Volunteer Way, Greene County. There were no obvious signs of a break-in. The deputies said that there was nothing they could do, but one of the kitchen windows
I mean, that shit's complicated, you know? People they just want a better life for themselves, you know? But at the same time, it's like, I don't know. It's definitely complicated. You just gotta be careful.
was open, and Dave asked if he could enter the house that way and check on the family. The deputies agreed, and Dave climbed in through the window and entered the chilly house. The air conditioner had been turned up, and the house was a mess, but Dee Dee wasn't known for her stellar housekeeping skills, so Dave went looking for any signs of where Dee
Stellar
Dee and Gypsy
housekeeping
might be.
skills.
You guys, like, if someone breaks
Let's
in
put
your
it
house, you're like,
nicely.
Jesus Christ, it's a mess in here. Did someone already break in? It's like, nah, right, we're just really messy. I'm quite pleased. I'm quite, like, my house is almost, even though we've got 2 kids, I feel like my wife and I and our cleaner are pretty good at keeping things tidy, and I appreciate because I hate mess. Even though my office is messy, it's kind of like an organized mess. Like I know where everything is, and it's all like, yeah, there's sponsor stuff littered around the place, but that's because I need to be able to quickly grab it. Like there's all laid out on the floor here. It's just a bunch of various sponsor items that I need to reach for when I'm doing an ad read. And so, yeah, it looks messy, but I'm just making an excuse for it being messy. Why am I even talking about this? Let's carry on. Two of Gypsy's wheelchairs were standing in the living room, and Dave found Gypsy's electric wheelchair in the bathroom. In her bedroom, Dave noted that the bed was unmade, and her clothes and toys were strewn over the floor, but that didn't seem out of the ordinary to Dave, who described it as being a typical kid's room. Dave glanced into Dee Dee's room and noted that her bed was unmade and a blanket had been tossed on top of it. Again, nothing looked out of the ordinary, but after he unlocked the front door, Dave told the police that all of Gypsy's wheelchairs were still in the house, and in case the police didn't realize the significance of that, Kim and Dave gave the deputies a breakdown of Gypsy's medical ailments. They told the police that Gypsy had the mental capacity of a 7-year-old. Well, is a 7-year-old capable of doing that sort of murdering and then writing like that? I find it very easy to judge when a kid is my kid's age or younger, because it's like I know what their abilities were at that age, but anything above, currently, the age of 4, I'm like, I have no idea. Like, my wife will be, how old do you think that kid is? I'm like, 8, 11, 13, don't know. But like any age below 4, I'm like, yeah, that kid's about 27 months. It's bang on. She had leukemia and asthma, had to be fed through a feeding tube that had been placed in her stomach, and was diagnosed with muscular dystrophy as a child, necessitating the use of a wheelchair. Essentially, Gypsy was particularly vulnerable, and if something happened to Dee Dee, they had to find her daughter, since Gypsy wouldn't survive for long on her own. At 10:03 that night, Channel 41 News reported that, quote, the Missouri Highway Patrol, well, there we go, we're in Missouri, aren't we, issued a statewide alert on a mother and daughter missing from Springfield tonight. They say the 19-year-old Gypsy Blanchard and 48-year-old Claudine Blanchard were last seen on the 10th of June. An endangered missing persons case file was opened, the neighbors were interviewed, and at 10:45 that night, the sheriff's office was granted a warrant to search the home of Dee Dee and Gypsy Blanchard. Just like Dave, the police officers who searched the house also noted the wheelchairs. They also noticed the spray bottle containing carpet cleaner that stood in the hallway. The police officers studied Gypsy's room, and when they entered Dee Dee's room, they turned on the bedroom light, lifted the blanket that covered the bed, and discovered the remains of the 48-year-old Claudine Blanchard. Well, first part of my theory. It's not at all close to being proven correct yet, but there we go. That's unfolded so far. She was lying on her stomach and had been stabbed in the back 17 times. Her autopsy report would later reveal that she'd already been dead for some time, but because the air conditioner had been turned on, the coroner could not accurately determine her time of death. Why not? Can't you just work out what the temperature was? You'd be like, well, it was turned down to 20 degrees. So we just can't use that information. I've seen enough CSI. Can't they do that? Gypsy, however, was still missing. A murder investigation was launched, and forensics determined that someone had cleaned blood from the carpet in the hallway. Traces of blood were also found in and around the sink of the bathroom, and they swabbed the spots for DNA. Okay, I'm thinking it more and more unlikely that Gypsy is doing this with her disability and her mental age, because this is way more planned out, isn't it, than a 7-year-old's capable of. Detective Stan Hancock was assigned to the case, and he spoke to both Kim and Dave as well as Dee Dee and Gypsy's other friends and neighbors to find out who could have targeted them. They all told him that Gypsy had been born prematurely, she'd suffered brain damage as a result, and that she had the mental capacity of either a 4-year-old or a 7-year-old. It all depended on who told the story, though some people explained that she seemed far more mature than that. Uh-oh, that's another bit of, interest towards my crazy theory, isn't it? They told him that Dee Dee had fled an abusive marriage and was raising a sickly daughter on her own, that Gypsy's medical needs required Dee Dee to look after her 24/7, and that they struggled financially. They told Detective Hancock that the Blanchards were Hurricane Katrina survivors, that they lost everything in the floods, that they mostly survived on the goodwill of others, and that they were like family to them. And they all asked Detective Hancock the same question. Why would someone want to harm Dee Dee and Gypsy? Uh-oh. I have another crazy theory that I'm not going to say, but because it's wild,
thank you.
And would be, if I get it wrong, it would be really bad. But let's just say that I have a theory about that, about the charity. Let's just leave it at that. And if it proves to be correct, I'll mention it and we'll call back to here. If not, then we'll never mention it again. Will we? But as Sheriff Arnott would later explain, things are not always as they appear. The Princess in the Tower. Today's story begins back in May of 1967. Claudine Ann Petra was born on the 3rd of May
I
1967
like the
to
glasses
Claude
and the
Petra
hair
and
color.
his
It's
first
different.
wife,
Thank
Emma.
you.
She was the youngest of 6 children, and shortly after her birth, Emma explained that her youngest baby was ill. According to Evans
I just
Petra,
did
Dee Dee's
this
older brother,
yesterday.
quote, "My mum said that she came along with all these sicknesses, heart murmurs, and stuff like that. Because of this, Dee Dee had to sleep in the room with Claude and Emma and couldn't go outside to play with her siblings, wasn't allowed to overexert herself, and didn't have to do chores." Dorla Petra, Dee Dee's older sister, explains that, quote, "My mum would always make us go play outside, and it was like, oh, but your sister's not feeling good, your sister has an upset stomach, she's got a headache, go play outside, be quiet, leave her alone." Dee Dee was constantly told that she had a heart murmur and had to be careful, but she later used this as an
It's nice. Where are
excuse
you
whenever
from?
she didn't want to
I'm
do
from,
something. She was her mother's
Illinois,
little
in the
shadow,
United
and she
States.
thrived on all the attention her mother bestowed on her.
Thank
According to
you.
Dorla, quote, "Dee Dee was just all about the attention." And another one, according to Evans, "We didn't get to go to college, but Dee Dee went to college. We didn't get a car when we were growing up,
Oh,
but
she
Dee Dee
was a
got the car.
favorite.
We knew that if you wanted something, you had to go out and earn it, but Dee Dee
That's not
just
how they
wanted
portrayed
it
it.
and got it." Dee Dee had
In the
studied to be a
show.
nurse and worked as a nurse's aide, loved to dress up and go out and party with her friends, and in 1990 she met Rod Blanchard. In the HBO documentary Mummy, Dead and Dearest, Rod explains that, quote, "I'm at the bowling alley, hanging out one night, going there to hear a band, and I see this girl. She looks a little different. She doesn't look like she's from around here. The way she dressed and carried herself, she stood out from the crowd. With her dark brown eyes, curly hair, and wide smile, Dee Dee was more than pretty, and Rod was hooked." They exchanged numbers.
From the Netherlands?
So this
So
dude's
it's 2
describing in the
a.m. here? Damn, it's
documentary.
late.
How'd you meet your wife?
That's
Well, I
very
saw
cool,
her,
though.
and she was hot. That's it. He's like, she stood out because she's hot. They exchanged numbers, dated for 4 months, and then Dee Dee gave him a call and told him that she was pregnant. Rod was a southern boy, and his mama had
That's,
raised him to believe that if he got a girl pregnant, he had to do the right thing and marry her. So he did. With his parents' permission, the 17-year-old married the
7 hours ahead.
24-year-old Dee Dee. Oh, wow, he's quite a bit younger, isn't he? Is that even legal? Is that legal? I don't think that's legal. Quote, "She was the perfect southern wife, a really nice girl, very polite, very generous. But I woke up on my 18th birthday and realized I wasn't where I was supposed to be. I wasn't in love with her, really. I knew I got married for the wrong reasons. We were only married for 3 months. I promised her I would do everything I could to take care of her and the child, to do what I can for them financially and mentally, but I just couldn't stay." Yeah, this is really bad, but the dude's also 18. Like, if this was a 35-year-old, I'd be like, what the fuck you doing? Like, you should have thought about this. But he was 17. It's
Yeah,
like
late.
his brain is not
Business meeting.
crinkly
Oh,
enough to
well.
figure this out. Their daughter was born on the
Oh, I'm glad
27th
you're
of
here.
July, 1991, and Dee Dee and Rod decided
hope
to
your
name her
meeting goes
Gypsy
well
Rose
tomorrow.
because Dee Dee liked the name Gypsy and Rod loved Guns N' Roses. Really? This is the most, 18-year-old shit I've ever seen. After her divorce, Dee Dee had moved back in with her parents, and they now helped look after Gypsy while she went to work. But when Gypsy was 3 months old, she fell ill. A scared Dee Dee called Rod and told him that Gypsy had sleep apnea, that she'd stop breathing while she slept, and that she'd get seizures. She explained that every time Gypsy got one of these seizures, it would impede her mental development and could result in her becoming mentally disabled. She told Rod that she needed money to buy Gypsy a sleep apnea machine, and
She
Rod
just
agreed.
made all
He
that
gave her the money
up.
Gypsy needed for treatments and the money that was needed for a sleep apnea machine. Yeah, I have a feeling that a sleep apnea machine might be in my future. It's like, when you look at your parents and you see what's happening to them as they get older,
Damn.
you're like, oh yeah,
It's tough.
Because you're already like, I don't know, I got high cholesterol, my dad's got high cholesterol, and you look at the things that he gets as he gets older, he's got should I be sharing this? I don't think he'd mind. It's not like an embarrassment.
Will do my best. You stream a lot? I've been streaming only for the past couple weeks. Last week was really busy for me though, so I wasn't able to stream. But previously, I put a lot of focus into branding my boyfriend's stream. So I just now started focusing on my own thing. So yeah. In the near future, though, I do plan on streaming. I like streaming true crime stuff, but I also play The Sims, Animal Crossing. I play some PvP games, and then I would like to stream art as well. I do a lot of digital art and also some fine art as well. Sounds good. Lucky boyfriend. Yeah, he thinks so too, I think. Hopefully. What I'd do to have a drink with you and the big kicks. Hell yeah. I'm actually what's up, Nick? I'm actually drinking White Claws tonight, so indulging in a bit of caloric beverages this evening, which I don't usually do. Seen that. How are you? What are you up to? There's dust. I hear his controller. Kix is playing car soccer. I can hear it. Good. How about you? I'm doing good as well. Just hanging out. I'm about to try a tangerine White Claw. That's not bad. I like it. I think I like it better than the grapefruit.
Health condition or anything, but it's like, yeah, I look at my parents and I'm like, yeah, sleep apnea machine's probably in my future, isn't it? Gonna have like a weird mask on my face in the night, like that woman in what's that TV show where the world ends? The Last Man on Earth. Dee Dee became very overprotective and wouldn't allow anyone to look after Gypsy. The only people she would allow to watch her for more than an hour was her own parents, Claude and Emma. But when Gypsy was 5, Emma fell ill, and Dee Dee was the one to look after her. Dee Dee didn't do a very good job of it, though, and her siblings would later claim that Dee Dee would leave her sickly mother alone in bed, covered in filth, and begging for food. Oh, my lord. If you see that, you're like, oh, no, yeah, she was always begging for food when we went round. At that point, call the fucking police or social services, whoever you're supposed to call in that situation, because that's not right. Emma passed away in 1997, and according to her son Evans, quote, when my mum passed away, Dee Dee took it hard. You know, the person who babied her all her life wasn't there anymore, but she still needed that attention. Around this time, Dee Dee gave Rod a call and told him that Gypsy needed eye surgery because she was cross-eyed. I get the feeling that this is not, the money's just going on something else, isn't it? She was also having seizures again, and this was affecting her mental capacity even further. Then Gypsy was suffering from chronic middle ear infections and needed stents put in. Gypsy developed gastroesophageal reflux disease, or GERD, which meant that her stomach acid was pushing up into her esophagus. GERD gang! And she needed a feeding tube to be put in so that she could be fed baby formula through a machine.
Seriously?
According to Rod, it got to the point where Dee Dee didn't work anymore, and she was constantly looking after Gypsy. Quote, Dee Dee was a great mum. I'll tell her all the time that I don't know how you do it, you know. Day in and day out, taking care of Gypsy, being there for her. I thought she was the best mum in the world. According to Gypsy, some of her earliest memories were from the time she was in hospital for various surgeries. It wasn't all bad though, quote, my mother was like a best friend to me. We used to do things together all the time. Go to the movies, go to the park, the zoo. That is 100% not someone who, like my kid's 4. I know that is not a sentence that a 4-year-old says. Like meant someone with a mental capacity of 4 would be like, you're my best friend. Not, she was like a best friend to me. No. Like, my kid says, sometimes she'll say, Dad, you're my best friend. And I'll be like, oh, you're my best friend too. Initially, Gypsy grew up surrounded by her cousins and extended family, but as she got sicker, her mother started keeping her from Rod, his new wife Christy, and Gypsy's half-siblings. When she was 5 or 6, her mother told her that she had epilepsy. At the age of 7, Gypsy was riding on the back of Grandpa Claude's motorcycle, and they had a small accident. Gypsy only sustained some minor scrapes, but while she was in hospital, she had to use a wheelchair, and when she was discharged, Dee Dee told her that she was now paralyzed from the waist down and had to continue using a wheelchair. So, you know, can I introduce my crazy theory as less crazy now? My crazy theory was, like, you know, when I said I wouldn't air it, was that before any of this was revealed, that they're faking it.
Oh,
charity.
I didn't see.
Like the mum is just forcing her to be,
only occasionally.
you know, disabled and have all of these problems for attention.
Not very often.
And charity. It's like that Munchausen's by proxy thing. Dee Dee called Rod and told him that Gypsy had been diagnosed with muscular dystrophy, or ALS, and that she'd eventually lose the use of her leg muscles, necessitating the use of a wheelchair. Oh my god, ALS is like brutal. Like, that was what that ice bucket challenge was about, and I was looking up
it's
ALS.
Not
and I was
true.
like, oh, That's what Stephen Hawking has. And then you read about people who have ALS and you're like, oh my God, Stephen Hawking like lived remarkably long. Mostly it's just death. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like thinking about that. According to Rod, quote, "That is terrifying to hear about your child. After that first time seeing her in a wheelchair, I never saw her walk again." Gypsy would later tell Dr. Phil that after her mother told her that she needed to start using a wheelchair, she had to start acting like she couldn't walk or use her legs. When Dee Dee did catch her walking, she got so upset with me, she would punish me so bad, like she would start hitting me with a coat hanger and telling me all kinds of mean things. She would tell me that she wished she had had an abortion when she had the chance, that I ruined her life, that I had no idea how hard it is to keep up everything she'd built. Around this time, Dee Dee started shoplifting, stole money from friends and family, and was arrested on multiple occasions for writing bad checks. She went by various names, and would later go by Claudinea instead of Claudine. According to her father, Claude, no matter where she went, she was doing all kinds of stuff. It's very generic, isn't it? It's like, yeah, me too. Like, wherever I go, I'm doing all kinds of stuff. Drinking coffee, working, spending time with my family. All kinds. After Emma's death, Claude married a woman named Laura, but she and Dee Dee didn't get along. Dee Dee and Gypsy were still living with Claude at the time, and shortly after their marriage, Laura fell ill. According to Claude, Laura, she stayed 9 months in bed after that. She couldn't get up. I didn't think she was going to make it. Oh my lord. Is Dee Dee poisoning her? It's also a very weird housing situation right there. Meanwhile, Dee Dee's family had started to realize that Gypsy wasn't as ill as Dee Dee made her out to be. Some of them even told Rod that Gypsy had no trouble walking on her own and that Dee Dee was making everything up. But when he questioned Dee Dee about it, she got upset, took Gypsy, and moved to another town. After they left, Laura magically recovered, and the family started suspecting that Dee Dee had been poisoning her. Yes, no shit. Call the police. Call social services. Get this sorted out. Dee Dee kept on
Imagine if they had
shoplifting and
done
writing
that.
bad checks. Doctors figured out that Dee Dee was lying about Gypsy's various medical conditions, and as soon as things got hot, Dee Dee packed up their things and they moved on to the next town. Rob would later explain that, quote, "They moved further and further away, and it got harder and harder to see Gypsy. I'd go to their house and visit for a couple of hours, hang out, but when Gypsy and I would start building a little closeness, little bonds and everything, it would be 3 or 4 months before we could get back together and rebuild upon that. It seemed like Dee Dee was never letting us build that father-daughter relationship that you're supposed to have with your children." It sounds like this dude, like, it's bad and all that, you know, when he was 18 and he left and stuff, and I don't like that. But he also is 18, and now it seems like he's really trying to make an effort, which I commend. I like that. During one particular visit, Rod noted that Gypsy seemed scared of him to, quote, "At that time, she was real young. She was so scared of me. She was shaking. I don't know what Dee Dee told her about me, but I was probably the big bad wolf or something, you know? Gypsy must have been so confused. Dee Dee was probably telling her the day before that I don't love her and all this stuff, and then here Gypsy is visiting with me, and Dee Dee's telling her, look, that's your daddy. Give him a hug." Yeah, kids get so confused. Like, sometimes I make a joke. And my kid will be like, "What, Dad?" And I'll be like, "It's just a joke. I was just joking. I forget you don't really understand sarcasm yet. I'm sorry." Because of all of her supposed medical conditions, Gypsy wasn't allowed to go to school. She still had to go for numerous medical tests, and she would later explain that, quote, "The doctors thought that she was so devoted and caring. If we'd be going to the doctor, she would do all
What's
the
up,
talking.
Briggs? How
I'd
are
always have
you?
a stuffed animal or a Barbie doll. She'd just tell me, just play with my Barbie doll, and if the doctor would come to examine me, just stay in the wheelchair, be calm, play with your doll, and
I'm
don't
watching your
move
content
your legs."
creator. Don't
By
tell
the time
anyone.
Gypsy was 14, Dee Dee would tell doctors that Gypsy suffered from epilepsy, she was vision impaired, hearing impaired, had GERD, was quadriplegic,
Yeah,
had
he's
muscular
funny.
dystrophy, had
He's
anemia,
very,
and had to sleep with a CPAP or breathing machine since the age
wholesome.
of 10. She had severe asthma, numerous allergies, incontinence, lung disease, a heart murmur, and the mental capacity of a 7-year-old, and had been diagnosed with leukemia when she was 7. Good lord. Did you just choose every disease? Did you just go to like the medical textbook and be like, yeah, all of them? Gypsy had to undergo over 100 medical procedures between 1994 and 2015. They included multiple eye surgeries to fix her crooked eye, surgeries to remove her salivatory glands so that she wouldn't drool, surgeries to keep her from vomiting, muscle biopsies to find out why she couldn't walk, and teeth extractions to remove teeth that had started rotting away as a result of the strong medication.
I have a medical problem right now.
What?
What do you mean, what?
What's up?
I have this like bump. I don't know if you can see it. Let's see.
I thought you were talking.
On my wrist. Yeah, because the video, it's talking about all the fake ailments that Gypsy Rose had that her mom induced, so that way she could like, be, she could get charity. you know, and she was abusing her daughter. But I have a real ailment. I have a bump on my wrist because it looks like my wrist is like broken. And I'm not sure what it is. But it's freaking me out and I don't like it. I don't know where it came from. I just noticed it last night. And it's like, it feels like bone, but I don't think it is because it wasn't there before. So, yeah.
She was taking. This is horrific. According to Gypsy
Like a
quote,
cyst
I was
thing?
just as
Yeah,
much
I
in
don't
the dark
know. It's
as
freaking me
everybody
out,
else.
though.
The only thing
It's, like,
I
right
knew
there.
was that I could walk.
I
I
don't
was
know if you
taking
can see it.
medication that she said was cancer medication. She would shave my head and say, "Oh,
But it
well, it's
feels
going
like
to fall out
bone.
anyway.
I don't know.
So let's
It's-
just
I
keep it
hate
nice
it.
and neat."
It's very
I was on breathing
upsetting.
medication for seizures, medication to help go to the bathroom, pain medication, anxiety medication. I would have to put on the breathing machine every night, and then another machine was for the feeding tube. It was controlling what I'd eat. My medication would be put through there. I really wouldn't even have to be awake, so she could put whatever in my body, and I wouldn't even know. I really didn't think that any of this abuse was going on. It's like when you're abused, but you've lived that way your whole life. You don't really know that you're being
Exactly.
abused.
That's the
You don't know any
problem.
different.
People will suffer through abuse for so long and not realize what's normal. And so they don't have any sort of like any frame of reference to know that what is happening to them is wrong, which is, it's awful. It's the worst.
Also, according to Rod, quote, I never raised any hard questions with Dee Dee because she was still allowing me to talk to Gypsy when I called and keep some kind of relationship. I knew that if I raised any serious questions or issues, she could cut me off in a minute. So the relationship we had was just mostly phone calls, gifts, birthday cards, stuff like that. I just wanted to try and make her feel like I'm going to be here forever, waiting. One day you're going to call me and say, hey Dad, it's Gypsy. Can you come and see me? I was just hoping for that day to come, and it never
Aw.
came. All of these treatments and hospital visits cost a lot of money, and the $1,200 that Rod was sending them every month didn't cover all of their expenses, so Dee Dee applied to numerous non-profits for financial assistance. Their church held fundraisers for them, and people donated medical equipment, but it wasn't until 2005 when Dee Dee would really start benefiting from Gypsy's numerous medical conditions. A little bluebird. In August 2005, Dee Dee and the 14-year-old Gypsy were living in low-income housing and were barely scraping by when news broke that Hurricane Katrina was heading for New Orleans. They evacuated immediately and were placed in a shelter in Covington that had been set up for refugees with special needs. There, the always smiling, chronically ill Gypsy drew the attention of several media outlets as well as Dr. Janet Jordan, who told a local news station that, when I first met her, I had to cry a little bit. And she goes, it's okay. You're only human.
How was your
Dr.
day? My
Jordan
day was
befriended
good. How was
Gypsy
yours,
and Dee Dee,
Jokey?
who told her that they'd lost everything in the flood, including Gypsy's medical records and birth certificate. Dr. Jordan then suggested that they should move to Missouri, and before long, Gypsy's new minor celebrity status enabled them to be airlifted to Aurora in September 2005. In 2007, the Oli Foundation, a foundation that supports people living with feeding tubes, named Gypsy their 2007 Child of the Year,
Oh,
explaining that,
damn.
quote, Gypsy Rose Blanchard is 12 years old, yet one of her friends says she has wisdom and compassion beyond her years.
That's
Multiple
because she
health
was
issues
older than
don't
that.
stop Gypsy from encouraging and uplifting others. At 8 years old, Gypsy took the allowance she had been saving up for a trip to Disney and used it instead to buy food and blankets for those in need. When she and her mum ended up in need themselves, Gypsy's mum says they never complained. Instead, she would say things are getting better and point out the beautiful flower, saying, we didn't see that yesterday. How lucky that we can see it today. The quote ends. Of course, we can't be sure how much of the story is true, but one lie
Mine was okay too. I'm just tired now. Yeah. I feel that.
was now printed for all to see. Dee Dee's claim that Gypsy was 12 instead of 16. I know she lost her birth certificate, but aren't there like other records? It's not like you leave the hospital and it's like, here's your birth certificate, don't lose it. I mean, you shouldn't lose it. There's like going to be a duplicate of that the government's going to keep in some dusty office somewhere on a computer somewhere, right? It's not just like, oh, now no one knows.
Oh, you can get a copy
This
of
is
that.
like not that far in the past. In March 2008, Habitat for Humanity announced they were going to build the family a new house in Springfield, Missouri. They moved into their new house in October 2005, and the local news covered the event. Paramedics and their new neighbors helped Gypsy and Dee Dee move all of their things into the house, which included a ramp, specially built doorways so that Gypsy could move around the house in her wheelchair, and a bathtub with jets to help ease Gypsy's sore muscles. During an interview, Dee Dee explained that it's a blessing. People have been so nice to us. It feels like we finally came home. She still claimed that the now 17-year-old Gypsy was 12, and she managed to get away with it because Gypsy
Damn.
was so small. Many people guessed that she was only 5 foot or 1.5 meters tall, and she was thin and undernourished because she was still mostly surviving off of baby formula. She dressed in Disney princess costumes, wore curly plastic wigs and tiaras, spoke in a high voice, and had been trained by Dee Dee to use certain phrases that made her sound younger than she was. In this photo, taken at Disney World, Gypsy was 22, and
Oh
she
my
looks
God.
a lot younger than 22. In the news footage, you can see Dee Dee holding onto Gypsy's hand as she talks to the interviewer. You can see it in several
I
other
hate seeing,
videos
like,
of
the
the two
real
of them. Dee Dee is
footage of
always
them.
standing or sitting next to her daughter, holding onto her hand tightly.
So,
According
like,
to Gypsy, she was always
uncomfortable.
aware that she had to keep up her mother's lies and that she had to act a certain way in front of the cameras or other people, or she'd be punished once they got home.
Hmm.
Quote, if I said something that I wasn't supposed to, she'd squeeze my hand, and I'd know, zip it. When she was later asked why she didn't
It's
confide in
terrifying.
anyone or had just gotten up out of the wheelchair in front of other people, Gypsy explained that she didn't want to disappoint her mother. Quote, I didn't think anyone would believe me. I thought that everyone would eventually tell my mum, and that would make my home life even worse for me. I feared her more than I feared anyone else. Yeah, I don't think that's a reasonable question. It's like, why didn't you just get up out of the wheelchair? Like, why didn't you just confront your abuser? And it's like, well,
Why didn't
way,
you just
way more
confront your
complicated than
abuser?
that.
That's a crazy
Gypsy was
thing to
active
say.
in a
People
lot
say
of
that all
charity
the
groups
time.
from a
It's
young age and
insane.
made a lot of friends there. But Dee Dee was always standing next to her daughter, monitoring what she said or did. Gypsy got to go to movie premieres and comic book conventions. The Make-A-Wish Foundation sent her to Disneyland, and she got to meet the cast of the Harry Potter movies and appear on television. She joined a Star Wars troupe, dressed up as a pink stormtrooper, and visited children's hospitals, and was gifted hundreds of thousands of dollars to help her pay for her numerous medical treatments. And throughout all of it,
Jesus.
Dee Dee was standing at her side, basking in the limelight that was reflecting off of Gypsy. I think my initial prediction and my secondary prediction are all bang on. They pretended it, knew that already, and then she murders her mum because she's been abused by her, and that's what happens. My theory. In the photos and videos, Gypsy looks happy, but she'd compare herself to a bluebird that was locked up in a cage. She still wasn't allowed to go to school, wasn't allowed to have friends her own age, still had to undergo painful tests and procedures, wasn't allowed to be a normal teenager, and had lost almost all contact with her father and stepmother. Dee Dee, on the other hand, had made friends with a number of people in their neighborhood, including a single mother of 4 called Amy Pinegar. Amy's daughter, Aaliyah Woodmansey, was the same age as Gypsy, and whenever the two families got together, Aaliyah took Gypsy under her wing and they'd talk about movies, fashion, boys, typical teenage stuff. But according to Aaliyah, anytime Gypsy and I were together, her mum was always present. She was immediately like a filter for us. Gypsy wouldn't talk about anything personal while we were together. Shortly after her 15th birthday, Gypsy came across an old Medicaid card that had her details on it, including her real date of birth, the 27th of July, 1991. According to that card, she was 19. When she asked her mother about it, Dee Dee claimed there was a printing error and showed Gypsy her birth certificate, which stated that she had been born in 1995, not 1991. It's a fake one, isn't it? It's a fake one. But she's not going to know any difference. But the seed of doubt had been sown, and soon the little bluebird felt ready to leave the nest. Tangled. According to Gypsy, quote, I liked the Disney movie Tangled. It's about Rapunzel. She's a princess in this kingdom, and she's kidnapped by Mother Gothel from her real family, and Mother Gothel keeps her in this tower for all of her life and tells her, don't leave this tower. And so that is all she knows. At the end, Mother Gothel died. She got thrown out of a window because Rapunzel tried to stand up for herself and leave her tower. But in Disney movies, everything's fantasy. It's a fairy tale, and life is not a fairy tale. I learned all of that.
Kind of interesting that she like almost subconsciously knew that she was a prisoner in her life growing up.
The hard way.
That's crazy.
Gypsy's computer was her only access to the outside world. Gypsy would go on the internet and look up whatever interested her. She also used it to message people she'd met, and Gypsy would secretly chat with Aaliyah, enabling her to form a close friendship with her. In 2011, the 20-year-old Gypsy reconnected with a man she'd met at a sci-fi convention. According to Gypsy, I told him vaguely about what was going on at home. He told me, you just pack your stuff and you can come live with me in Arkansas. Gypsy packed her bags, snuck out, and ran away from home. Someone offered her a lift. She agreed, and he drove her to a new friend's house. Her freedom didn't last long, though. Within like 4 hours, my mum found me at his place because we had mutual friends in common. Dee Dee confronted the man angrily, waved Gypsy's birth certificate in his face, and told him that Gypsy was still 16 and underage. Dee Dee threatened to call the police on him, and he had no choice but to stand back and let Dee Dee take Gypsy back to Springfield. Quote, she took me back home and smashed my computer with a hammer, smashed my cell phone with a hammer, and said, if you ever do that again, I'll smash your fingers with a hammer. Dee then tied Gypsy to a bed with a dog leash and a pair of handcuffs, and kept her locked up like that for 2 weeks. Dee blacked out their windows so that no one could see into the house, confronted Alea about their messages, and ranted about how Alea was corrupting her sweet little girl. Then Dee had Gypsy legally declared incompetent and told her daughter that even if she went to the police, no one would believe her because she was retarded. Someone even called the Greene County Sheriff's Department and made an anonymous report explaining that Gypsy was being abused, but Dee showed them the paperwork and convinced them that everything was fine, leaving Gypsy with nowhere to run. It was a rough year. I call that the bad times. I was just kind of at that point where you're like, I'm angry at the world, and this is unfair. Why couldn't anyone figure it out before it got this bad? Since her computer was now broken, Gypsy waited until her mother was asleep and then snuck into her mother's computer so that she could message her friends. In October 2012, she signed up for a free Christian dating site and made a profile for herself, explaining that she was interested in getting married and starting a family. And that is how the 21-year-old Gypsy met Nicholas Godejohn, a 23-year-old man from Big Bend, Wisconsin. They hit it off right away, and according to Gypsy, at first it was all light-hearted. If you got married, where would you like to have your honeymoon? Where would you like to get married? Where are all the places you want to travel? Different things like that. Normal stuff. Now, look, I feel I need to provide a little bit of context for this next part. I also did a lot of online dating when I was in my early 20s. I had a very demanding job and was constantly traveling, and it was the only way that I could meet single men my age. It also meant that initially, I fell into the same pitfall that Gypsy did. I've never done online dating because it came a little bit after, after I was with my now wife. But, I don't know what the pitfall is here. I'm like, oh, what is it? One of the problems with online dating is that your relationship with the other person is based entirely on your interpretation of who they are as a person. You start to attribute qualities to them that they don't have, and then you start building a fictional person in your mind that measures up to what you want in a partner. Wait, why do you do that? Don't you build up what they are based on your, talking to them? On the phone or on chat or whatever?
You fill
on
in
at
the
least 2
blanks.
occasions. I'd been talking to someone for at least a month before we were able to meet in person, and every single time I was disappointed because they didn't match up to the perfect
Interesting.
boyfriend that I'd conjured up in my head. That makes sense. I see that. Because it's little bits of contact over a month and then you just spend the rest of the time fantasizing. That makes sense. That makes more sense. I kind of thought that it would be a shorter time between chat and meet. It didn't take me long to catch on though, and I started implementing the 3-day rule. There we go. We had to meet in person within 3 days of meeting online and then go on at least 3 or 4 dates before we decided to officially start dating. And it worked. I'm now happily married to someone I met on Tinder, but obviously, Gypsy encountered the worst case scenario, the creepy guy who turns out to be a killer. So, let's start counting those red flags, shall we? Gypsy told Nick that she wasn't allowed to date, that she had numerous medical conditions, she was in a wheelchair and had to wear a wig, and he said that he didn't mind. She was beautiful either way. Within a week of meeting Nick, the two of them agreed that they were soulmates, and they were now a couple. Gypsy snuck onto her mother's computer every night to talk to Nick, and as their relationship progressed, they started talking about their interests and wants and dreams. Gypsy created numerous fake Facebook accounts to keep her mum from finding out what she was up to, and after they'd been talking for about a month, Gypsy felt that she could no longer lie to Nick. She told him what she knew, that her mother told everyone that she was younger than she was, she didn't seem to be as sick as her mother claimed her to be, she had to use a wheelchair despite the fact that she could walk, and that her mother was very overprotective. If I was this dude, I'd be like, you're what? With a what now? Either you're insane, or this is a crazy situation. And I'd be like, no, you've got to be insane, because that's just unbelievable. That's not real. What? In Gypsy's mind, Dee simply didn't want her to grow up. Then Nick felt comfortable enough to share his darker side with Gypsy. He told her that he had
It's too bad that she didn't just happen to meet somebody that had that rescuer, I don't know, personality built in, where some people just feel like they have to rescue someone, instead of this guy who technically, I guess, he portrayed someone who was rescuing her, but was also his own type of evil, It's just bad luck. Because if she had met somebody who just had that rescue nature about them, then they could have helped her without, murdering her mother.
Asperger's syndrome, aka autism, that he was psychic, that he had multiple personalities, and that he had an evil side named Victor that would take control of him sometimes. Oh my god, what is happening? He also told her that he'd like it if each of his multiple personalities could have their own girlfriend. So Gypsy came up with alternate versions of herself to match his alter egos. What the fuck is going on? At first I was like, wait, he just wants to have many girlfriends at the same time. That's his excuse. But no, he wants her to have many different personalities. What is going on? Nick also told Gypsy that he liked the idea of
He's
BDSM
also
and that once
ill.
they were together, they had to try it. And he even had her watch videos on the subject. Gypsy would be the bell to his beast. She'd be his slave and he'd be the master. Quote, his ex messaged me and she told me he's a really bad guy. He thinks he's a vampire and he's into all this dominant submissive stuff. And I was thinking, it's just an ex. She's just bad-mouthing him. She doesn't know anything. She's jealous. It's not like I ever had a boyfriend before, so I didn't really know what was a normal relationship. I don't know, it seems profoundly weird to me. The two of them
She
built
had no
elaborate romantic
context.
fantasies together in which their alter egos would act out certain scenes and sexual acts. Nick would write scripts for them and she'd have Gypsy record herself acting out his sexual fantasies. Nick's evil side was possessive and domineering, and he especially liked Ruby, Gypsy's darker side. He'd talk about how he'd like to possess and claim her, telling Gypsy that they're twin flame soulmates and that he's always with her. During one of these darker discussions, Nick allegedly told Gypsy that he used to be an assassin. Oh, in a previous life. yeah, and I used to be Napoleon. Chill out. And that he would be able to protect her from anything and anyone. Quote, and I said, even my mum? And that's kind of where it developed from there on. Gypsy would later explain that around this time, Dee Dee had become more physically abusive. She'd habitually slap or punch Gypsy and would starve her for days on end if she tried to stand up for herself or asked Dee Dee to allow her to have friends, to date, to get married, have a life of her own. Quoting again, I got scared and desperate, and the only thing I could think about was that I wanted this real life of freedom and happiness, and how could I get it? Quote ends. Sometime around April or May 2014, Gypsy told Nick that she was thinking about killing her mum. To quote again, I was like, are you serious? This is not anything to joke around about. She said that it's the only way that they can be together. Now, the two discussed this at length and then decided that murdering Dee Dee would be a last resort, and they'd later refer to it as Plan B. In the meantime, they came up with other plans to be together. The first, Plan A, was to meet each other in real life. Oh, okay, so all of this has been happening online so far. Okay, that kind of makes sense. I just kind of put... Wow. Gypsy would then introduce Nick to Dee Dee, and hopefully Dee Dee would allow Gypsy to build a relationship with Nick. Plan C was to have Gypsy fall pregnant because in her mind, at least, if they had a child together, Nick simply had to be in her life. For a while, they decided to go with Plan C. Gypsy was excited about the prospect of becoming a mother, told Nick that she'd have to have a feeding tube removed before they went through with their plan, and she'd start stealing baby clothes from Walmart by hiding them in her wheelchair. Gypsy posted about their plan to have her fall pregnant on a Facebook mummy group and asked the other women for advice, and the women on there viciously tore into their plan and suggested that Gypsy should find herself a new boyfriend instead. Nick then confided to friends that I saw comments on her post to that group that was bad-mouthing me, and she just took it like, wow, okay, I'm a wait. And it had to do with finding someone better than me. Okay. What's that sentence? What are you talking about? That brought an end to Plan C. In October 2014, Gypsy messaged Aaliyah Woodmansee from her secret Facebook account and explained that she had a boyfriend, Nick, and that she loved him. She suspected that her mother wouldn't approve of him, though, since her mother didn't want her to date, and the 25-year-old Nick was so much older than her. Not that much older, isn't she? Like 21?
Yeah.
It's properly, but younger in her mum's mind. This concerned Aaliyah, though, since they were repeatedly told that Gypsy had the mind of a 7-year-old. Yet, now she was talking about eloping with some guy and starting her own family. Wait, this Aaliyah woman, who's friends with her, surely you're like, she's got to be around her actual age, right? So what, something around 20 or whatever. And wait, she must know she doesn't have the brain of a 7-year-old, because otherwise she wouldn't be having all these conversations with her. Like, what? Yet now she was talking about eloping with some guy, starting her own family. Gypsy made it sound like, quote, some kind of magnificent fairy tale was unfolding. I mean, a very, very weird... fairy tales were weird. This kind of works for a fairy tale, doesn't it? It's like, yeah, no, he had all these personalities and he thought he was the devil. He used to be an assassin in a previous life. It is actually like one of those original, because fairy tales are actually scary. Like the Cinderella one. Sleeping Beauty, where she's like asleep in the castle or whatever, in the tower or something like that. I'm mixing my fairy tales, I know. And then it's like, oh yeah, the prince come by and give her a kiss. And in reality, it's like, oh, no. The prince comes by an hour, sir. It's like, what? Sleeping Beauty's fucked up. Over the coming months, the two of them planned it all out. Nick would take the bus to Springfield, meet up with them at the cinema, and then they'd pretend to meet for the first time. And while they had the chance, Gypsy could use the opportunity to lose her virginity. I was very excited to meet this person that I'd been talking to for so long. I thought, if he dressed nice, if he said all the right things, and if he was just a kind person, then my mum would think, hey, well, why not? This could be the one. And then that way, we wouldn't have to lie about our relationship anymore. I don't get the feeling that old what's-his-face here, Nick, is going to show up and be particularly nicely dressed. I imagine Nick's going to show up and he's going to look like a bit of a weirdo because he seems like a bit of a weirdo. In March 2015, Gypsy managed to steal $800 in cash from her mother and mailed it to Nick, who bought a bus ticket. He traveled 9 hours by bus to
$800
Springfield,
for a
and Gypsy
bus
convinced
ticket.
her mother
I feel like
that they had
that's
to
a
go and
bit
see the new
overkill.
live-action Cinderella movie at the cinema the next day.
There's
Gypsy
no way a
dressed up
bus
as
ticket
Cinderella
costs
in a
that much.
blue satin Cinderella dress with a curly blonde wig and a tiara, and Nick dressed up in a smart shirt and a blue tie so that he could make a good impression on her mother. Okay, they planned it ahead of time, good. Only later would she realise the biggest flaw in their master plan. We were the only people at the movies, and he didn't have a kid with him, or a girlfriend, or nothing. He's just this guy who's going to see this chick movie. Oh no, yeah, they're just watching live action Cinderella. If you're the dude who's like 25 and like, that's not even in like the shirt
Definitely
and
doesn't
tie
come
and
off
going to the
right.
kids movie in the middle of the day, it's not a good idea, dude. Don't do it. If you really want to see the live action Cinderella, please, for the love of God, just wait till it comes out on Netflix and watch it at home, okay? It'll be a whole lot less weird. Nick walked up to Gypsy and Dee Dee inside the auditorium and introduced himself. He and Gypsy started talking, but Dee Dee thought that he was creepy, so she got up and moved away, urging Gypsy to go with her. But Gypsy didn't. Instead, Gypsy told her mum that she had to go to the bathroom. Nick offered to escort her and buy them some popcorn, and as soon as they were away from Dee Dee's watchful gaze, Gypsy and Nick entered the men's bathroom and proceeded to have sex. Afterwards, Gypsy cleaned herself up, got back into her wheelchair, and they met up with Dee Dee, who'd come looking for them. While Nick was buying popcorn, Dee Dee took Gypsy to the bathroom and asked her what she was still doing with Nick. Gypsy insisted that they were just friends, and Dee Dee slapped her for disobeying her, telling her that Nick was a weirdo and a creep, and she didn't want Gypsy to go anywhere near him. Eventually, they joined back up with Nick and finished watching the movie, but for Gypsy, the entire day had been ruined. Quote, "It made me feel devastated that it all went wrong. I knew that my mum was never going to let me be happy, have friends, fall in love, get married, have kids, or have a normal life, and I never wanted any more than that." That day convinced Gypsy that in order for the two of them to be together, Dee Dee had to die. She and Nick started plotting Dee Dee's murder, with Gypsy researching the various kinds of poisons that they could use. However, it would be too difficult to get their hands on a tasteless, odorless poison, so they abandoned that idea. They also considered just setting fire to the house, but eventually settled on killing Dee Dee with a knife. They start with these like complicated plans. It's like, yeah, maybe we can get away with this. It's like, why don't we just fucking stab her? Let's just stab her. It's like, yeah, okay. That doesn't sound like the best of plans. And I get the feeling that because we know all of these details and we have all these enormous, like, lengthy quotes and stuff from this, that it definitely came from a trial, didn't it? This feels like trial stuff. Once Dee Dee was dead, they'd take the $5,000 in cash that Dee Dee kept in the house and use it to get themselves settled, thinking that it should last them a while. Use $5,000 in cash in their house. Jesus, were you a prepper? Initially, Gypsy was
It's the
going to be the one
charity
to murder
money.
Dee Dee, but she told Nick that she wouldn't be able to go through with it. So she outright asked him, "Would you kill my mother for me?" According to Nick, he'd argued it at first, but at some point I ended up giving in because I didn't know what else to do. There's nothing I wouldn't do for her. I don't know. You know what else you might not want to do? Murder someone. It's like, I didn't know what else to do. That's not an excuse for murder. What's wrong with
I truly do believe that Gypsy Rose didn't think that she had any other options. And then she really did try her. It was like her last ditch effort to try to get her mom to like see her as like a human being, basically, by having her do this like meeting with the boyfriend. And then she was hopeful, and that day just broke her spirit and like broke her like will to live, or like her any sort of hope for a future. So she basically was between a rock and a hard place, and she had decided that like there was just no way that she was going to get away. So
you, Nick? Nick started then Googling
not that murder is okay.
stealing various kinds of knives and tasers that he'd used to murder Dee Dee. He sent Gypsy suggestions, which included a machete, but she told him that she would have to steal it from Walmart and she wouldn't be able to hide a machete in her wheelchair, so she asked him to send her other suggestions instead. Weird story, I've actually bought a machete from Walmart. This was like years ago. 15 years ago? Something like that? 16? 2008? After I left university, went on a big trip with a mate of mine to America. And we were like driving around, seeing the sights. We had a rental-car, and we went to Walmart, and we're like, whoa, this is a big store. They sell everything. They sold a machete for $3. And I was like, fucking having that, aren't I? So we bought this machete. It was just sitting in the back of the rental car. And then we were like, well, what are we going to do with this machete? So we just hid it under the spare tire in the back of the rental car. So at some point, someone's going to go through that rental car. There's going to be like, this was obviously years ago now.
What?
And there would have been a machete hidden under the tire. Yeah, the spare tire in the back.
It's friggin'
So,
wild.
Yeah, that's the end of that story. That's just weird. Buying machetes in Walmart. There you go. $3
That's
though.
crazy.
Nick then explained that he needed duct tape to muffle Dee Dee and a taser to immobilize her, so that she couldn't fight back when he attacked her. On the 30th of May, 2 weeks before the murder, Gypsy was no longer sure she still wanted to kill her mother, but then the two of them had a fight about Gypsy's feeding tube. She asked her mother if they could leave the feeding tube removed during their next visit to the ER, but Dee Dee refused. This led to an argument in which Gypsy refused to undergo another operation, claiming that she'd already had the same operation numerous times and that she didn't need it. On the 2nd of June, 2015, Gypsy told Nick that she was 100,000% sure that she wanted to go through with their plan and that she'd finally decided that she wanted to be happy. Nick told her that he was glad and that his evil side, Victor, was excited at the prospect of ending Dee Dee's life. Oh, Nick. Nick, you weird f***er. Quoting him, "Honey, you forgot I am ruthless and my hatred of her will force her to die. It is my evil side doing it. He won't mess up because he enjoys killing." Gypsy then stole the knife from Walmart, got gloves and duct tape ready, even going so far as to pre-cut the duct tape, and apologized because she couldn't get her hands on a taser. She sent Nick another $1,000 to pay for a bus ticket and a room in a local motel in Springfield. Nick told his mother and stepfather that Dee Dee had kicked Gypsy out of the house and that he was going to Springfield to fetch her, and his mother told him that if she thought it was best, she'd trust his judgment.
Oh my god,
At 7
also
a.m. on the
his
9th of
poor
June,
parents.
Nick was well on his way to Springfield, and he and Gypsy spent
so
the
bad
morning
for them.
hyping each other up for their future together. To quote, "I felt like this is a fairy tale, and that I was going to be the princess that gets rescued, and then I'd be happy in Wisconsin, where I'd be loved, and I'd have my freedom, and I'd have this wonderful new life. But what started as a fairy tale ended as a horror movie." Well, you know it's going to end as a horror movie, because by this point you've already decided that you're murdering your mother. And yeah, she sounds like a horrible person. But still, that's not how fairy tales really grim, but like that's not how Disney fairy tales end, is it? For that entire day, Gypsy acted like nothing was wrong, and that night she apologized to her mother and told her that she loved her, and the two of them made up, ending their week-long fight. They then spent the evening painting each other's nails a dark pink before Dee Dee explained that her feelings were still hurt after her fight with Gypsy and that she was going to bed. A tearful Gypsy would later recount that the last words my mother said to me was, "Don't hurt me." 1:40 a.m. on the 10th of June, Gypsy sent the following message to Nick. "It's go time. Are you ready?" She told him that she'd left the knife and the gloves on the porch and the front door was unlocked, so Nick could just slip inside once he got to their house. When he arrived, Nick put on the gloves, picked up the stolen knife, and made his way into the house. Gypsy met him at the door and then rolled her electric wheelchair to the bathroom, closing the door behind her. She got out of the chair, got into a fetal position on the floor, and waited. To quote, "I covered my ears so that I wouldn't hear anything, but I still heard my mother scream. And at that point I thought, hey, I don't want this to happen. I wanted to stop now, but I was too afraid to go and get help." You'd think that hearing a murder is like what you hear on a horror film or something, but it's really not. You can stand watching a horror film, but hearing someone actually being murdered is terrifying. It creates this almost nauseous feeling in your stomach. You can't think. All you know is how afraid you are. After Dee Dee's cries fell silent, Nick walked into the bathroom, still holding the knife and dripping blood onto the bathroom floor. He'd cut his finger and asked Gypsy to help him clean it. Uh-oh. There's a lot of DNA coming out of your finger right now, isn't there? Then Nick's evil side ordered Gypsy to go to her bedroom where they had sex. Gypsy claimed that she was happy to go along with it at first, but the sex was painful, and when she asked him to stop, he didn't. Nick would later explain that the sex wasn't pleasurable for either of them, mostly because he was too focused on what they had to do next. Gypsy said that he then ordered her to clean the bloody footprints that he'd tracked from her mother's room to the bathroom while she was still naked. She went to get towels and a stain-removing carpet spray from the kitchen and cleaned the bloodstains, while Nick watched on. She made sure to wipe his fingerprints from the scene and dumped the bloody towels in the garbage. This... Really? Really? The towels that you're cleaning up is blood on? You just put them in the garbage? You think they're not going to look in there? You got to burn that shit. You got to take it with you, take it far away, burn that shit, and throw the ashes in the ocean. Come on. Basic crime. Crime 101 here. The entire time, Nick made sure that he blocked Gypsy's view of her mother's bedroom so she wouldn't have to see Dee Dee's body, and Gypsy later explained that she was grateful to him because she hadn't wanted to remember her
Hi,
mum like
Kobe.
that.
How are
Nick
you?
packed Gypsy's backpack, including some clothes, a birth certificate, medical aid cards, some pain tablets, a spare feeding tube, and the cash, and they took the knife and the bloody gloves along with them. Gypsy put on a wig so that she wouldn't be recognized, and they called for a cab at around 6 a.m. and asked the driver to take them to the motel where Nick was staying. They spent 2 days there while they tried to book a bus ticket to Wisconsin, and Nick told Gypsy the cover story that he'd told his parents, ensuring that they were both on the same page. Other than that, they mostly just lounged around, took photos and videos of each other, went to lunch at the Waffle House, and had more awkward sex, during which Nick would bite Gypsy on the neck and her arms, allegedly because Gypsy had told him that it was a turn-on for her. According to Gypsy, quote, "My mind wasn't thinking back to what was at my house. I just kept thinking, I'm free, I'm free. And that excitement of being free and walking. But the looming awareness of what had just happened clouded my mind, so I used Xanax to drown out all
Alright,
my
how about
remorse
you?
and
I'm
cares
good
and fears."
too.
Quote ends. On the 12th of June, Gypsy and Nick finally managed to
chilling.
book a ticket for both of them to Wisconsin. But before they could leave, they had to decide what they were going to do with the knife and gloves. Bruh, dispose of them. Dispose of them. Throw them in the ocean. Burn them first. Nick had wanted to
Throw
take
them
it
in
on
the
the bus with them,
ocean.
but with her limited experience, Gypsy was sure the bus station must have metal detectors like airports do,
The
so she
ocean
recommended
in
that they
Missouri.
should mail it to Wisconsin instead. What are you doing? Just get rid of it. Gypsy wrote her address as the return address and would later explain that they planned on dumping the knife and gloves in a lake in Wisconsin where it would never be found. Bro, find a lake nearby. Where are you? Where is Wisconsin? Where are they now? I don't know. Look, you got to go somewhere with a giant body of water and dump it in there. While the knife was making its way through the postal system, Gypsy and Nick got back on the bus and spent 9 hours to Wisconsin discussing their future. According to Nick, we wanted to have a family together, and we wanted to build a life together and stuff. We thought we really had a chance to do it, so we were happy about that. But shortly after they arrived in Wisconsin on the 13th of June, Gypsy told Nick that she was haunted by the fact that her mother's body hadn't been discovered yet. To quote, "I wanted my mother found because I felt remorse, and I couldn't stand the thought of her just being there. But I needed something alarming that would alarm her friends enough to call the police." So, after some discussion, Gypsy logged onto her mother's Facebook account that Sunday afternoon and made the now infamous Facebook post. And when it didn't look like anyone was taking the post seriously, Gypsy commented on the post
I can't
again,
believe that
explaining
post
that
is
Dee Dee had
still
been
up. I can't
stabbed
believe
and
that
that she'd been
Facebook
sexually
page is
assaulted.
still up.
According to Gypsy, they hadn't thought about coming up with a plausible story regarding what had happened to her. Quote, "I thought maybe if people knew I was gone, they would just think I was missing. And missing people go unfound all the time. So I thought that I'd remain a missing person." Yo, you're number one suspect because you're the family. It's always the family. Little did she know that their time together had just started to run out. Happily never after. Back in New Orleans, Gypsy's father Rod was in a panic after one of Dee Dee's sisters informed him that Dee Dee had been murdered and Gypsy was missing. Gypsy's stepmother, Christy, would later tell journalist Michelle Dean from BuzzFeed that, quote, "I was in hysterics, thinking Gypsy got brought somewhere and was left to die." Back in Springfield, Dee Dee and Gypsy's friends, Kim and Dave, had organized a GoFundMe to pay for Dee Dee's funeral expenses, and if the worst happened, Gypsy's too. Dee Dee's body had been discovered at around 1 a.m. that Monday morning, and by 8 a.m. the police were interviewing all of their friends and neighbors who all gathered on the lawn, desperate to find out what happened to Gypsy. Detective Joseph Fletcher from the Greene County Cybercrimes Task Force had already been tasked with finding out who posted the alarming status update to the DGYP Facebook accounts, and he submitted a request to Facebook asking for information related to that account. Now, here's something you might not know. Facebook has an interactive portal for law enforcement specifically for situations like this. Law enforcement needs either a subpoena or a search warrant, and then they're able to submit a request for information relating to multiple Facebook accounts. Once the information is ready, they'll receive an email, and they can then download a PDF document that contains all the relevant information that they'd requested. You know you're a big company when it's like, yeah, we all have an automatic thing for subpoena. You got a subpoena? Okay, you could just get the information, submit it, and then you just download it. Someone developed that. Facebook's huge. This includes the email addresses connected to the account, who is listed as friends, who subscribed to them, who posted what, who commented on which posts, as well as the IP addresses of all the devices that are currently logged into the account. Detective Fletcher determined that on the 14th of June, an unknown device logged into the account on several occasions. Detective Fletcher requested information relating to the IP address in question and found out that it was connected to a Time Warner internet connection that was registered to a Nicholas Godejohn. Oh, that's the Nick dude who lived in Waukesha County in Wisconsin. That's a lot of W's. Now, around the same time, Gypsy's friend Aaliyah approached the police and explained that Gypsy had an online boyfriend called Nicholas Godejohn. These messages included Gypsy's claims that she loved Nick and he was a Prince Charming and that they wanted a life together. The police are being like, these guys, this is them. Convinced that he'd somehow kidnapped Gypsy. Oh, okay, yeah, wait, that's a much more obvious. Is it more obvious? Or do you assume that, I guess you don't know about all the abuse and stuff, right? So you'd assume that the Nick guy's the weirdo. And to be fair, that's exactly what you'd see after you read those messages. So no, I'm sorry, I'm completely with the police here. That's the obvious thing, that they think he kidnapped her. That's way more sensible. Detective Steve Hancock. And then he contacted the police in Waukesha County and asked them to check in on little old Nick to find out whether Gypsy was still alive and well. On the night of the 15th of June, Gypsy and Nick were woken up by the sound of police sirens. Several armored vehicles surrounded the house and they watched as several canine units gathered on the lawn, ready to find any trace of Gypsy's remains. Scared, the two of them hid in Nick's closet, and Nick had Gypsy repeat their cover story, which didn't explain how Dee Dee actually ended up dead. It's not a very good cover story then, is it? When the police started blasting that Nick was under arrest and should come out with his hands in the air, Gypsy offered to go down first. She quickly got dressed, called the officers, and told them that she was coming out, and then they handcuffed her, asking her whether Nicholas was armed. She told them that he wasn't, that he had kidnapped her, and that she was there of her own free will. The Waukesha County Police took them both to the police station and reported back to the Greene County Sheriff's Office that they'd found Gypsy, but they warned something was off. The Greene County Sheriff's Office had reported that Gypsy was mentally and physically disabled, yet Gypsy came across as quite intelligent and was capable of walking on her own. They had taken her to hospital for a checkup and some blood tests, and the medical reports had come back clear, noting that apart from needing a new pair of glasses, Gypsy was in perfect health. Gypsy was taken to a waiting room, Nick was taken to an interview room, and both of them were told that the detectives were flying in from Springfield to meet with them. Gypsy took a nap on the couch and eventually started a conversation with the warrant officer who was guarding her. They were both Harry Potter fans, and Gypsy told him all about her and her mother's adventures, her trips to Disney World and Warner Brothers Studios, her charity work, the places she wanted to visit, and her questionable boyfriend Nick, who'd just been arrested, though she claimed she didn't know why. Gypsy, what are you doing? Didn't we just describe you as somewhat intelligent? That warrant officer is not just standing there to be like a passive guard. If you tell them shit, that's going to be used against you. Wait for your fucking lawyer. Use your brain. Not once did she bring up any of her illnesses, except for mentioning that she had spent a lot of time in different hospitals, which enabled her to travel to different cities every few months. Eventually, Detective Hancock arrived at around 10 p.m. that night and started asking her basic questions. What's your name? Where did you grow up? Do you have any other family? How old are you? Gypsy explained the mix-up with her birth certificate, and then Detective Hancock said that as far as she was aware, she was 19, but that she had a Medicaid card that said she was 23. She didn't know what her social security number was, and all of her documents were still at Nick's house. She also explained that she had been homeschooled and that her education was kind of scattered, that she only had a third-grade education, but that she could read and write just fine, despite the fact that her spelling wasn't exactly up to standard. Then Detective Hancock started the interrogation by reading Gypsy her Miranda rights, or to use the official term, the Miranda warning. According to Wikipedia, the Miranda warning is a type of notification customarily given by police to criminal suspects in police custody or in custodial interrogation, advising them of their right to silence and, in effect, protection from self-incrimination. Wait, so the stuff she said before to the warrant officer, is that admissible because she hadn't been read her Miranda rights yet? Again, I don't really know. I'm just basing my knowledge of American law from like TV shows. They're not exactly the same as the ones you hear on television, but basically Miranda warning states that anyone suspected of a crime has a right to legal counsel and is allowed to request legal assistance before they answer any and all questions posed to them by the police. Ideally, the police want to get a confession before their suspect lawyers up, but here's a bit of free legal advice from our basement lawyer Liam Bird. If a police officer asks to speak to you down at the station, lawyer up. If a police officer starts asking you probing questions, lawyer up. If a police officer wants to speak to you about your friend who's been arrested, lawyer up. If a police officer even looks at you suspiciously for more than 1 nanosecond, lawyer f***ing up. Yes, it doesn't make you look more guilty, it makes you look smart. Even if you've done nothing wrong, just do it. From the moment Gypsy's interrogation officially starts, it's obvious that Detective Hancock knows that Gypsy was involved in carrying out Dee Dee's murder. For the entirety of her interrogation, he comes across as an understanding but strict father who knows that Gypsy has messed up and is giving her the opportunity to come clean. Oh, Gypsy, I don't want you to go free or whatever. Although, I don't know, like, you obviously deserve some sort of punishment, but there's some pretty massive extenuating circumstances here. But, like, don't fall for this. Are you really going to fall for this? This impression is only reinforced when he moves closer to Gypsy and explains that she needs to come clean before all of her lives snowball around her and get out of control. Then, to ensure there's no doubt about what he's referring to, he says, "Your mum's dead. She's passed away. She's deceased." Now, what I want to ask you is, did you have any involvement in this? At first, Gypsy acts confused, then shakes her head and bursts out in tears. Detective Hancock calmly but firmly shuts her down, telling her that he knows she made a mistake, but that, quote, "You can rewrite your story tonight. I don't think that you're a bad person, but what I do think is that there are some things that you need to talk about and why these things happened. You're in a situation where you can help yourself right now, because the more and more you let that snowball roll down that hill and get bigger, it's going to explode." Her lawyer be like, "No, it's not." "No, it's not. Don't say anything." At first, Gypsy continued to deny everything, but eventually Detective Hancock got Gypsy to tell him her story. He probably used that Reed technique. I made a whole video about the Reed technique, which is how the police get you to confess to shit, even if you didn't do it. And it's kind of wild. So always lawyer up, because always lawyer, always. Gypsy told Detective Hancock that her mum was overprotective and wanted her to stay a little girl forever. She explained how, after she'd introduced Nick to her mum, she and her mum would get into frequent fights about him. Dee Dee didn't approve of him, told Gypsy that Nick seemed dangerous and that he reminded her of Jeffrey Dahmer, to which Detective Hancock said, and she was absolutely right. You know, she was right. Apparently, Nick didn't like this, and he told Gypsy that he didn't appreciate her mum dragging his name through the mud. Gypsy explained that night, Nick had only come for a visit, and then they were just going to hang out. But when they were getting ready for bed, Nick had pushed Gypsy into the bathroom, locked her inside, and then went and murdered Dee Dee. Afterwards, he had Gypsy clean up the blood, then sexually assaulted her in her bedroom, explaining that it had hurt. Detective Hancock pointed at the yellowing bruises on her neck and a clear, angry bite mark on her arm, asking what it was. Gypsy explained that they were hickeys, to which Detective Hancock replied that he was a man and did never bite a girl that hard on the arm and call it a hickey. Yeah, a hickey isn't where you bite. Isn't a hickey where you, like, suck? And then that causes, like, the blood to rush to the capillaries, which leaves not like a bruise, but a red mark. Right? Isn't that what it is? I'm going to look that up just to be sure. Look up. Hickey, or sometimes referred to a love bite in British English, indeed, is a bruise or bruise-like mark caused by kissing or sucking skin, usually on the neck. There you go. It's sucking. It's not biting. Jesus. Detective Hancock had Gypsy go through the events of that night again, and Gypsy explained how she'd been locked in the bathroom, what she'd done with the towels after she'd done cleaning up the blood, and how they'd packed a bag and prepared to leave for Wisconsin. At no point had she been aware that Nick had planned to murder her mother that night. Then Detective Hancock left and told Detective Angela Mahoney that she could start interrogating Nick. Bro, they're just going to go through your computer and be like, "Oh, look, all this evidence you wrote down about wanting to murder your mum." Come on, use your brains. Just like Gypsy, Nick had been waiting for hours and was visibly relieved, if a little wary, when Detective Mahoney entered the interrogation room. Detective Mahoney cheerfully greeted Nick, asked if he was doing well, and comes across as just a kind, caring person you could easily confide in. Oh my god, the police. This is so, like, it's just so skilled. It's just such a skill. This dude's just like, let's fucking go. He's like, "All right, mate, how you doing? Yeah, tell me everything." And you'll be like, "Yeah, okay, you seem cool." Amazing. Detective Mahoney read him his Miranda rights, had him sign a document explaining that he understood the contents of the document, and then asked him about his relationship with Gypsy. Nick told her the basics of the relationship and then explained that a week or two earlier, he'd grown worried when he couldn't reach Gypsy. He traveled to Springfield to check on her and then ran into her in town. Gypsy told him that Dee Dee had kicked her out of the house and she was now living on the street. They then went to his hotel room where they stayed for a while, bought 2 bus tickets, and then went back to Wisconsin. Detective Mahoney calmly told Nick that she didn't believe him. She told him that she'd spoken to Gypsy and Gypsy had told them everything. Things they knew were true. But now Nick was telling them lies. Then Mahoney told Nick that if he truly loved Gypsy, he'd tell them the truth because he was doing Gypsy an injustice by lying to the police. So he did. Lawyer, my dude, lawyer! He told them that Gypsy had asked him to kill Dee Dee. He admitted that they'd planned it together for months, calling it Plan B. He explained that Gypsy had stolen the knife and had prepared the gloves and duct tape, and that he had originally planned on raping Dee Dee before settling on having sex with Gypsy instead. Dude, why would you even admit to that? They can't possibly know that. Why are you just adding to your crimes? Well, I was going to But I didn't. Why the would you say that? After Nick finished his story, Detective Hancock confronted Gypsy and told her that he now knew that she'd helped Nick to plan her mother's murder. The jig was up, and they were both going to be charged with first-degree murder. Then he left the room, leaving Gypsy to process the news. 28 seconds after the door closed behind him, Gypsy got up and yelled, "I want a lawyer. Please, sir, I want a lawyer." You're a bit late, aren't you? Jesus. Disenchanted. Gypsy Rose Blanchard and Nicholas Gojon were both charged with a first-degree murder early on the 16th of June 2015, and a young public defender named Michael Stanfield took on the case. During a press conference later that morning, Greene County Sheriff Jim Arnott would open the conference with the words referenced at the beginning of this script. Things are not always as they appear. At this point, people were still convinced that Gypsy had been a victim as well, but Sheriff Arnott explained that the evidence they had collected so far suggested that Dee Dee and Gypsy had been defrauding people for years, and that Gypsy had plotted her mother's murder alongside her boyfriend, Nicholas Gojon. Well, that seems like exactly what has been happening. This is a tragic event surrounded by mystery and public deception. Gypsy can walk without assistance or a wheelchair, and she could do that very well. He told the public that they were aware that a GoFundMe had been set up to pay for Dee Dee's funeral expenses, but since they were considering adding fraud charges, they'd suggested that public shouldn't have given the family any more money. Christy Blanchard, Gypsy's stepmother, would later explain that she was still in Wisconsin when she called me. At that time, she still wasn't trusting anyone. She was still not telling her lawyer everything. Then we went in the courtroom for a preliminary hearing, and that's when they showed all the text messaging. And when they said they were presenting that, she turned around and looked at us with fear in her eyes. I guess she didn't think that they were going to pull all of those messages up. Rod and Christy drove up to Springfield and met with Mike Stanfield, Gypsy's lawyer. He had the medical reports of the night Gypsy had been arrested and told Rod and Christy that there was medically nothing wrong with Gypsy. He told them that he suspected that Gypsy was a victim of Munchausen's by proxy. There we go. I know about that because of the TV show House. Like, it's where you want the attention of people and doctors and stuff, but not for yourself. You don't pretend to be sick. Someone you know is sick, like your kids or whatever, and then you get that attention via them. It's weird. And that he was going to do everything in his power to prove it. According to the 5th edition of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, or DSM, Munchausen disorder, or fictitious disorder, occurs when a person fakes an illness in order to attract attention or sympathy. When the person causes someone else, usually their child or someone in their care, to experience a fake illness, it's called Munchausen's by proxy. In this case, however, Dee Dee's actions can also be classified as malingering Munchausen's by proxy, which occurs when someone fakes the symptoms of an illness in someone else for material benefits. Oh my God, it's complicated. According to journalist Michelle Dean's article, Dee Dee wanted her daughter to be sick, Gypsy wanted her mum murdered. Malingering isn't considered to be a mental illness, it's just plain fraud. As Rod and Christy listened to Mike explain Gypsy's case, they felt reassured that the young lawyer had her best interests at heart. Gypsy was facing either a life sentence or the death penalty, so they had to do whatever they could to ensure that she didn't spend the rest of her life locked away in yet another prison. Rod and Christy were both able to meet with Gypsy and basically told her, "Honey, the time for lying is over. From now on, you've got to be honest and tell us the whole truth. Yeah, this is your only out. Like, you're fucked. You're going to prison. Like, there's no question. But you've got to go for those hardcore extenuating circumstances of basically your mum being mega abusive to you, and hope that the courts, like, what's his face? Nick, the boyfriend, he's going away forever, or he's getting the death penalty, like, for sure. But she has a pretty massive card to play here. So she did. Good, giving Mike everything he needed to start looking deeper into her past. Because Dee Dee had Gypsy declared mentally incompetent shortly after her 18th birthday, it took Mike a year before he could access her medical history, and even then, it didn't include everything. Gypsy's medical history was a compilation of all the lies that Dee Dee had told to different doctors over Gypsy's entire lifetime. Every doctor took Dee Dee at her word, noted that Gypsy's medical history was incomplete, and treated her anyway. When they disagreed with Dee Dee's claims, she would leave their office in a huff, claim they didn't know what they were doing, and then consult a new doctor who she could manipulate into performing yet another operation on Gypsy. In August 2007, Dee Dee took the 16-year-old Gypsy to a Dr. Bernardo Flasterstein, a pediatric neurologist. She told Dr. Flasterstein that the 14-year-old Gypsy had been diagnosed with muscular dystrophy and cerebral palsy, and he performed various tests on her, including a muscle biopsy, an MRI, an EEG, and blood tests. They all came back normal. During a follow-up visit in 2007, he told Dee Dee that there's no reason why Gypsy shouldn't be able to walk on her own. He even had Gypsy stand up and confirmed that she was more than capable of carrying her own weight. Dee Dee didn't agree with his assessment and left the office in a huff. taking Gypsy with her. She just stood up. She just stood up. It's like, I don't agree with you. She's standing. She's standing next to you. In his report, Dr. Flasterstein wrote, "The mother is not a good historian. Analyzing all the facts, and after talking to a previous pediatrician, there is a strong possibility of Munchausen by proxy, with maybe some underlying unknown etiology to explain for her symptoms." End quote. Dr. Flasterstein then tried to track down Gypsy's other doctors in Springfield to confirm his suspicions and was told that he should treat Gypsy and Dee Dee with golden gloves. What does that mean? The other doctors didn't believe his claims, and Dr. Flasterstein didn't do anything else about it, believing that if he did report Dee Dee to social services like he was supposed to do, nothing would be done about it since the entire medical community had been manipulated into believing Dee Dee's version of events. Dude, you should report that, though. It doesn't matter what they might not do anything. That's up to them. Don't you need to get that burden off of you? And just be like, okay, I did my thing. It's your problem now. If you don't do something about it, at least my conscience is more clear. Quoting again, "We have a system, which is a big integrated system, that decided to adopt her and bring her in to support her. So many people looking at her, knowing her history, knowing what she was going through, knowing what she went through. I would have been rejected on the spot." But even if he had reported her, Dee Dee would have known about it and would have escaped with Gypsy before the authorities closed in on them. According to Mike, Dee Dee requested copies of all of Gypsy's medical reports, so she knew that Dr. Flasterstein was onto her. They never went back to the hospital. All of these records helped Mike convince the prosecution that there were mitigating circumstances in Gypsy's case, and they changed the first-degree murder charges to Class A felony murder in the second degree, and acting in concert with another who knowingly caused the death of Dee Dee Blanchard. Yeah, okay, I completely agree. There are mitigating circumstances here. And this seems fair. According to Gypsy, she was in a pretty dark place at this time and had resolved that if she was going to be put in prison for the rest of her life, she was going to bring her life to an end. However, Mike came to meet with her and told her that the prosecution was willing to enter a plea bargain with her. She would have to plead guilty, and in exchange she'd receive a lesser sentence. That way she would be released by the time she was 32 and would be allowed to have a fresh start at life. Gypsy agreed, and on the 5th of July 2016, she was sentenced to spend the next 10 years in prison with the possibility of being paroled after having served 85% of her sentence. I have to say that honestly feels pretty fair. Like, I think she does need to go to prison for some time because, obviously, she was in concert with someone who murdered. But that seems pretty fair. But what about Nick?
Right to jail, right away.
Oh, Nick's... He's going to prison forever. Or death penalty. In the years following their arrest, Nick had granted just as many interviews as Gypsy had. During all of them, he'd stuck to his story, explaining that they'd planned Dee Dee's murder together, that he loved Gypsy, and that he only wanted to be with her. It also meant that a lot of people felt that he'd been manipulated by Gypsy, especially once it got out that he'd been diagnosed with autism as a child. However, it was pointed out on several occasions that we had to wait until the murder trial before we could pass final judgment on his actions that night. Nicholas Gojohn's murder trial started on the 13th of November 2018 and was presided over by Judge David Jones. During the opening statements, Assistant Greene County Prosecutor Nathan Chapman explained that killing Dee Dee might have been Gypsy's idea, but that Nick was the one who thought about it for more than a year, who decided what he was going to wear, what he'd need, and how he was going to kill her. Public defender Andrew Mead agreed that Nick had killed Dee Dee, but explained that Nick didn't have the mental capacity to be held accountable for his actions. He'd been born with his umbilical cord wrapped around his neck and had been deprived of oxygen, and doctors warned his parents that this could result in Nick experiencing developmental delays. They'd also been told that it was possible that mentally he'd always be a 15-year-old. Nick grew up in a single-parent household, was diagnosed with autism shortly after he started attending school, and spent most of his time alone on the internet since his mother was always working. Shortly after finishing high school, he'd worked for a pizza shop and was responsible for waving a sign in front of the store. At one point, he'd been promoted to work in the kitchen, but this led to the owners firing him since he tended to drop pizzas. At the age of 21, he applied for and was granted disability benefits because he'd been diagnosed with autism as a child. His parents explained that he'd only had one confirmed girlfriend, though he claimed he'd had two. His most serious relationship to date was his online relationship with Gypsy. Public Defender Mead then went on to explain that when Nick heard what Gypsy was going through, he was happy to go along with her murder plot and to help to free her from her mother's control. And the biggest reason for this is the fact that he had autism. According to Public Defender Mead, at the end of the day, you're going to understand the dynamics of this case, that Nick wasn't able to formulate the necessary mental state to commit murder in the first degree. The prosecution called multiple witnesses to explain the events of the day, including the two taxi drivers who drove Nick to and from Gypsy's house, the various police officers involved in the investigation, and the forensic experts who'd analysed the evidence presented at trial. Gypsy was also asked to tell her side of the story, but since I already covered her version of events in this script, I'm not going to discuss her time on the stand. One of the most notable witnesses during the trial was Corporal Angela Mahoney, the detective who'd interrogated Nick on the night of his arrest. Based on the motions discussed before the start of the trial, the defense was of the opinion that Detective Mahoney had knowingly lied to Nick during the interrogation by telling him that Gypsy had told them the truth when in fact she hadn't told them anything. Wait, is that not allowed? Aren't they allowed to do that? Isn't that like just one of the smart ways of getting a confession? Like, it's like, oh, they already grassed on you, so you got to do yourself a favor and grass on them. Like, isn't that how it works? Is that not allowed? I thought that'd be totally allowed. This then led to Nick implicating himself in the murder because Detective Mahoney had told him that if he loved Gypsy, he'd tell them the truth. Assistant Prosecutor Chapman had Detective Mahoney explain the various interrogation methods she'd been traded, and she told the court that you could either be kind to the suspect or be more aggressive, aka the good guy, bad guy approach. Mahoney preferred the good guy approach and would treat the suspect she is interrogating with kindness, enabling her to build a rapport with them before she starts her questioning. Detective Mahoney went on to explain that, quote, the goal is to just get the facts of whatever you are investigating. Excellent place to start as a police officer. Don't get railroad, just go in there and get the facts. And then the court can work out guilt. The court watched Nick's interrogation in full, and afterwards, Nick's attorney, Dwayne Perry, asked Detective Mahoney if she'd been trained to interview people with autism, if she'd noticed that he had trouble understanding what the word coercion meant when she read him his Miranda rights, if she'd known that he'd been diagnosed with autism before she initiated the interview, if she'd noticed that he was tired at the time, if she commonly interviewed people at midnight, and if she knowingly lied to Nick during the interview. Mahoney said no, she hadn't been trained specifically to interview neurodivergent people. Lots of people had trouble understanding their Miranda rights, and it's not uncommon for her to have to explain it numerous times. At the time, she hadn't known that he had been diagnosed with autism since she only spoke to his mother later that day, and she was the only one who told Detective Mahoney that he'd been diagnosed with autism. Yes, she'd noticed he seemed tired, but only because Nick had specifically mentioned it. It wasn't unusual for her to interview suspects at night, but no, she doesn't have a preference as to when she'd interview someone. And yes, she'd knowingly lied to Nick to convince him to tell her the truth. Okay, sounds like very straightforward. She's answering all the questions nicely. When it was Assistant Prosecutor Chapman's turn to question her, she explained that Nick hadn't come across as autistic, so she treated him just as she would any other suspect. It wasn't unusual for her to interview someone late at night either, since they want to interview someone as soon as possible after a crime takes place. And yes, she was legally allowed to lie to suspects during an interrogation. Good, I knew it. That's why you need a lawyer, because they'll be like, that's a lie. Don't answer that. They could be lying. Need some proof. Don't answer that. Don't answer that. So remain silent. Lawyer, lawyer, lawyer! Detective Fletcher was then called to the stand and explained how the police had found Nick and Gypsy. He also explains that after they were arrested, the police had obtained over 4,000 pages worth of information relating to the various Facebook profiles that they'd created to talk to each other. Most interestingly, Assistant Prosecutor Chapman had Detective Fletcher explain that in May 2014, Nick had told a friend called Ali that Gypsy wanted to kill her mum to, quote, she said she wants to see how our original plan goes first, with me meeting her and her mum and such, and I guess she said she wanted only to do it as a last resort. He then asked Ali, how crazy do you think Gypsy is? You won't hurt my feelings or anything. I really want to know though, since I just obviously can tell she is, I just can't seem to put in words how crazy I think she is. This is just people's text messages, so they don't think about how it reads. It's a nightmare. I know I suppose situations change people, though, to where others are willing to do things that other people aren't, and obviously my mum, even though she has been hard on me overall, has been a very good mother to me, so I couldn't ever do it to her. And the only reason I can understand it with her mum is because how unreasonably poor her mum treats her, but since it is a last resort thing, who knows, maybe it won't even have to happen. Okay. Ali sympathized with Nick and told him that she'd only consider killing her mum if her mum was going to kill her first, but overall, it didn't sound like she believed his story. In fact, the two of them were chatting before he left for Gypsy's house that night, and he told Ali that Gypsy was running away from home and would be now living with him. When Michael Costello, a computer forensic analyst with the Springfield Police Department, took to the stand, he explained that he'd been responsible for analyzing the various text messages that Nick and Gypsy sent to each other during the course of their relationship. He explained that they often told each other that they loved, worshipped, and adored the other person, referred to each other as their twin flame soulmate, called each other honey and dear, and would often refer to each other using the names of their alter egos. The court, and me unfortunately, then listened for 2 hours as Michael Costello read almost 800 super cringy text messages to the court. Did you really listen to these all ever? Oh god, this guy must have had a nightmare just like reading this shit out. It's like, what? It's so awkwardly written because people are like, what is that? Do you think he's like, hi, how are you doing? Smiley face emoji, heart emoji. On the 30th of May, Gypsy asked Nick if they could postpone Plan B for 10 months because she wanted to have her feeding tube taken out so that she could fall pregnant someday. She also worried that she wouldn't be able to receive the medical care she believed she needed in Big Bend since it didn't have a hospital, and then suggested that they should move to Milwaukee instead. When Nick told her that he'd prefer to stay in Wachata, Gypsy reassured him that they'd start looking for apartments for the two of them since they still had the $5,000 that they'd planned on taking after they killed her mum. Then Nick followed up that explaining that he couldn't wait to watch 50 Shades of Grey with her and they should try having anal sex as soon as possible. Nick, what are you... So yeah, let's go find that apartment. And then we're going to watch 50 Shades of Grey and Victor's going to come for you. It's like, oh God. Nick, you weirdo. These messages and Gypsy's testimony during the trial painted a clear image of Nick and Gypsy's messed up relationship. The two often fought, and then Nick would hurl insults at Gypsy before blaming his evil side for his actions. It's obvious that he felt insecure in their relationship. He'd get angry if Gypsy didn't respond to his messages for some time, wanted him to refer to her as dear and honey in every message so that he could feel worshipped. And if she said something that displeased him, he'd threaten to break it off with Gypsy and tell her that he'd kill himself, which would result in her calling him and apologizing for hurting his tiny feelings before she jumped into the role of Daddy's little good girl, aka her childlike alter ego Kitty. Now look, I'm no professional, but that reeks of narcissistic manipulation. One of the biggest indicators of this is his tendency to put the blame for his less acceptable actions on his evil side. It seemed like Gypsy thought it was all part of the act, a role that Nick was playing, but what is more disturbing though is how his evil side supposedly saw that night going. Nick planned what he would wear that night down to the last detail, finally settling on a scary shirt with evil clowns on it so that he would scare Dee Dee. He would also ask Gypsy questions like if her mum was a heavy or a light sleeper, whether she slept on her back or on her stomach, whether the floor squeaked or not, and told Gypsy what to prepare, explaining that it was his evil side who wanted to know. During his police interrogation, Nick would tell Detective Mahoney that he originally planned on sexually assaulting Dee Dee before he murdered her, but that he wasn't interested in violating her once she was dead since he had no interest in necrophilia. Bro, why are you bringing up all these details that we don't need to know? It's like, no, I definitely wouldn't have sex with her after she's dead. Why would you? No one was thinking that! Considering that necrophilia is a big word for someone who doesn't know what coercion meant, Detective Mahoney asked him how he knew what necrophilia was, and Nick explained that he usually Googled new words that he came across in pop culture. During our interrogation and later interviews, Gypsy would explain that when Nick told her of his original plan, she'd offered that he could assault her instead since she didn't want him to do that to her mum. In the days leading up to the murder, he'd expand on this fantasy, telling Gypsy that she had to buy some bondage tape and that she had to shave herself for him, and that he wanted her to be naked when he opened the bathroom door, and that she had to paint her nails red and wear red lipstick. Nick, you're a weird dude, my dude. Like, what the fuck? Apologies, that's what his evil side wanted. Of course. What a brilliant defense. What a big brain. Nick then planned on having both vaginal and anal sex with Gypsy while her mum's dead body was in the next room, and when she suggested that it could wait until they got to the motel room, he insisted that his evil side demanded it. In the end, Gypsy had to settle for dark pink nail polish and a pink lip gloss because that was all she had, and Nick told her that once he arrived at her house, she had to understand that it wasn't him, but his evil side, and that she had to listen to what he said and refer to him as Sir. If she did everything he asked of her, his evil side wouldn't hurt her. Once she was locked in the bathroom, she had to block her ears and wasn't allowed to come out until his evil side came to fetch her so that he could sexually assault her. Once they finished having painful and unsatisfactory sex, Nick then told Gypsy that he wanted her to be naked when she cleaned up the blood because it turned him on. He then decided what she'd wear and packed her clothes for her before ordering her a cab. You're a weirdo, dude. Like, what the f***? The defense seemingly ignored all of this and asked Mr. Costello if he'd say their exchanges were reminiscent of 15-year-olds since Nick was supposedly mentally delayed. Mr. Costello said that he honestly couldn't say. The prosecution countered this by asking if 15-year-olds usually discussed BDSM and their sexual fantasies over text message, and he said no. On the third day of the trial, the defense called a clinical psychologist called Dr. Kent Franks to the stand and asked him to explain what autism meant in an attempt to prove that Nick was mentally disabled and could easily have been manipulated by Gypsy. He was also asked to testify about the various tests he'd conducted on Nick, and he explained that Nick had an IQ of 82, which is considered to be low average. All of the tests he'd conducted confirmed that Nick was indeed autistic, and he didn't have good judgment and would need substantial support and supervision if he was going to be successful in life. Another clinical psychologist named Dr. Robert Denny was called to testify on behalf of the prosecution and explain that he'd evaluated Nick while he was in prison and had watched security camera footage of Nick at the time of the murder. He agreed with Dr. Frank's diagnosis, but explained that Nick didn't show any of the traits that Dr. Denny would associate with someone with autism. He was able to make eye contact with people, came across as jovial during conversation, and was able to joke with the clerk at the bus station, indicating that he was more than able to pick up on social cues. He was comfortable in large crowds, didn't lose his temper when things didn't go his way, and generally came across as a neurotypical, normal guy. Dr. Denny also explained all of the tests that he had performed that indicated that Nick wasn't mentally impaired in any way. In conclusion, he had autism and some learning disabilities, but he was more than capable of making his own decisions and judging between right and wrong. Yeah, I don't think that, Nick doesn't have a good excuse here. Gypsy has massive extenuating circumstances. Nick is just a murderer, and I think he's going to go to prison forever, where he belongs. In their closing arguments, Assistant Prosecutor Chapman pointed out that the story of how Dee Dee Blanchard had been murdered eventually became the story of how Gypsy Rose had managed to free herself from her mother's control. But he also reminded the jury that Gypsy's story didn't just have one bad guy, it had two. He went on to explain that yes, Gypsy had been horribly abused. Yes, it had been Gypsy's idea to kill her mother. And yes, Gypsy had helped plan the murder. But the fact is, Nick is the one who'd stabbed Dee Dee 17 times, not Gypsy. To quote, "We have to be careful and separate out what is collaboration versus manipulation. Because there could be a sense that because Gypsy was the one that had asked the defendant to murder Dee Dee, somehow she'd manipulated the defendant into killing her mum. No, I really don't think so. I think he was a bad dude and he wanted to kill her and he just killed her. Simple. Deserves to go to prison for a really long time." He pointed out that Gypsy had been honest about her plan to murder Dee Dee from the beginning, and Nick had agreed to it. At no point did she lie about her reasons for wanting her mother dead. Continuing to quote, "And if anything was evident from the dynamic of their relationship, Nicholas Gojohn was not made to ever do anything Nicholas Gojohn didn't want to do. Was Gypsy mistreated? Absolutely. Is the defendant some knight that's coming in to defend her? During the interrogation, how many times did you hear the defendant mention, 'Oh, I was rescuing her, I was saving her, I was freeing her'? I can tell you, 0.
Really?
In the text messages leading up to the murder, how many
That's
times
crazy.
did you see him make any reference to, 'I'm coming to get you, just hang in there. You're going to be free soon. I could do this.' Just how many times
Wow.
did you see it? 0. Instead, you see, 'I expect you to be wearing red lipstick when I get there. And when I come to get you from the bathroom after I've murdered your mum, you better be naked.' All of the things we've looked at, all of the texts, all of the web history. Can you tell from any of that he has high-functioning autism? He's not doing anything different than someone else who's planning a murder, taking steps to incapacitate the victim, taking steps, in case you're caught, to have a story. His mild autism changes nothing. When Attorney Perry started his closing argument for the defense, he explained that Gypsy was willing to do anything to get out from under her mother's control and that she'd used Nick to get what she wanted. He further goes on to argue that all of the details surrounding the murder plot goes to show their naivete and immaturity, their alter egos, the role-playing, mailing the knife to Nick's house, taking a taxi to and from the murder scene, not bothering to use aliases when traveling, and Gypsy's assumption that the world
Yeah,
will
that's
simply
wild
just
too.
forget about her. Quoting, "This case has to be one of the most unique cases you'll ever see in a homicide. In some ways, every person
Seriously.
involved in this case is a victim. Dee Dee certainly victimized Gypsy in horrible ways. Gypsy manipulated Nick, a low-functioning person with autism, and then Gypsy pressures Nick into committing a homicide against her mother. Nick was so completely in love with her and so obsessed with her that he would do anything. And Gypsy knew that. All evidence in this case demonstrates that Nicholas Gojohn has a low IQ. The simple fact of the matter is, Nicholas Gojohn did not have the capacity for cool reflection. Nick is not guilty of first-degree murder because he simply lacked the ability to deliberate. If I'm in the jury, I'm like, no.
Toby tight.
This is an attempted
up,
defense,
Sabo?
but
How are
it is a
you?
weak defense. The trial came to an end after just 4 days, and the jury was asked to decide whether Nick was guilty of first-degree murder, secondary murder, or manslaughter. After deliberating for only 2 hours,
I'm doing
the
good.
jury found that
thank you.
Nicholas Gojohn was guilty of
I'm
both first-degree murder
chilling.
and armed criminal
Love your
action.
hair. Thank you. I did it
First-degree murder
yesterday.
plus armed criminal action. That's going to be the aggravating thing
bleached
to the first-degree
the-
murder that could possibly get you the death penalty, if I remember previous episodes of the show right.
My bangs.
Right? Just as it done for
And
most of the trial,
just, like, the
Nick sat
underneath a little
impassively
bit, so
as
when I
Judge
put it up,
Jones
it's, like,
read the verdict and didn't show any
blonde.
reaction. In February 2019, he was sentenced to life imprisonment for killing Dee Dee and received 25 years on top of that for the armed criminal charge.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's never getting out of
You
prison.
want me
basically.
mute?
Yeah.
Let it go. After her arrest, Gypsy had weekly visits with the therapist, and they helped her work through all the lies that she'd been told and to accept her responsibility for her role in her mother's murder. they also had to recondition her regarding what is right and what is wrong, what is reality, what is fiction, and helped her to realize that a relationship with Nick wasn't real. In some ways, he was just as controlling as her mother. During her time in prison, she granted numerous interviews to tell her story, and the difference between the girl in the interrogation room and the woman in the interviews is striking. She now has long, healthy, dark hair, wears makeup, has put on weight, something that a lawyer said was unusual since inmates usually lose weight in prison. You can almost see her mature over time, going from a chirpy, happy child at the time of her arrest to a giggly teen who was learning how to do her hair, her makeup, and was making friends. And when she spoke to Dr. Phil in 2017, Gypsy came across as a serious, if slightly bitter adult who takes full responsibility for her actions. But she seemed far older than her 26 years. Gypsy told 2020 in January 2018 that, "I feel like I'm more free in prison than living with my mum, because now I'm allowed to live just like a normal woman." She's had her feeding tube removed, got new prescription glasses, and now sports a new set of teeth. Rod and Christy have supported her all the way, and even though he feels guilty for not being there when she was little, Rod is doing his best to build a stronger relationship with Gypsy and to be there for her now. Good for you, Rod. I like you more and more. On the 29th of September 2023, Gypsy was granted, that's super recently, parole, and was released on the 28th of December 2023. That's mega recently. That's like last week when I'm recording. She'd gotten married while in prison, and after her release, she was reunited with Rod, Christy, and her half-siblings, and her husband. Someone who marries someone in prison like that, though, I feel like that's a bit weird. I don't feel like that's a great, strong start for a relationship. She plans on becoming an advocate for other victims of Munchausen's by proxy, but for now she's simply enjoying her freedom, getting her hair and nails done, enjoying the sun, enjoying her very first New Year's kiss, and soaking in the love of a large and loving family. I'd like to end this script by quoting Aaliyah Woodmansey, who said, "I feel like, as sad as it may sound, Gypsy's story really does finally have a happy ending." I agree. Like, she did something bad. She had a horrible situation. She served her time, did her time, seemingly very nicely, and then she leaves rehabilitated. I think that is the ideal outcome for a prison system. And it's not something you see very often.
I wanted to learn more about this. Yeah, this is crazy. I can't believe this story. It's crazy. It's insane that this is actually real.
So I would say it's a happy ending. Dismembered appendices. I really can't say more about this case that hasn't already been said or been touched on, but number one, according to Michelle Dean, there was a vaudeville child star in the 1920s named Gypsy Rose Lee, whose early life was the basis for the Broadway musical Gypsy. In the musical, Gypsy's mum lies about her age and forces her to perform so that she could reap the benefits. The similarities between their stories are eerily similar. God, that's weird. It's just a coincidence, but it's still weird. Number two, watching murder trials isn't exactly fun. They can be very boring and repetitive, but if it wasn't for the fact that Simon pays me to do this and court trials are one of the best sources of information on a criminal case, I'd prefer to watch a documentary on the case instead. However, Judge Davis Jones totally made the...
So what happened to the boyfriend who helped her kill her mom? He's in prison forever. She just got out for conspiring to kill her mom. But he's the one that actually did it, so he's never getting out. I don't think he got the death penalty. I think he just got sentenced for life. And then she just got out I think a month ago or something. This is crazy though. I mean, it sucks because she clearly I think that she did believe that this was the only way for her to actually get out of the situation. Even though murder is wrong, I still do think that she believed that the only option for her to escape her mother was to kill her. It's just unfortunate that the person that she met online wasn't good. Somebody who just wanted to help her, but instead was, somebody who had his own motivation to kill her. He was the type of person who, I think, inevitably they figured out that he probably would have gone down that road anyway. And it was a good excuse for him. But then they had no evidence of him actually believing that or no reason to believe that he was doing it out of the kindness of his own heart. It like to save her. It was more like he had his own sick and twisted desires, and this situation allowed for him to act on those. So I see. I thought it was her who actually did it. No, no. Yeah. She was in the bathroom, and he's the one that ended up stabbing her mom 17 times. And yeah, it's a bad situation. I mean, obviously she was being abused her whole life. So I can't imagine. I can't imagine uh being in that situation and not really knowing how to escape it. Obviously, because she had attempted multiple times to escape her mom, and um obviously every time her mom was able to, she was super savvy, she was manipulative, obviously because of all the things that she got away with, manipulating the medical system, manipulating charities in order to fund their entire life, because I don't think that she ever worked. I think they lived off of charity, and then the child support that her Gypsy's father paid them monthly. And then yeah, I think she was just like really skilled manipulator, and she had everybody believing that Gypsy was sick, including Gypsy herself, who didn't even realize that she wasn't sick until like until this happened, basically. um and she had deceived everyone, and she had Gypsy convinced that if she ever reached out to anybody for help, that they wouldn't believe her. And at one point, close to the end, she had manipulated Gypsy into signing over her right, because Gypsy turned 18 and she didn't know that she was 18. She Her mom used to lie to her about her age, and so she had her convinced that she was like 7 years younger, and everybody else around her, because she was super small and she was malnourished because her mom had gotten a feeding tube put in her when she was little, and she had convinced doctors that she couldn't eat and that she needed a feeding tube, so she kept her malnourished and she kept her really small and dependent upon her. And she had everybody convinced that she was much younger than she was. And when she turned 18, she had somehow legally convinced the system that she was mentally incapacitated, so she wasn't able to make legal decisions on her own. So she had it like her rights signed over to her. So Gypsy was not able to legally make medical decisions about herself either. It was crazy. It was so bad. And so then Gypsy believed that if she ever told anyone about it, because her mom used to abuse her, if she ever tried to like make a move to escape her, she used to like tie her to the bed, and starve her. So I do believe that she 100% thought that the only escape for her was for her mom to die. Yeah, which is awful. So, so awful. Yeah, whatever she could do to keep that money coming in. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
This trial. Usually judges come across as being aloof and cold, but Judge Jones greets every witness with a smile, joked with them, and reminded me of this kindly chubby uncle at the family get-together that sneaks the kids candy and gifts. Sounds like a bit of a legend, to be honest. Number 3. During the trial, the defense tried to argue that Mahoney shouldn't have been allowed to lie to Nick during the interrogation. I was pretty sure that there were some things that police couldn't lie about, and according to Liam, police in the UK aren't allowed to mislead a subject by implying that they have evidence that they do not have. But according to the Innocence Project, the same is not true in the US. It is almost always legal for police to lie during interrogations. Police have long been prohibited from using physical force during interrogations, but they're still allowed to use a variety of powerful psychological ploys to extract confessions from people. Number 4. During the trial, it was mentioned that Gypsy and Nick considered themselves to be twin
I don't know how people could do that. So many awful people in the world. Yeah, I know. It's sick. It's absolutely sick. Are you going to bed, Bubba?
I'm gonna try.
Okay.
Can mute
Are
it
you
one more
okay?
time?
Yeah.
No.
Flames soulmates. When I heard this, I immediately said, what? Since we're currently watching a documentary on Netflix called Escaping Twin Flames, which tells the story of how a couple named Jeff and Shalia Ayan turned their organization, Twin Flames Universe, into a cult by promising people that they'd help to find their one true love and scammed people out of millions of dollars. Oh my god, I want to see that. That's on Netflix? I'm definitely going to see that. Number 5. And while we're on the topic, Hulu's 8-part miniseries, The Act, is based on Gypsy's story. I didn't watch it while working on this script because I wanted to stick to the facts of the case, but I binge-watched it after I originally submitted the script, and although I didn't like the ending, it gives you an idea of what was going on in that house while still downplaying a lot of the abuse. Number 6. On the 1st of January 2024, Gypsy posted a video thanking her 5.8 million Instagram followers and 6 million TikTok
Jesus.
followers for their ongoing support. Oh my lord, you're going to
She's
be making some
famous.
money. Her book, released, Confessions on the Eve of Freedom, is set to be released on the 9th of January 2024, and a life
Is she allowed to profit off of this? I mean, maybe she can profit off of it if she only discusses like the life before her mom was killed. I don't know.
lifetime
Yeah,
docuseries,
she's
The Prison
social
Confessions of
media
Gypsy Rose Blanchard,
famous.
is set to premiere on the 5th of January. That's like yesterday. I'm not ashamed to say that
It's like
her book
yesterday.
was on my Christmas wish list. Number 7, and if you do watch this episode, good luck, Gypsy. We're wishing you well. Yes, completely agree. I think this is a good ending for her. I think this whole thing, like, and the Nick dude definitely is where he belongs, in prison forever, hopefully.
He was sick.
Gypsy
He
is
didn't love her.
free after having a horrible situation.
He was just
and, I mean, obviously, it'd be
using her
nice if
as an
none of this ever
excuse
happened,
to act out
but it's
on
about
his
as
sick
happy ending
thoughts.
as you get in a true crime show, isn't it?
And he
Thanks for being
mistreated her too. That story is crazy. I can't believe that's real. I can't believe that's real. All right, what should I watch? I heard her socials are being monitored by who? Like law enforcement? that I wasn't sure. I was kind of hoping you knew. Mm, if anybody were to be monitoring it, it would either be like her I think she's being treated for, you know, like all of the psychological abuse that she endured. And then on top of that, being released back into the public has to be just, overwhelming. So I think she is undergoing a lot of psychological treatment in order for her to maneuver her, new life. So it might just be like her therapist or her psychiatrist or whatever. I think she's got to be on parole too. She's not just like out and free. I'm sure she's out on parole. So Margie realizes they know she murdered her boyfriend. Uh-oh. For a second, that looked like a Miley Cyrus, but old. Oh, that's Miley Cyrus. That was weird. We'll watch this.
This is 54-year-old Margie Bradley. Margie is about to be interrogated by the police regarding the murder of her ex-boyfriend, 62-year-old Willis Sanders. Margie and Willis enjoyed getting drunk and smoking crack. They also had a history of violence against each other.
Enjoys getting drunk and smoking crack. What a crazy
investigation
list of hobbies.
You know what I'm talking about?
Well, I didn't know the job was investigated till somebody told me, Jim Dandy, that guy said the police came by here.
On the
asked him,
weekends,
said, "Who?"
I enjoy
He
getting
said,
drunk
"Well,
and
it's
smoking
raining,
crack.
I just heard about maybe 3 hours ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's it? Is it Willis Sanders?
Willis
When was
Sanders.
the last time you seen him?
Last time I seen him, okay.
Go.
That'd be like 2 weeks, 8 days, 9 days, something like that.
Put that on your
2 weeks ago.
Tinder profile.
Yeah, I haven't seen him since like the 3rd of February or something like that.
The 3rd of February?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, 8 or 9 days ago, being that it's March 1st, is a pretty big time difference between February 1st and March 1st.
Okay.
You said
I mean,
8 or 9
well,
days, so do you mean like, it's kind of a big jump, that's we're just
I
trying to
said I
narrow
haven't
it.
seen him in about 8 or 9. Last time I saw him was like 8 or 9 days. Close to really 2 weeks.
Okay.
It was February the 3rd. Maybe if it wasn't February the 3rd, maybe it's like it's been 2 weeks, really.
On March 1st, 2019, Willis's landlord opened his apartment door because his neighbors were complaining about a strong odor coming from inside. When the landlord entered the apartment, he found Willis's body lying on the floor. The cause of death appeared to be
My brother, he used to live in this apartment in an old Masonic lodge. And one of his neighbors died. And nobody found him for 2 weeks until my brother complained that there was a really awful smell coming from one of the apartments surrounding. And that's when they found him. He said he's never smelled anything like it before.
a brick inside of a pillowcase hidden under the bed.
So, approximately how many times have you been to his apartment since he moved in? If you were to guess.
Terrible.
3 different times.
He wasn't murdered,
What's your
though.
relationship
He was just
with
old.
Mr. Willis?
but still very bad.
We tried. I tried.
It was
I mean,
2
we really don't have a
weeks.
relationship, but you know, when I see him, I kick it with him. He kick it with me. But you know, I mean, really, my boyfriend is trained. I mean, you know, I've been trained for years, but Willis had me sent to jail, you know, over some bullshit, and you know, I had to really shy away from him, and I had to shy away from him anyway because he wanted to distract my mother, call my mother's house, and even when I'm not there, he talked bad to my mother. See what I'm saying? Because my mother, and when you do bad with my mama, I have to get away from it.
Mm-hmm.
What led the police to Margie was because Willis's neighbors claimed that the last time they had seen him alive, he had been with Margie. They also told the police that the couple was known to argue, and sometimes their arguments would lead to violence.
She just looked at the camera. That was
Do
weird.
you know Amy Hill?
Amy? No.
You know
Don't
her,
look at
Amy
me.
Hill? And she says that you refer to her as the bitch. Does that ring any bells? I'm not trying to be
I don't-
crude. That's
I
just
mean,
what she said.
I don't even know. Who is Amy Hill? I don't call people out of their name like that. You know, I don't prefer her.
Well, I don't know if there was some beef between Mr. Willis and then Miss Emmy.
I don't.
But she was specific when she said she saw you at the apartment, and that was about 8 or 9 days ago.
Yeah, but I don't know her. I mean, I don't know. It's only two other people that stayed there that I saw, and there was the guy downstairs, Bill, and the white people up front because they're the ones that opened the door when we went over there.
So what other females does Mr. Willis deal with besides you?
Oh, I don't know, but I don't know. I'm not gonna put no names out there, but you
Well,
know,
then you're putting your
I'm
name
not
out there.
I'm not his girlfriend. I'm not his girlfriend though.
Right, and I don't think anybody.
But
is saying
you know, he'll say that, you know, to make somebody. But everybody knows that the train is my boyfriend, and I had really, me and Willis used to try to kick it, but Willis is too disrespectful, so I had to, you know,
Mhm.
and you know, I had to stop kicking it with him because he's very disrespectful.
Who, Willis?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
You know, if my mother can't get ready for you after so many chances, then I can't. You know. And so I stay away from my mother's house so he don't be calling because he's very disrespectful. And you know, after he sent me to jail for nothing that I didn't even do, then I knew right there I've got to stay away from him.
The police know that Willis and Margie enjoy drinking and smoking crack, so the next line of questioning is to see if Margie
The
will
way
be
he
honest about her
says
drug use.
that, like, it's so normal.
Do you know if he had any kind of substance abuse issues?
He drank,
What else?
smoked cigarettes.
What else besides that?
And crack.
He smoked
What does he smoke? What is his drug of choice?
cocaine.
And were you ever around him whenever he did things of that nature?
Do I have around him?
Mm-hmm.
Don't lie.
No. Yes.
Well, he's deceased.
She thought about it.
And
Yes.
She
we're
was gonna.
investigating his death.
We have smoked crack together. Yes.
Okay.
Have his neighbors ever seen you guys arguing?
Well, they don't see him. You know, he just walks and talks to himself a lot. But no, I haven't told no arguments over there. You know, not with him and not with nobody else. No, we haven't been arguing.
No, I was wondering.
There's don't be nobody there. You know, no.
So what would you say if I told you that there were some people that said that they saw you with him at the apartment about 8 or 9 days ago, which was the middle of February, around February 19th or so, because it's March 1st now. So just like a couple weeks ago around, would you say that you were?
I said really about 2 weeks ago when I saw it.
Mm-hmm. And what time of day were you there?
February. It was in the morning. It was in the morning. Yeah.
The last time y'all were over there, did y'all argue about anything? Did y'all have an altercation?
Don't
No,
lie.
we never altercation. He went to work. And they dropped me off at my mother's house.
And that was,
The last time I was over, February 3rd, yeah.
how many times have y'all gotten into like a physical altercation with one another during the course of your relationship with him?
We got into one once in Robinson, and that's been like 2 years ago, but we was just out there, just arguing. Police people said, y'all gonna be all right, we weren't drunk and nothing like that, but we was in the wrong place, but they didn't answer our name. We just be quiet, but, and then nobody called it. They was just passing by, but other than that, the last time was up there in Robinson when he had me sent to jail, and we had no physical contact then. Cause I never touched him. Like I said, I threw a beer can at it, but he had to a stick, but he couldn't come up in the people's yard where he did it. Then the police took me to
I
jail
just can't
for
get over the fact
aggravated
that they
assault.
enjoy drinking on the weekends
I had
and
no
smoking a
had
little
done
bit
nothing.
of crack.
And the people up there could have
No, did he not get hurt?
he had a cut right here, but I didn't do it. I had no knife. We never even touched. And then this jacket was still all over. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. He just went around the corner, and then the police came. I thought he was gone, After they told him to come in his yard, and I thought he was gone. Then, like 20 minutes later, police came around there and got me. I was sitting right there on the porch. Took me around the corner where he was in the ambulance.
Crazy weekend hobbies.
Well, Miss Bradley, you understand why we're,
Yeah,
why you're here and why we're talking to you.
If
I think it's
you
pretty
enjoy
clear,
smoking
that you guys had some
crack
history and you did go to
and getting
jail,
lost
was,
in the rain.
Assaulted and
but
The problem with Margie's
there,
story
like,
is that it does not match
actual
the statements given by the
CC
neighbors.
for
Margie
this?
claims that she hasn't been to Willis's apartment in over 5 months, but the neighbors
The
claim they had
way
just
the
seen her a
closed
few weeks
captions
ago.
have figured out what
The
she's
other
saying.
issue is during the middle of February, Margie dyed her hair red for Valentine's Day. The neighbors claim that when they saw her
Cute.
hair had been red.
so we're not going to find anything in reference to your DNA on his body or anywhere else in that apartment. Because I assure you, we do a very thorough job.
unless you find it 4 or 5 months ago, maybe
We're especially not
when
gonna-
we did something, but no.
And we're especially not going to find any of your red hair or anything like that may have been left behind on anything. Is that correct? Since you had that after February.
I didn't have no red hair when I was over there.
Well,
That's February 3rd, the last time I was over there. I didn't have red hair until like 2-3 days before.
Well,
Valentine's
that's what
Day.
I'm saying. So there shouldn't be any evidence of that.
No,
specifically there.
it's not gonna be my red hair because it's not gonna be any evidence of me being over there
So-
doing nothing
so-
because I still don't even know what it is.
So how do you think that I even knew to ask?
Why is this
If you have
giving Dallas vibes? I don't know where
Yeah,
this
I
is
have
supposed to be.
Right.
And I'm not gonna lie, I have red hair, but that's
But these
like I
people
said,
remind
Do you
me
know where I got
of
that
people from
particular
Dallas.
information from?
No,
The
man.
people that live at that apartment.
Yeah.
So you were there when you had red hair.
Yes,
at
I
that
was there.
apartment.
Yeah.
But you're just now telling me that you hadn't been over there since
I said
February
that I
3rd.
said what I said was I didn't have red hair when I was there. I had red hair. The last time I was there was February 3rd.
When you didn't have red hair.
Yeah, I have red hair, but I have had red hair. Until I got red hair like 2-3 days before Valentine's Day. I took it out, but I ain't been over there with no red hair.
But that's how I knew to ask.
No,
Her
Yeah,
body
they
language
saw
though,
you
she's
with the
very
red
closed
No,
off,
I
looks
haven't been over there, but I
uncomfy.
haven't been back for
Could be the
lunch.
crack.
See, that was early in the morning. I don't know.
Yeah,
You got
it
me
could
mixed
definitely
up.
be the
But
crack.
I'm
You
pretty
will not
sure-
find my nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, they said your name.
Specifically.
I feel like if I was
Describe you.
innocent,
Pretty much to the T.
I don't know. I guess people ramble when they're
They know you when
innocent,
they
but
see
Yeah, they know.
Miss Bradley, listen.
I know. I already knew Bill because we knew Bill.
the way
We
she's
stayed in line.
rambling
Those are the only 2 people I ever seen. Then look ugly. I'm telling
comes
you, I
off
don't
as
even feel that long.
suspicious.
And the last time I was there, I wasn't there more than 2-3 hours. February 3rd.
The reason that
It's like
this is,
everything that she says,
this
she's
is
like
good for
trying
you
to
talking
make
to
it be
us right
like
now is because you
final,
can get ahead
done.
of
We
this
don't need
thing
to talk about it
right
again.
now. But if further things come out, and
Like
we
end
have
of
to talk to you
discussion.
again, and things aren't adding up, I mean, that's not gonna look good for you, is it? Not necessarily, right?
No, but
So it's very important that you,
if it don't look good for me now, it won't, because I'm telling you exactly what I'm telling you is the truth, is exactly what you asked.
well, there's a couple of things that just aren't adding up, which is why we're re-asking you questions and things of that nature.
No.
But, we understand accidents happen. Our whole job is somebody made a mistake and there was an accident that happened.
Yeah, this look like an accident.
And so that's what we're investigating. But when you leave things out, as far as what happened in detail, and when you don't tell us what really happened, how can we even, write down what you said to us and say, oh yeah, she was telling us the
I saw something recently on TikTok that if you put your finger on a mirror, you can tell whether or not it's a two-way mirror. And if it's not a two-way mirror, there should be a gap between your finger and the finger on the mirror. And then if it is a two-way mirror, they're going to touch. There's no gap. And that's how you know if somebody is spying on you in a place that they're not supposed to be spying on you, like the bathroom or a hotel or something of that nature. But I forgot to test it. And I don't know if that's true or not. Because I know for a fact the mirrors in my house are not two-way mirrors, but I don't know if there's a gap. Be checking every mirror. Exactly. That's what I thought. And then I totally forgot before I even got up to go look at the mirror. Goes to mirror in my bathroom. Yeah, there's no gap in the mirror in your bathroom. Somebody's watching you from the other side. Even if it's a medicine cabinet, don't trust it.
100% true. Because as it stands right now, with all the evidence that we already have, because we've been working on this all day, all the evidence that we already have, it shows something completely different than what you're saying.
Well, I don't know what other kind of evidence that you have, but my evidence is that I haven't seen. I'm telling you the truth, like evidence. I have not.
She has her own evidence. They don't even know that she has her own evidence. It is a medicine cabinet, but that's what they want me to think. Exactly. It's a trick.
Back to his house in February.
Somebody's
They might have
watching
saw me,
you.
but it had to be between February 3rd and before then. And I did have red hair, but I didn't go over there. I seen Dick maybe one time, but I didn't go over there with red hair. I had black hair like this. I put red hair in my hair like 2 days before Valentine's Day, but I didn't go over there.
So when I ask you that you're sure that we're not going to find any red hair or anything like that inside that apartment or on Mr. Wilson, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're sure? You can sit 100% right now and say that that's correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Last time I happened to move February 3rd, my hair was just like I had a bun on it, just like this. I haven't met this apartment. He might have saw me one time with that red hair, and I think that was during the week when he passed me coming out of jail. So that's the last time I saw him.
Yeah, we ain't talking about him. We talking about the people that live there.
Yeah, we're talking about the people that live at the apartment and who told us and gave us a description of what you look like. And in that description, you have red hair. So
I haven't had red hair in my head since Valentine's Day. And the first time that last time I was out was February 3rd, and I had my hair just like this. I haven't been back over to his house, period. Not with red hair, no way. I haven't been back over there. When I saw him,
I thought she said she was there on February 30th with red hair.
Because we've been growing apart. Because he come cuss my mama.
That's fine. And now you guys are really.
To be honest, I would look guilty as fuck because I can't even remember what I had for dinner yesterday, let alone trying to recall something that happened months ago. Yeah, I know, exactly. Me too. Plus, on top of that, I would be so aware that they were waiting for me to slip up that I feel like I would psych myself out and I would accidentally like do the thing, especially since I've watched a lot of true crime, I would accidentally do the things that I've seen guilty people do just because I'm thinking about don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. And then I would do it, just because like I would be so worried about accidentally making myself look guilty that I would look guilty.
Really far apart.
Yeah, we've been, I mean, you know.
No,
Like with all the
you're really
fidgeting
far
and
apart
stuff,
because
I do
he's
that
dead.
anyway. I
Yeah,
do that while I'm
and-
sitting
and-
here. I'm
and-
like
and
this.
We used to live together, you know.
I understand that.
Considering
Or like
that we shack for
the Iwu talks about how like when they're asked questions and stuff, how they shift anchor points often when they're asked uncomfortable questions, and I'm like, I do that all the time anyway. Like I would be shifting constantly because I'd be uncomfortable because I'd be like, I would be acting guilty just because I'm sitting in the room being interrogated by police officers. I'd be like, I must be. I would convince myself that I was guilty even if I wasn't. Just because, like, how did I end up in this situation? I must have done it anyway. Like, actually, like, gaslight myself into being guilty over something I definitely didn't do.
8 months, you know. And we have really grown. I mean, we had, you know, I didn't see him in much. I loved him to death. But, you know, if you can't, I can't take company at my mama's house, you know, calling me, then I don't need you there, and you call him a distraction. So I had to quit fooling with him.
Do you understand, though, that he is dead?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You're not, I don't understand why you don't have any emotion toward him. What did he do to you that you do not give a crap that he's dead right now? That's my question.
She is over him because he is no longer providing the crap.
I give a crap about him being dead, but I'm trying, this is my...
I fidget too. I also pick at my nails and bite my lips and says I'm going to jail immediately. Yeah, exactly. I'd be sitting there like breaking off my split ends.
I'm supposed to be done killed him or been over there. You know,
Who said that?
I mean, you said my DNA come up in there.
No.
Will I go to jail?
Nobody said that.
You said you were going to do an autopsy.
Well, he's definitely getting an autopsy.
Yeah, he's dead.
And if my DNA show up on there, I'm going to tell you right now.
Then what?
You said it would be easier for me now, and I'm telling you I haven't been like that. Now look, that's what you said. Are you sure, are you positive that your DNA won't show up nowhere when we do the autopsy?
And do you know what? Those are general questions for everybody that sits in front of that chair and talks to us. We never accused you of killing anybody.
You said, I know you.
No, I did not.
No, but he's deceased.
Yeah, we said
he's deceased. You know.
Yeah, but we said it looked like an accident.
But you never, you said it like an accident, but what she said was, are you sure that your DNA, and then she come with the red hair. I'm telling you, the last time that I was at that house was February 3rd. I don't care what anybody tells you. The last time I was at that house was February 3rd.
I don't care what anybody tells you. I don't care what the evidence tells you. Science is wrong.
And I mean, you know, and I haven't been over there with no red hair, really. I didn't even have red hair the last time I was over there. I had a bun.
Okay, well, I haven't asked you any more questions about the red hair. You're the one that's going on and on about it.
Oh, well, you know, you said red hair.
Well, I'm just making sure.
Well, you won't find no red hair, not mine.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, that's the case. But we ask people the same questions that sit in front of this chair, because that's our job, is to find out what happened to Mr. Willis so that his family can have closure. And like he said, we know that accidents happen. Nobody is sitting in front of you accusing you of killing anybody. That came out of your mouth. I never said that.
You said that I wouldn't agree. I was showing no emotion.
I did say
How
that.
can I when I'm being
March
accused? You know,
1st, 2019.
No.
Are you in handcuffs right now?
No,
Are you going to jail right now?
no.
You're talking to two people that bleed the same blood that you do right
What was
now.
I doing on March?
That could very well be in the
1st,
exact same
2019.
situation that you are in right now.
But basically, you weren't accusing me of what you were saying. You was investigating.
Well,
and maybe you,
we are investigating,
you know.
and we're good at what we do, and we'll find out what happened.
Okay.
And so if there is more, that's why I'm saying this is your opportunity to get ahead of it before it rolls downhill. Because like I said, we've done this
Yeah.
investigation all day.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been out there all day, so. So we're trying to talk to you, cause from what we understand, most people said you and him was together more than what you saying, more than, what, 3 times? Or last 3, you saw him 3 times?
Yeah, I mean, since he moved up there, I mean, yeah, we used to be together, but you know,
Science is wrong in this investigation unless it helps me prove myself innocent. Then it's right. I like to figure out where I was when I have a date for something. Just to like see what my life was like at this very moment. Let's see. March 1st. That's January. I just go back and look at like my camera roll or like my Snapchats. February. Ooh, we're getting close. February 20th. February 21st. Wait. That's March 12th. Hang on. Oh no, do I not have a March 1st picture? Let's see. March 5th. March 4th. March 2nd. February 28th. No, I don't have anything from March 1st. I have March 2nd. On March 2nd, I was in Tilted Towers. Ooh, I get a good snipe here with the hunting rifle, I think. Oh, wait, no. Let's go. Tilted Towers, March 2nd. Nice. Oh, I'm toxic. Let's go. This was the day after this interrogation. I was playing
been 3 or 4
Fortnite.
months ago. Those people up there, is it Bill? No, but I've never seen nobody with Bill and that white girl and little ugly next door. But we've been knowing Bill. We stayed down on Mountain for 7 or 8
I was
months.
having a better
Just
day
stayed right there
than this
again.
lady. Well, than the man that got murdered,
But other
actually.
than that, no one would know. But the people like in Robinson or something, they know. They seen us together in 4 or 5 months since the last time when we were together.
Yeah, this is just people that live there that saying they saw you. You and him together.
Ads? Oh, did you miss
Yeah,
it? Did you miss it, Sabo? I was showing my my Fortnite skills on March 2nd. I was chilling at a Chinese buffet on March 1st. This was my March 2nd activity that I have on my camera roll. I don't have March 1st. Tilted Towers, baby. And I'm toxic. There's another clip here, but it's not loading. I think it's in the iCloud. I also have this meme saved. It's a good one. Oh, you can't read it. Nothing from March 1st, though. Unfortunately. Oh my god, you're a quack. Yeah. I was killing it. In Tilted.
They mentioned Beverly, but they said him and Beverly broke up. They said you
My brain said,
and
when you tried to
Willis
show me the meme.
together.
Yeah, we
It's
run together,
backwards.
you know, all the time.
Sorry, I
people
don't like
did, but
myself in
like I said, I haven't been over to his house since
the
February
other way, the
3rd,
reverse
yeah.
way, the not mirrored
The
way.
detectives have done a great job
I get some
talking with
body
Margie about the
dysmorphia when I
case,
see myself
but now
the
it's
other
time
way.
for them to put the pressure
The
on
way
her
that you're
and get her to
supposed to see me.
confess.
So basically, when we do an investigation, it's a bunch of puzzle pieces that get put together.
Okay.
And when we talk to people, and we can tell who's telling the truth and who's not. That's our job. So when we come to you and ask you questions, it's because we've talked to many people. And in this puzzle
This
right now that
woman
we're in currently,
is giving me
all
such
the puzzle
hard
pieces
Dallas vibes.
are fitting.
The
Except for
blonde
the ones
lady.
you're telling us. They don't really fit because they contradict
Same,
everything
that's
else
why I
that we
refuse to use my
confirmed
iPhone's
and
front-facing
all that
cam.
crap deal.
Well, you can
So
flip your
you have to
photos.
understand our concern about that particularly. So,
Not gonna lie, I'll be vulnerable right now. Part of the reason why, okay, so I saw this girl like 3 days ago, and she had dyed her hair like this, and I was like, I'm gonna do it. And part of the reason why I wanted to do it was because my hairline is asymmetrical. So I have like on this side, my hair, you can see it. It goes up right here, like naturally, and then it goes down here. And so I really have to like coerce them to be like even. So I either have to like use like a straightener to kind of like get this one to go up or this one to go down, and like, or just like use gel and kind of like slick them like to be symmetrical. And I noticed it when I lost like quite a bit of weight, and I started taking pictures of myself for like progress photos, and I started noticing how asymmetrical my hairline was, and I got really self-conscious about it. And so the other day when I saw this hairstyle on somebody else, and I was like, that looks cool. And then light bulb. I was like, oh my God, if I dye this side blonde, it's going to not be so noticeable that my hair doesn't fall naturally symmetrical. And so I went for it. And I think the illusion actually does, like, it helps. It like actually worked. So, yeah. A little bit of open book insecurities.
I think you're telling probably about 40% of the truth, but there's 60% that you're not telling us.
40%? That's generous.
And the reason I know that is because
The only she only told 10% of the truth, and it was that they smoke crack together.
of all this stuff here and all these people that we've talked to today and everything on these recordings that we have. So why is that? You don't know why that is?
No, I know.
I know why
She's
that is.
feeling guilty.
Because you're hiding something.
I'm not hiding anything.
Yes, it definitely helps because I didn't notice it at all. I low-key want to do that with my hair now that I've seen yours. You should definitely do it. We can match. I think it's so cute. And it's not like an original idea that I had. Actually I can tell you who I saw it. I was just like scrolling through TikTok. Don't talk to me. I saw this girl like randomly in my feed. I think it's called I'll show you. Cactus Tate or Tatum, my dude. I'll show you the TikTok I saw. And then the next day I went and bought a bunch of bleach and I did it. Yeah, I saw this TikTok right here. And then I was like, that looks cute. And then also, I mean, I think, she's like closer to my age and I was feeling a bit drab. So, I mean, I've had my natural hair color for a very long time at this point. I used to dye my hair when I was in like high school and like my early 20s. So, I've been growing it out for a long time. And I have just had my natural hair color and I don't know, I just needed a change. And then I've been, with the hairline issue that I was having, I was like, yeah, that's gonna fix it. I loved it as soon as I seen it because I like the money piece hair, which is like yours, but blonde on both sides. But me personally, I like the one side more. Yeah, me too. I saw it and I was like, oh wait, because I do the same exact thing. I liked the money pieces, but I was like, I don't know about that for my face. Like, I don't know if that's gonna work for me. Because I feel like if both sides were blonde, I mean, I'm like a vampire. I am so pale. Like I am as pale as it gets. If I buy any sort of concealer, foundation, anything, I have to buy the lightest shade. And even then, oftentimes it's too dark. So when I'm blonde, my face just looks super washed out. So this was like an awesome compromise. And I hadn't even thought of it. And then I saw this girl and I was like, wow, she looks so hot. And it solved my hairline issue and everything, and I was so psyched. And so the next day, Andy and I went to Sally Beauty Supply. I bought a bunch of supplies. I could totally send the supplies that I got. My hair is like just as healthy as it was before, and it went swimmingly, and I was really hyped about it. I feel that I'm lighter than the porcelain shade. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, me too. It's super annoying. Because you can see literally any single like imperfection or whatever is just like immediately noticeable. I've been also like trying to work on my skin too, like changing up my skincare routine and taking better care of that as well. So I'm trying to like, self-care.
You are, and I see it, and it's like a big elephant on top of your chest, and you can hardly breathe. You're sitting here in front of us, can hardly breathe. Nobody accused you of anything, and you're sitting there feeling like somebody accused you of something.
No, I don't feel like you accused me because if you did, I'd already be in handcuffs. So you'd be holding if you asked me for. But you're calling me down here to talk, and I'm not holding you. I've answered all your questions. I'm not holding you. I haven't seen him since the other 3 days during that week, 2 weeks ago, and I haven't been to his house every week.
So why is it that he has a huge gash in the back of his head and he is dead right now?
Okay, if they didn't have any sort of hard evidence putting her at the crime scene or making her a lead suspect, like hardcore evidence, and I was her, I would be at this point very angry that she was asking me these kinds of questions. I would be so over this. I'd be like, I have no idea. Like, why are you telling me this? This is way too much information. But I mean we know because of the title of the video that she's guilty. But if she was innocent, I'd be like, no, you're crossing the line. Get me out of here. Where's my lawyer? I went to cosmetology school. I changed my hair a bunch, and I haven't done really anything with it since. But this color will also look nice for spring and summer. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking too. It's like a good thing to like go into summer with. And then on top of that, like if I feel like it, especially since like I was able to like get it really even, I can like throw some like temporary color in it whenever I want. And like light, like pastel colors or whatever for like spring. I was thinking like lilac would be nice, or like, light pastel colors that just like are temporary and wash out. So I'm pretty excited about it. And it's such a like low commitment too. I mean, it's like there. I I'll have a bulby pin in. So I did like an inch and a half maybe of my bangs. And then I did like right by my ear, and I just went back a little bit like down behind, so that way it's like not that much hair at all. It's not even this much hair. There's some brown in there. Where's the... This is not blonde. Get off. It's like so little hair actually. But then when I put it up, I get like, I don't know if you could see that. I get like streaks of blonde, like up. And I think it looks sick. Lilac would be pretty, yeah. But yeah, it's just like the slightest amount, like little like streaks. So that way when I put it up, I get like that blonde streaky effect. I'm obsessed with it. It looks so good too. Thank you. I was excited about it. It took a few hours because I was like super precise about like making sure that I didn't get it on like, and I just put like conditioner on the other parts of my hair that I didn't want to get bleach on. And then I used Ion, like it's called like Bright, let's see, Sally's Beauty Supply. I'll show you. I can't spell. Shh, don't tell anyone. All right. It's called Ion Brightening or something. Yeah. The cream lightener. This is what I got. The bright white cream lightener. And I mixed this with one part this, one part 30 volume. And then just like the, what is that stuff called? The hair salon, salon care, whatever. Yeah, salon care. I got this 30 volume. I mixed it with this. And then they had like the Ion, what was that called? Let's see. Let me just get it. Booster. Absolute Perfection Booster. Color Brilliance. Let's see. Ion Booster. Oh, why isn't it showing? Oh, it's this. Yeah. It looks like this. I got this. I did one part the cream lightener and then one part the 30 volume. So this is the ion booster. And I did half of this with 1 fluid ounce of the cream lightener and 1 fluid ounce of the 30 volume, because it's just like you're only doing like a little bit of hair. So I didn't want to be wasteful. And then I did half a bottle of this. This is 7.5 milliliters. So I did 3 point whatever. I weighed it out with like my food scale. I was going to ask what volume you used. Your hair lifted nicely. It's hard sometimes to lift hair and not fry it. Yeah, it worked so well. The cream lightener, the ion cream lightener, definitely has like stuff in it that makes it, it has keratin for superior conditioning. I don't know. It wasn't damaging at all though. And then especially using this with it. And then when I so I washed it out after, so I did 25 minutes mids and ends, and then I put it on my roots at the end, and then I left it in for like the max time. So I left it in for almost 50 minutes. Then I rinsed it out and I used purple shampoo on it. And then I toned it with the Wella T18. And I did 1 part this with 1 part wait, hang on. Let me make sure I'm telling you the right thing. Nope, I'm not. All right, so I did 1 part this with I wrote it down. Yeah. 1 part toner, which is the Wella T18, with 1 part water, because this is technically they recommend that you use 20 volume for the Wella T18. So I just diluted it with some water, and then 2 parts developer. So I did half a fluid ounce of the Wella T18, half a fluid ounce of water. I used filtered water, and then 1 fluid ounce of the 30 volume developer. And I left that on for 45 minutes. And then I washed again with purple shampoo. And that's how I achieved this pretty even blonde and not fried. Oh, and then I used the Aussie 3-Minute Miracle conditioner at the end. Yep. And I was pretty satisfied with the way it turned out. And I only had to bleach it once, so I was pretty hyped about that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put this stuff away and I gotta pee. Oh, this and this. You probably know what these things are because you went to school for it. Thank you. I appreciate you looking things up and letting me know. Yeah, of course. Of course. This shit was awesome though. I mean, it smelled like bleach, but it wasn't like nearly as strong as the powder stuff. So none of it was like overwhelming or felt like it was like, I don't know, too much. It's not like I'm not like super experienced in any of that. Like I used to dye my hair myself in high school with like box dye. That's the extent of my experience doing my own, well, other than I cut my own hair, but that's also just kind of winging it. You have such long hair. How long you planning on growing it? I mean, it just kind of happened, you know. I don't know. I talk about cutting it all the time. What's up, Pelmer Fudd? How are you? Yeah, I consider cutting it all the time because it's a bit long to manage, but also I'm emotionally attached to it, so there's that. I use box dye while in Cosmo. It's a big no-no, but I was broke. Yeah. I mean, it does the job. Everybody hates on box dye, but like, it kind of slaps sometimes, you know? Like, you can't hate too hard when it does the job. But if you're going to bleach your hair, that's a different story. I do recommend going to Sally's and getting something like this, so that way you don't lose your hair, you know? Because like, you can use Feria to dye your hair chocolate cherry if you want, but I would recommend just doing a little more research and investing a little more time into your hair if you are going to bleach it, so that it doesn't fall out. Because that's a dangerous game. But yeah, if anybody's ever wondering how to get your hair long, just stop cutting it. That's all you gotta do. You literally don't do anything else. Just don't cut it anymore. It'll get long.
His body, okay, as it stands, somebody cared about him when this happened, because they showed care.
Oh, facts though?
By
Seriously.
putting material behind his neck to make him comfortable, because they didn't know and they felt sorry for what happened. And I feel that the person that did this was very, very, that loved him and wanted to help him and regretted what happened. That's what it shows. That's what we see when we go in there. But you know this already. You know this already. You know it was an accident. You didn't mean to swing that thing and hit him in the back of the head.
So what I have not seen Dick since, I'm telling you, the week of Valentine's Day.
His body was being shown with care. He didn't just accidentally fall and hit his head on something and then fall on it. He was. You're showing more remorse and care right now than you have the whole time we've talked to you. Because you know it's true. Something happened, accidental or not. I think it was accidental. Detective Epis thinks it was accidental. But if we let this continue to grow, it's not good. I see this elephant on your chest right now. You are dying to get this off your chest because you can't live with it. You really do. You truly care about this person.
I always have loved you. I still love you.
Okay. And we see that.
So I always have.
We see that. But you know what?
It's not like it's just an accident.
Accidents
I
happen.
mean, like I said, whoever it was, they loved him and tried to help him.
That shows a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And every horrible thing we've seen,
Yeah.
that shows a lot.
Especially compared to a lot of other cases we've worked.
And it's okay. But you can't sit in here and not tell us what happened. Because you know what happened. Get it off your chest. Accidents happen. People get angry.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's human nature. It's been going on since humans were around. But this is going to snowball on top of your head if you do not get in front of this, and we're the people to talk to about it. That's why you're here. You're not here by accident. You're not here by accident.
I feel like this is like a good technique. Convincing her, like almost like, oh, it's like not as big a deal as you think it is because this was an accident. But if I was guilty of a crime like this, I wouldn't fall for this. Like, this is very transparent. This is like if you go into an interrogation room and you have murdered somebody and then you are planning on, pretending to be innocent, right? You have this whole like plan of how you're going to act like you're innocent. This wouldn't like convince you that it's a good idea to just confess. I feel like if I were to be in this situation, I would be more likely to fall for the whole like things are going to be so much worse for you if you don't do this now, or like threatening type of statements, not like we understand that accidents happen, you're human, like we know that you didn't mean to do this. Like, she killed him, so like I feel like she should know better than to fall for this manipulation tactic. But I don't know, I feel like I would fall for the like if you tell us now, you're going to be in a lot less trouble than if you wait and then we find out that you're guilty later. That would scare me, I guess. Not that I would ever be in this situation.
Yeah, we can see it in your eyes.
Just what happened?
I love it. I'm gonna miss it.
Yeah.
You know. And I do.
So what happened?
Yeah, it's right there.
You're gonna feel so much better.
Yeah.
Also, they're not playing good cop, bad cop. They're just playing both we're friends. They're both good cop.
You can tell us. I mean,
you can tell us.
We want to be able to put on paper that you were honest with us and it was an accident. We really want to be able to say that because I don't think you're an evil person at all. Not after what we saw.
We don't see some bad people come through.
Well, I'm not gonna admit to nothing that I didn't do. And y'all already know I did. I didn't mean to.
It's okay.
Yeah,
it is okay. It is okay.
It's definitely alright. Things happen. Yeah, things happen.
All right.
Yeah, stuff happens.
Also, you'd think, right, if you were going to commit a murder, that you would do your due diligence and watch these true crime investigations like this, these interrogations, so that way you knew what you were getting into. Unless it was literally like a crime of passion. Like, oftentimes these are like planned out murders. Like, why would you not know what to look for and know what you're getting into? And get a lawyer. Get a lawyer. Not that, she deserves to, go to jail. But I don't understand. If you're guilty, why would you ever talk to the police without a lawyer? If you're not guilty, also, don't talk to the police without always get a lawyer. Always, 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 always get a lawyer. Don't ever talk to the police without a lawyer. Just in general, guilty or not, don't talk to the police without a lawyer.
Oh God.
They will trick you into confessing for a crime that you didn't do. Get a lawyer.
Accidents happen.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
You've been wearing me.
Yeah.
Yes, we could tell the whole time we talked to you.
Yeah, we see it in your eyes. We do this all the time when we talk to
Yeah.
people, so we can tell.
But it's an accident. But we need to know what happened, okay? The whole story, everything. Don't leave anything out. If y'all were smoking dope, so what?
Yeah.
Everything.
Drinking together, anything.
When was this?
Margie finally confesses and admits she is the killer. She may
That's
have
crazy.
confessed because she believes it will benefit her in the end, or she really did love Willis and the detectives were able to play on her emotions. Either way, they want the full story.
Yeah, they still have to pretend to be your friend.
Get it off your chest, like you ain't got to hide it.
It was an accident.
Exactly.
All right, well, let's...
Get a lawyer. Shut your mouth and get a lawyer.
It was an accident.
Okay, we believe that.
Yeah, we can tell. Just from where you try to help them and everything.
Crazy.
But he already hit me with, throw a ball at me. Throw the ball at me that we was drinking. It was glass all on the floor. We
Okay.
was drinking.
Okay.
I mean, he threw it everywhere he threw it, Besides, we had been drinking. He had a fifth and beers, because he drank whiskey, but we wasn't smoking. I mean, it wasn't that.
Okay.
It wasn't that,
Okay.
It was raining. It been raining. And one thing, we were watching movies and all of a sudden he threw that ball and it hit the wall and this thing I know.
What does that mean? Throw the what ball?
What happened after
He was
that?
on the floor.
Okay. How'd he get on the floor?
He fell and hit his head. He fell.
You can see it on the way.
Hit his head on the floor. I mean, he just fell and he was just laying there.
You're getting there.
Yeah.
You're telling
Because
about
the injury
80%
that
of
he
the
has
truth.
is not from that. And we have, if this was an accident, you should have no reason to not tell us everything that happened so that we can document it. Because you're
getting there.
getting there. And we understand it's
The
difficult.
bottle you said they broke. We saw that.
But just because that happened, about 30 minutes before the whole alteration, and he'd asked me, he'd asked me to leave. He said, I want you. I said, okay, I'll go, And then he threw a ball when I got ready to go. He grabbed me by my shirt, put me back in there,
And then what happened?
I really can't. All I know is he was on the floor, and next thing I know, and and I just left. But I didn't think he was dead. He was moving. I just left because I didn't want him grabbing on me no more. I didn't. It always was something. He had want me to leave, verbal abuse and everything. So I finally left. It had been raining that day. We got movies and stuff. When you get to drinking, that's what you do. And he fell and hit his head. That's all I know.
Where y'all get the movies from?
Margie tells some of the truth, but the problem is, the detectives know that Willis died from a brick in a pillowcase and not from a fall. All they need now is to get Margie to confess to
Oh.
using the brick, and then make sure she did not act in
Yo.
self-defense.
I was not
So tell us
expecting
about
that.
the brick in the pillowcase.
Wait. Yo, that threw me. I was definitely thinking that maybe they were like drinking or something, and there was like some sort of like domestic violence altercation or something, and maybe he got hit upside the head with like a bottle, like a liquor bottle or something, that was easily like like grabbable, like something that you would grab, like that's out. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is definitely premeditated. A brick in a pillowcase? That's wild. Oh my God. That was really unexpected. Holy shit.
Brick in the pillow.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's a whole
There's
other
blood.
level of like premeditated.
Honest.
That is not an accident at all. That is not self-defense at all.
I don't,
Where do you even get a
he was
brick?
just, I just thought,
The
he
fuck?
fell down. I mean, he hit his head, but, I thought he was just drunk,
You just go to the
I just
store
went
and
out
buy
left out the
one
door.
brick?
For sure, I didn't think he was dead,
So why did you put that thing behind his neck?
I didn't put that behind.
That's
It had to got
wild.
there some way, and you were the last person in
She
there.
had me fooled.
Yeah.
I am so
I think you're
easily
about
manipulated. It's
90% there, but
crazy.
there's still that other 10%.
Because you tried to hit him by putting that up on his head. You just need to just breathe a little bit and just tell us exactly from the start when y'all got the movies. Is it daytime, nighttime? Was it daytime or nighttime? Which one?
Daytime.
It was daytime? Okay. About what time?
It was raining,
Just remember it was raining.
Yeah, I know it was raining.
Was it in the
It was still-
morning or
The
around
storm was
lunchtime?
telling me it was like, he said, well, you know what, I can't hold you, you can go. I said, well, let me get my ass out of here because I'm tired of you asking me to go, I said, I'm tired, I'm not going to argue with you tonight, I see you finna get ready. And then he said something, he
I'm still here, but in the shadows. I have you in the background while I play. No worries.
told
Oh,
the
we're
ball
getting
there,
some
but
dubs.
But it basically like he really throwing it at me because he could have hit me with, he just stood up against the wall. But, I didn't tell you that he was trying to hit me.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, well, I'm finna go. He said, well, you can go then, go and go. I want you to go, I want you to go. When I got ready to go out the door, he grabbed me. But he was always doing stupid stuff like that. You hear me? He would do that kind of shit, and talk ugly to me and stuff, Then when I get ready to pick up another to go, because I already know that if I go, he gonna grab me, fall out, come on back, and I don't like this scene, but sometimes when he said, I want you to go, I just go.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of times, he just get drunk, and he always do the same thing when you get drunk, he just, you don't want to be with me, you can go, he just do that, If I don't want to be with him, I wouldn't be with him.
Right.
I quit being with him, he had stopped all that. But he just gets drunk and he is very disrespectful. Very. I mean, he fell, how you just fall, he fell, but I didn't think, he was still talking shit, I don't like to, when he fell, I just don't like to do it when I could.
Okay. Well, that's not the truth. And you and I both know it.
When she says that he's disrespectful, that's her way of saying that he deserved it. That's what I get from that. Oftentimes, I mean, in a situation where you're victim blaming, when somebody is calling somebody disrespectful, they're essentially saying they deserve what they got. Well. What's up, Dip? What are you doing? How's your evening going?
We really want to be able to write what happened. Okay? Like, we're not making anything up.
Yeah, we don't want to make nothing up or try to guess what happened.
Good
No,
ears,
because
mine's
it's a
going well,
puzzle
too.
right in front of us that we're good at figuring out. And it clearly shows what happened. And our puzzle has to match what you're saying, and it doesn't. Does that make sense?
Wait, you
Yeah.
dyed your hair?
I'm
Yeah.
trying to make sure we got it
Yes,
right.
I did. How did I not know
Yeah,
earlier?
so
Dang, I'm
like,
dumb.
like we
Yeah.
jumping around,
I got,
we
no,
putting
not yet.
pieces
Not
together
yet.
and it don't
I,
fit.
no, you're not dumb. Yes, I dyed my hair. I didn't mean that you were dumb. Yeah, I did the little like just a little bit of some blonde streaks on the one side. I think I'm gonna do that too. Yeah, you should. You should do it. Sabo should do it, and we can all match. We'll be the Three Musketeers. Even even Kix was like, "Man, you should bleach the tips of my hair next." Everybody's going on the climbing on the bleach train. It's kind of fun.
So we want to make sure we got it right.
I like the way that it turned out.
You've already established it was an accident, and just because you defended yourself, that doesn't make
Ordering
it any less an
dye.
accident
Yeah.
at all.
I just realized I never put this back in full
I
screen.
mean, we've already established that he didn't want you to
What game do you play these days, Dip? Don't you play COD? Call of Duty?
leave, even after he told you to leave. How else were you supposed
Just
to do?
COD?
Especially
Just
if he pulls
COD.
you
That's
right
all you
back,
play?
pulling you back in there.
Damn, that's kind of depressing. You know what I need? Well, you know what I need? I need friends. But also what I need is people to play Power World with. That's what it's called, right? The new Pokemon game, the non-Pokemon game. That's what I want to play. It's Pokemon Fortnite. Isn't it called Power World? Yeah, Power World. That's what I want to play. But Cakes won't play it with me. He said it's not his type of game. It looks like Pokemon. There's chickens. I want chicken. Power World. I played Halo a while back. Yeah, that really ages you.
He was always.
Which COD do you play? Bruh. COD. That's kind of funny. The new one, Modern Warfare 3. Do I own that? Where do you get it? Looks up COD, sees a fish. Yeah, when I looked up COD, I saw the first thing I saw was a college. BattleNet. Okay, wait. One second. I don't want to reveal any information that I'm not supposed to share on the interweb. I'm trying to see if I have it. The third one. Oh no, it wants me to know my password. That's unfortunate. First try. Let's go. I'm nutty. In case you didn't know. Okay. Let's see. Call of Duty. I own Modern Warfare. I own Vanguard, Black Ops, and like plain Call of Duty. I guess. Battle.net, you don't. Playing Call of Duty. I don't know. It just says Call of Duty. I don't know. Plain, the basic generic version. How much is Modern Warfare 3? If I buy this, do we play together? I literally have to clean my monitor right now. Did you just spit on your monitor because I'm too stupid? I'm embarrassed. Stop. How do I... Call of Duty. How do I, the store doesn't work. It's blank. It's $70. Dude, I mean, I feel like your subs for the past, whatever, 42 months should cover the cost of me buying a Call of Duty that then I can play with you. Yeah? Why doesn't the shop work? Battle.net is broken. Restart and update. If this restarts my PC, I'm going to lose my mind. And I'm going to blame you. You don't want it? You have Battle.net? Yeah. What do you mean? The launcher? Oh, bug fixes. Let's go. All right. Now we go to the shop. There we go. Now it's working. Call of Duty. Have you ever watched The Office? You already know this. All right, so Jim moves to the other branch, and they have the team building exercises where they play Call of Duty. It's very funny. You don't like The Office? Dude, I have my mom got us a calendar for Christmas, and it's Office themed. I can't watch it. Why? Why not? Is Steve Carell not your favorite actor? Not old enough. If Steve Carell's not your favorite actor, I don't know how we're going to be friends. Season 1 is live. Get the new Black Cell pack. Wait. All right. I got to figure out what's being exposed. Nothing, right? I like Steve. Just can't get into the show. All right. Hang on. So what am I looking for here? Just this? Wait. Is that the same thing? That's free. That's Warzone. Is this the same? No, that's the Battle Pass. Why is it going so fast? This one. That's the same thing. That one and that one. These are the same. Red. This one. Not the monkey with the tambourines. Is it not good?
One of our patrols reported hostile contact. Then went dark.
There's one! I can see him!
You will infill into a low-threat zone. Nothing gets in.
Zombies.
And nothing, I say again, nothing gets out.
Well, like I play tournaments and I never play pub. Oh.
The situation is dynamic and evolving. There are other friendly assets on the ground.
So you won't play with me so I
Join
can
forces
become a
to
COD
take out
girl.
those threats.
Because I don't really know what to play.
Friendly squad in the AO. Moving in to assist.
Strike team, you have execute
Like, I'm never gonna
authority.
get any
Proceed to the high
views
threat
if I don't play
zone.
PvP, I feel like. That's what people want to watch. Not a monkey.
Monsters are real.
That's what Phoenix card? What does that mean? English only, please.
Welcome to Operation Deadbolt.
What does that even mean? Wait, is this just an ad for the zombie part of the game? You wouldn't play that, would you? One sec. I need to make sure that doesn't do something bad. Oh. Okay. I'm connected to the Americas. Okay. That's what we're working with. I don't know. I should put that I'm busy. You think I'm out here setting you up? No, I think I'm out here live streaming on the interweb. And I didn't know what it was going to show. Oh, we're friends. Let's go. I have a new friend. Oh no, Kix hasn't been online in 3 months. Sag. Cool. The war has changed. Isn't that what they've been saying for like it either they say like war has changed or war never changes. Those are like the two like catchphrases. You are my only friend on BattleNet. Let's go. Yay. I have 4 friends. You, Shots, still friend. Don't know who that is. Not gonna lie. And my boyfriend. So, there's that. Why am I your only friend on BattleNet? Don't you play tournaments with your friends? I made you a favorite. Oh, how do you do that? View friends. Oh, wait, hang on. I don't trust it. I feel like I'm gonna accidentally dox myself somehow. I don't know how. But at some point, I am going to accidentally dox myself. Let's see. Add to favorites. Let's go. I'm doing it. I'm so good at this. Wait. How did I do that? View profile. Add to favorites. I'm insane. I'm making all of you my favorites. Except for this person. I don't know who this is, so we're going to delete them. Now I have 3 friends, and they're all my favorites. Look. You're my favorite. Make only meat and not cakes a favorite? Yeah, no. No. It's not going to happen. Yeah, you were friends when COD and Discord, not BattleNet. Oh. Oh, I get it. Wow. Yeah, no. That would not go over well. All right, what's next? All right, I need to figure out if this is worth my investment. This one? Is this PvP? Ooh, I love dualies. Don't buy it right now. Is it gonna go on sale? I feel like I could get some viewers playing COD, right? I'm just saying that as like, buy it if you want to play it, not like if you're only buying it to play when I play. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no pressure. There's a bunny. December 6th. That's past. I've been thinking about becoming a hot tub streamer. Seems like that's where the money is. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, if this fails, we'll just OnlyFans it up. You know? Marshall Mathers.
Available now. Buy the Vault Edition to get access to exclusive content.
And the war has changed. What? 150 gigs? I don't think I have. She a thick one. One sec. Let's see. All right. I know my PC has 2 terabytes of storage. But I be using up quite a bit of that. Yeah. I only have 304 gigabytes free. 150. That's a lot. That's a big one. Let's see. What is? Oh, yeah. Hmm. Sort by size. Yeah, that's a lot of space. I have 910 gigs of video saved on my PC because I'm a digital hoarder. No big deal. One terabyte of videos, yeah. Yeah. It's all the clips that I took from all the Fortnite days, you know. And there's probably some Destiny videos up in there. And Valorant, COD. I know there's some COD videos too. But yeah. I'm not very good at weeding out the excess. So let's see. Fortnite. Right, is there a way for me to show you this without showing too much? Fortnite. Look at all these videos. This is just Fortnite. This is just some Fortnite videos. I didn't know you just had every second of the last 5 years of your life documented. I bet I'm in there somewhere. Yeah, you definitely are, for sure. Let's see. I wonder if I can... All right. I bet we can skip through some. First game on. Okay, no. Shh. No. No talking. All right. Can I go through these like... First game? All right, let's see. I'm pissed about something.
I got you.
Let's
teammate.
cringe.
I don't have a gun. I'm sorry, down you, but I got you. I got you, bro.
Look at that skin.
All you for that chest, my dude.
I've got a whole squad on me and it scares me.
Alright, well, where's your boyfriend?
I have game
Oh,
chat turned
not
off
at the
and I can
pistol.
hear them.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. What if I'm a bully? Shoot. I was kind of cringe.
One of them got res.
I hope I don't come off as like a pick me girl. Oh, you were a bully.
I don't know, I wiped one team out.
I don't know why this is clipped. This is not really like
Killed 3 of them,
anything.
but I think there was a fourth.
I remember
Pretty sure one of our team-
I had it set, yeah, to 3 minutes. I had it set to 3 minutes because I knew sometimes, because I'm, ADHD. I knew sometimes that things would happen and then I would be like, oh shit, I should have clipped that. And then I would clip it, but I would only have like 45 seconds and I would miss the part that I wanted clipped. So I set it to 3 minutes. And then I was like, oh, I'll just go back and edit and I'll cut out the parts that I don't need or whatever. And then I just never did it. I never did it. I never did it.
Found him, EDH.
Oh man, I forgot to order food. What did I forget?
I wasn't paying attention. Guy scared the fuck out of me. Calm down. He's in the garage chilling. He's stalking me. He's right there. He's up in the garage still.
I'm insane.
Thank you.
And then you
That
ended up
guy
with
off
1
with
terabyte of video. Yeah,
garage
exactly.
walk.
No, but this is
Wrap it.
like the worst part is that this isn't all that I have. I also have, which I pay for a monthly subscription to OneDrive because I have so many videos on OneDrive that I can't I can't get rid of it because I have to go through and delete and edit those videos in order for me to like scale down. Spring cleaning 2024. Yeah, I've been talking about that since like 2020. Literally 2020. Yeah, I know. I'm a digital hoarder. It's bad. It's very bad. On top of that, I have like an entire collection of things from work. Like my portfolio is out of control. It's out of control. So bad. So I just can't get rid of anything. First step is admitting it. Dude, honestly, but I've been admitting it for like years. So, first and only step, yes. Also, recently, I mean, my phone was until recently I upgraded to a phone with like how much storage is on this? My iCloud is full. And my phone, yeah, I upgraded to a 256 gigabyte phone because the last phone that I had was also full. Well, I guess we need to have an intervention.
Man in a
Oh,
black
look at this
suit with a
rezzing.
freaking gas
I'm
mask
insane.
Comes up and shoots me.
I wonder what happened to am better than you. I wonder what happened to them. I wonder if they still play Fortnite.
Oh, he doesn't have the real flaws. No.
I only have 138 gigs used on my phone. See, you're a bit of a hoarder
so
too,
much.
so don't judge.
It works.
That's kind of a lot.
Something.
Admit it.
Hey, it's extra 10 HP. You never know.
I know. I usually get hit for 105. Back in this day, at this time, in this clip, Kix and I did not know each other in person, which is crazy.
I don't care if you're Renegade Raider. Not doing this
It's a
with you.
crazy thought. Oh, I'm insane!
I
Look at me
13
go!
Huh? You still would have survived.
Basically,
but, you know.
They are 17 now.
Oh, you did eat the fruit, didn't you? The
What year is
produce, huh?
this?
Here.
2020.
Sorry.
This is
Grab
from
one. I had one in my inventory.
February
Sucked it up.
2nd. Wait.
I'm gonna res our, oh, he got it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna res our boy.
This is from February 2nd, 2020. No, I'm so stupid. Shh,
Alright, well.
don't say anything.
We're all
Nobody asked, okay? This is from August 17th, 2020. Nobody asked. Yeah, that clip was insane. Good thing I kept that. Well, at this point, I've had it for so long, we have to keep it. On to the
I have
next.
no idea. I just saw it fly across the sky.
Wait. I feel like in one of these clips, I'm going to say something offensive. But we have to remember that this was 4 years ago. Don't be offended if I say something bad. I'm not a horrible person.
Hold still for a sec. Get a sheet of me.
470
Yeah,
or
good
47
idea.
gigabytes are musical.
Exactly 100
Matt,
health.
anything?
Okay, wait. We have to talk. Why are you saving music files on your phone? What are you doing? Are you driving out in the middle of nowhere? Are you flying a lot? What's happening that you need to save 47 gigs of music? I'll be so offended. Yes, and travel. Okay, so you need it so that way you can put your phone in airplane mode or without service and play music. Otherwise, unacceptable.
I mean,
Oh, maybe it was a Marauder, actually.
they didn't shoot at me, so we're good.
I think it's Marauders.
It was a good test.
What's his name's talking? We can't hear him. Feel bad.
Can't hear. There's a car.
I love it so much more now.
I'm glad.
I'm already skipping. It was funny.
This
when
is the
she got
second
here,
video,
because-
and I don't.
So, there's your mom, and then there's you. Because I was like, I need help organizing, and she was like, I know. There's your mom, and then there's you. What are you talking about?
Oh, I missed his head again and again. Oh my.
Yeah, this isn't old enough for me to be
Why did they just turn around?
in
What?
these.
That was the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah, this is 2020. Is there a reason that I have this? Why do I have these? All right, wait. Hang on.
Nice.
Mm-mm. Where's my All right, let's see. Xbox. Fortnite. All right. Well, I think I'm going to bed. All right. Well, it was nice chatting with you, Dip. I hope you have a good night. Catch you later. See ya. I'll try and be the first one on the next stream. Call of Duty.
Stuff like that. And he was drinking him, and that's how he would act every time. I mean, not every time, but you know, if it's a time when I just say, I'm not finna listen to this and go, you know, we've been going through that for the last 9 or 10 months, you know, and I'm just tired of it, you know. Even in my mom's house, you know, he gets crazy. My mom, Dick, you go out to gym. I said, she said, I said, come on, Dick, let's go. You have to go because you disturbed my mom. He'll call my mama all kind of bitches. If she tell me I'm not there, he know that I am, you know. And he just, you know, he only did that when he drank.
So
I had to get, you know, it was too much.
So what happened? Because he didn't fall like that.
Yeah, just you helped him what it looked like before you left. Because you saying that he fell and you just left, but you didn't do that.
And there's where you tried to clean up the blood.
No.
You tried to help him with the shirt. I mean, you were trying to help. But that didn't get like that because nobody else went in that apartment. You were the last person there because you locked the door when you left. The next time it was open was the landlord finding him. So there's no question about.
I don't even know whether I closed the door or not. I just left everybody about, you know.
No, it was purposely. There was some sort of blunt force trauma. It wasn't because somebody fell.
No.
I'm telling you because that's what happened. And the fact that you say this was all an accident and everything, and even us knowing or it really happened.
I mean, if you tried to defend yourself, you know, because choking you, like you said, well, then you was defending yourself. But something else happened. He didn't just fall like that. And then I don't know, what was it?
A shirt or a pillowcase or something. Head, I mean,
or you trying to make him comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, it all tells a story. But it's not going to help you any if you don't tell your side of the story. This whole thing about he fell and I left, that didn't happen. There was more to that, a lot more.
You left, but you didn't leave right then.
It's not going to do anything but help you, because we already know. You're not going to sit in that chair and tell us something we don't already know. This is your opportunity to get ahead of this before it runs smooth over you. And we write in our report, she had no remorse. She lied constantly, would not tell us the truth. We don't want to write that.
It took us several hours to finally get the truth.
We don't want to write that. We want to write that you have remorse, that this was an accident, you were trying to defend yourself. Whatever happened in our report is what we want to write.
Well, I did. I reached up under the bed because the bed had bricks up under it. Because he was on top of it, choking me. I reached up under and got it.
Got what specifically?
The brick. I mean, because I could feel it, you know. I just hit him like that, and you know, he stood up and he fell over, but you know, and then I left. I mean, I didn't stay. I didn't know. I didn't think he was dead because he was moving. I just left where I could and went on out the door. You know, I was kind of well. I didn't know I had hit him that hard. But I knew he kind of, you know.
I'm trying to figure out. You said that you was on the floor when you grabbed it.
Between the bed, yes.
You was laying down on the floor.
Yeah, I was on the floor.
And where was he at?
On top of me.
He was on top of you. Okay. And then you just reaching for whatever you could grab, or you
already reaching because you know I knew that I could get a shoe, or I was reaching for that bottle of I was reaching for the bottle that I had over there with some drink mixed together with it, but it rolled on the bottom there. But I just reached, I knew it was a brick up on there because that's what the bed was, you know. You know, it's bricks up on there for the bed. You don't have bricks like that. Okay. And I just reached and got it and just, you know.
Hit him on top of the head.
Yeah, you know, I said, you better get off me. And, you know, he kind of got, you know, like this. He fell on back, but I just got up and left, I left because I didn't want to stay there. I really didn't know that he was bleeding. I didn't take time to look at that.
You did know he was bleeding?
No, I didn't, I just left out.
What'd you do with the brick? Because it was in a pillowcase. So how did it get in a pillowcase?
Margie claims that while she was being attacked, she used a brick in self-defense and then ran out of the apartment. The problem is that the police found evidence that someone had attempted to clean up the crime scene and hide the brick under the bed. Every time they confront Margie with an inconsistency, she reveals a little bit more of the truth.
Blood on the shirt was like,
Yeah, there was like a blood on, like someone, I don't know, because that's your side of the story. What, were you trying to, help him to stop bleeding?
Pressure on the wound, trying to put pressure to keep it from bleeding or something?
Or what happened with that?
Only, the only thing that should have blood was a pill slip,
No, there was a lot of stuff in there with blood.
I mean,
Stuff in the closet.
A head wound bleeds like crazy immediately. So there's no way you didn't see any blood, which is fine if you saw blood, because you saw blood. But what did you do to try to help him after the fact?
Nothing.
Tried to stop the bleeding. That's what the shirt was good enough to do in the closet.
Okay. And
I mean,
and
I just seen it, I'm just wiping it up. I didn't touch it, but it happened. And I wasn't there no more than 20 minutes. I didn't really think he was dead, but it was just blood. I was just wiping it up, because he didn't move. But I really didn't know he was dead. I just thought he was drunk and out. I didn't mean to do. I wasn't trying to kill him. I just wanted him to get off of me.
Did you not?
I was tired of him, He was always very abusive, with his words and stuff. But then he could get ignorant around, people, and I have to just cuss him out and just leave because I don't tell him what he'll do. He talked. I have to get away from him because he talks so bad, and he's ignorant and he's very disrespectful to me.
Mm-hmm. So whenever you were trying to stop the bleeding, when did you figure out that the bleeding wasn't going to stop?
I didn't figure out that it was going to stop. I didn't wait to see.
You didn't wait to see? Didn't call 911? Didn't alert anybody? Why didn't you do that?
I figured maybe that he would get up, and I didn't really want to try. I really was hoping that was what it was.
Right, I understand. But I feel like if you thought he was going to get up, then you wouldn't have put that nice little thing behind his neck to make him comfortable.
I mean, I was trying to do what I could.
Mm-hmm.
It never dawned on you to call 911 though? With him bleeding?
Well, it wasn't. He didn't bleed much. He didn't bleed that much. The shirt, and then I put and I left. I was only there, after that happened, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, and I left.
Right, I understand that. But typically, when somebody's bleeding and they're not talking to you and they're not moving, then.
But he was. I mean, he was.
At first, you said he was at first, but then he stopped.
Yeah, but. He hadn't stopped when I just didn't. I don't think he had stopped when I left, really. And that's I didn't know he was dead. I didn't think he was dead.
So
I thought maybe he was gonna get on up, in a minute or what. I wasn't trying. I didn't wait around to see, but I felt like that I had knocked him down pretty hard. And when he was trying to get, trying to get him off. I mean, just.
As of the making of this video, Margie is currently sitting in jail awaiting trial. If convicted, she faces up to life in prison for her charges. What are your thoughts on this case? Did she act in self-defense? Please share them in the comments below.
Sheriff's Office K9. If anybody's inside, speak out now. You will get bit. You didn't see anybody run through here at all? No running? Nobody running through here?
The footage you are watching was captured during a manhunt for an active shooter. While the manhunt was ongoing, residents and business owners in the area were told to stay inside and lock their doors, and local schools entered a state of lockdown.
Sheriff's Office, anybody in there? Come out right now. And I'll send him that boat.
The cause for this manhunt was a shooting that occurred just moments earlier in a quiet neighborhood in Sodus, New York. When police interviewed the resident who lived directly next door to the shooting, they were able to gain insight into the moments leading up to the call. As Tiffany Thayer was grabbing some gummy bears for her 2-year-old, Tiffany took a peek out of her kitchen window and saw her neighbor Josh Niles leaning against his truck. He was having a fervent conversation with someone Tiffany was unfamiliar with. In this exact moment, Josh's girlfriend Amber Washburn was pulling into the driveway. As Tiffany reached for the gummy bears, she heard loud gunshots. That jolted her back to the kitchen window. Now Josh was gripping his chest and falling to the ground, while Amber put her vehicle in reverse as an attempt to escape the shooter. However, as Amber passed the shooter, he turned and shot her directly in the head, killing her instantly. The car, which was no longer being operated, but was still in reverse, ended up in another neighbor's driveway across the street. As this happened, Josh was injured but still alive. Tiffany could hear him calling out in anguish as he watched Amber be executed. This was followed by more gunshots. Then, silence. The end result was a gruesome crime scene. The most shocking discovery that police made upon arrival was in the backseat of that same vehicle, Amber and Josh's 4-year-old son, alive but seemingly in a state of shock as he held on tight to his 4-piece chicken nuggets. As the manhunt continued, multiple witnesses let the police know that they had seen the shooter sprint away through backyards. He was wearing a black sweatshirt and a green hat. The manhunt pushed through the night, but to no avail. The little success that they did have was in finding some potential evidence. A black Under Armour ski mask, which was taken to the lab for analysis. Video recordings from home surveillance systems were obtained, which made that mask all the more relevant. These snapshots displayed a masked figure roaming the streets just moments before the shooting. Not only did this person match the description that witnesses gave, but they were also headed in the direction of Josh and Amber's home. The question became more relevant than ever. Who could have done this, and why?
It has been 2 days since someone shot and killed a young Sodus couple, and no one's been arrested.
Investigators say the shooter intentionally targeted 28-year-old Joshua Niles and 24-year-old Amber Washburn, but they did not say why. Tonight, friends gathered outside their home to mourn. Ashley Edlund was there.
Tonight, these candles and flowers line the sidewalk in front of Josh and Amber's home. Friends, family, and neighbors brought them out tonight to honor their memories.
Whoever did it has now made it to where my kids grew up with that. And that's nothing kids should ever have to do. It's not something that you ever want to find out. The most I have to say to y'all is justice needs to be served. My kids need that closure.
This is Charlene Childers. About a decade earlier, Josh and Charlene had 2 children, Gabby and Bentley Niles. When detectives spoke with Charlene over the phone, she seemed to have a slew of complaints about Josh's behavior during their past relationship, including that he would sometimes have violent outbursts. These violent outbursts led to Charlene frequently calling 911, and after Charlene accused Josh of trying to choke her, Josh was arrested and charged with unlawful imprisonment. He ultimately pled guilty to these charges. The constant discourse between the two resulted in a separation, and they were forced to reach a custody agreement. The agreement allowed Josh to take care of the children during the summer months. As Josh moved on to his new girlfriend Amber, Charlene had met and married a man named Tim Dean. The two had worked together at the Dumas, Texas Police Department. Charlene as an animal control officer, and Tim as a sergeant. This was before he began working as the chief of police for Sunray Police Department. Tim also had his own 3-year-old daughter from a previous marriage who lived with him and Charlene at the time. Soon after their wedding, Tim's charming qualities were overshadowed by a darker side. His ill behavior came to a climax when he physically abused his daughter, slapping her in the face. Little did he know, Charlene had recorded this incident and posted it on Facebook. Charlene's friends quickly notified the police, and an investigation was launched. A few days later, Dean was charged with felony child abuse, and when Josh found out that his children were living under the same roof as a child abuser, he immediately filed for custody. This was quickly granted, and Charlene was no longer allowed to watch over her children. At this point, Charlene made the decision to divorce Tim in order to regain joint custody of her children. This happened just months before the shooting. The tension between Josh, Charlene, and Tim stood out to the investigators, and they now believed that they had their 2 main persons of interest. Phone records made Charlene easy to rule out, since her first phone call with detectives placed her in Texas immediately after the shooting. This was about 1,600 miles and a 24-hour drive away. That brings us to Tim. Theoretically, it would make more sense for Tim to be the shooter. Charlene was leaving him to regain custody of her children. But if Josh and Amber were dead, the court may have had no choice but to give them back to Charlene, potentially saving the marriage. However, in order to substantiate this theory, it was crucial for the investigators to figure out Tim's whereabouts leading up to the murders. After obtaining a warrant for Tim's phone records, they discovered that 2 days before the murders, he was not home in Texas, but he had actually placed a 911 call 400 miles away in Emporia, Kansas. The reason for the call was that Tim had wrecked his car and was sitting in a ditch on the side of a country road. What you are about to see is the body cam footage from this incident, recorded by Deputy Corey Nicolette of the Lyon County's Sheriff's Office.
What happened? Well, try to turn around. Okay, got your license and paperwork for this thing?
It's a damn rental car.
Mm-hmm. Got your rental agreement? Yeah. You want to jump in here with me real quick? Okay, jump in the front passenger seat.
Tim proceeded to tell the officer that he had attempted and failed a U-turn while looking for a gas station, which only resulted in getting stuck.
And you tried to turn around?
I tried to turn around right here, and it...
So you just made a big flip around?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't really do that around here. As you see why.
Yeah. Honestly, man, I was just driving. My whole life has kind of gone lately. More or less living out of my car.
But you had money to get a rental?
Yeah, I still work. Just off this weekend.
You didn't want to take your car?
My car, the starter's acting up on it.
Oh. So you're just driving around Kansas from Texas, huh?
Yeah.
So where's your wife?
She's at home.
I thought you said you didn't have a home.
Well, we have a pending divorce and all that fun stuff. Yeah, that's mine.
Pending divorce, huh? Is that why you're out driving around instead of at home?
Yes, sir.
That bad, huh?
Yeah, like I said, it's all gone.
So where are you gonna go?
Well, I've got a family friend that I was gonna go see, but
422.
Where's that at?
That's all the way up in New York.
Who's Bowler Brown?
He's a buddy of mine.
Yeah, that's gonna cause you more problems than anything.
I know.
So he rented the car for you?
Yeah, because I was stuck at work. I wasn't gonna make it in time. I'm not looking forward to that phone call.
He'd have had a better day had it been normal.
The agencies involved in Josh and Amber's case were able to obtain this footage from Deputy Nicolette's body cam, but they still weren't done building their timeline. Now part of the investigation, Nicolette backtracked to where Tim had gone after the encounter on the side of the road, K&S East Side Service Center. The crew there had helped Tim unload his belongings from the wrecked rental car and were willing to give their perspective to the police.
Thanks for coming in on your day off. You're welcome. Appreciate it.
The tote, when I opened it up, it was magazines with ammo and a...
Big magazines or little magazines?
Big ones. A AR style, like miniature rifle. That's when I saw the shotgun under the tote, grabbed the shotgun, and I saw a sport vest. And,
with pouches or something?
I don't remember if there was pouches, but it was all black.
Did he come in the shop?
Yeah.
We should have video of him in the shop.
Do you?
You should have.
We got camera right there.
When Tim was done unloading his arsenal from the rental car, he then called an Uber. The police then also followed up with the driver at her day job.
You know, he warned me. He goes, "It's a shotgun. Is that a problem?" I said, "Is it loaded?" He said, "No." I said, "Well, then that's fine." I don't, I'm not scared of guns.
And that's the last you saw him was at Motel 6?
The last I saw him.
Okay.
She then dropped Tim off at a local Motel 6. Deputy Nicolette presumed Tim had rented another car after staying the night at the Motel 6, so he went to the local enterprise to chat with the employees there.
So you know who I'm talking about?
I have an idea, yeah. He walked in, and then I told him that he couldn't rent because he just had cash on him. And he was really upset about that, and he just left.
While Tim wasn't successful with this rental car agency, that didn't stop him from going to others nearby. He was somehow able to rent a car from the airport, and the vehicle he borrowed can be seen in these surveillance photos headed in the direction of upstate New York. At this point, law enforcement was satisfied with the amount of evidence that they had against Tim, and so they finally decided to confront him and arrest him. They placed explosives on his front door and blew it away. Tim soon came walking out with his hands up and was apprehended. They brought Tim down to the station for questioning.
Yeah, holler, here's water too.
The first thing that they wanted to know was how well Tim knew Josh and Amber.
Had you ever met him in person?
I'd been there when he'd come to get the kids.
How did she react to losing custody?
Obviously not well.
Like anybody else?
Yeah. I mean, she's never not had the kid.
She blame you?
Probably.
Do you think you'd get her kids, help you get her back?
I know there's no getting her back. There hasn't been.
I mean, in your mind, is that a possibility? You thought maybe this would help get her back in your depressed state and stuff? I mean,
it's done. It's been done. There's no getting her back. I've accepted that. That's why I've been in a state of mind.
Is it true you hated Josh?
I never even met the man.
They then revealed to Tim that they knew he had driven to upstate New York around the time of the murders, but the detectives just wanted the truth about why.
I was originally going to go see her uncle. See if I could talk to him and get him to talk some sense into her and maybe get her to ride this thing out with me.
So where are you going to go?
Well, I've got a family friend that I was going to go see, but
422.
Where's that at?
That's all the way up in New York.
Tim explains that this was his initial plan in heading up to New York, but tells investigators that he didn't end up seeing Charlene's uncle. Instead, in his depressed state, he claimed to have just drove, slept, and drank during the entirety of his trip.
I mean, I could tell you life is hard, but my version of hard and your version of hard is two different things. I can't say my life's been that hard, but goodness, I can sympathize with you.
If you think I'm going to sit here and say that I did that, you're crazy.
I think you're crazy if you don't, quite honestly.
Tim, it's not a question if you did it.
It's a question of why, and are you sorry? Do you think these 5 different detectives from New York drove down here for no reason?
I had no idea why the FBI is here.
What happens when you drive to commit a crime?
I didn't drive to commit a crime.
You're not a monster, man. You have up, there's no doubt about it. But there can be redemption in life, man. There really can. What you're showing me right now, is it
real person.
And not only that, you were a good cop at some times, right? I mean, we all screw up in life, but there's a path to redemption and everything else, Tim. Are you sorry Amber and Josh got killed? Do you hear what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying.
Are you sorry they got killed? I'm not saying you killed them. Are you sorry they got killed? Can you say their names?
Josh and Amber.
Say, I'm sorry Josh and Amber got killed. Not that
I
you did it.
just said that.
No, you didn't. You're saying it in parts. You can't even, because you can't. You realize you're talking about being in SOTUS and everything. I mean, that's no doubt. You're saying that, but you didn't do it. Who's going to believe that?
I didn't do what they tried to do.
If I was innocent, I wouldn't say that either.
I've never been in the presence of
It
a
sounds
bigger
like a
coward.
setup.
Unfortunately for the investigators, Tim would not confess and continued to proclaim his innocence. However, this wasn't the only person in Texas that the police wanted to talk to. This is Braun Bolar. Braun had served 11 years as a Texas cop, most recently at the Sunray Police Department after Tim had lost his job. The two were actually close friends, and when Tim wanted to drive to New York but was stuck at work, Braun picked up the rental himself and put it under his name. Following Tim's interrogation, they called Braun for his own interview.
You like police work?
Yes, sir. Done it for 11 years.
They dove headfirst into the questions about Tim. They first asked why Braun had helped him with the rental.
His credit cards were maxed out, and he's 2 months behind. But he told me, hey, I need a vehicle for the weekend. Well, okay, not a problem.
Did you question what he's doing up in Kansas?
At first, no, because I thought he just had to go up there for Frito-Lay, you know. I was like, okay. I took it at face value. And I was like, okay, hey, are you okay? That's the main thing. He goes, yeah, I'm good. But the car's pretty effed up, excuse my language. And I was like, okay, we got insurance, we'll get it fixed.
Dean never mentioned that he was going to go on a road trip, that he was going to go to New York, he was going to go anywhere. He was just going to use that car, a rental car, locally.
Yes, sir.
So if I were to ask you, are you lying about knowing that Dean was taking that rental car to New York, what would you say?
I'd say no.
Okay. That's the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Braun said that he felt a lot of sympathy for Tim and trusted him enough to help him out with the rental without questioning his intentions. That was until the phone call came in about Tim wrecking the rental car up in Kansas. The investigators then asked Braun if he would be willing to take a polygraph test, to which he agreed. Cooperative as he was, Braun failed the polygraph miserably, and more questioning followed.
You failed that question, okay?
Braun has a decision to make, whether he wants to be a good witness or he wants to be charged in conspiracy to commit 2 murders.
You definitely don't want that.
So you're saying you overheard Dean say, what?
Ever's gonna die.
Ever's gonna die?
Mm-hmm. And he's going up there to kill him.
He said he's gonna go up there to kill him.
Yes, sir.
So the plan was laid in then, that you rent the car, not in his name, so he wouldn't get caught. I'm down. You're a very important witness, bro. I'll walk you out here real quick.
Braun was allowed to go home following this interview. However, the police chief for Sunray PD, his own workplace, followed him home to keep an eye on him while they obtained an arrest warrant. Once the warrant was ready, Braun was immediately detained. Law enforcement now had the alleged shooter and his accomplice detained. However, this investigation wasn't over. Detectives decided to backtrack to the one and only Charlene. While she definitely wasn't the shooter, and wasn't in New York at the time of the murders, they wanted to know whether she was involved at all. A big reason for the lingering suspicion surrounding her was during one of her phone calls with the police early on in the investigation. She stated that she learned of Josh's death through a Facebook post. The post didn't reveal the names of the victims, but Charlene knew it was Josh and Amber since a photo revealed the address and street name of the crime scene. However, this was a lie. There was no photo of Josh's house shared to the public, so it was impossible for Charlene to have found out this way. Another big reason was that while Tim's rental car was under Braun's name, Braun had told investigators that Charlene was actually the one who had driven him to the rental agency. Just 8 days after the murders, the police located Charlene at an ex-boyfriend's house and asked her to come down to the station for questioning. They started off by asking her again how she found out, to which Charlene explained the Facebook story and calling Josh's mother afterwards.
So I called his mom. And she's like, Charlene, yes, what's going on? Josh is dead. I hit the floor.
Really?
What the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Like, Like, it still feels like a horrible bad dream.
Right.
Who? Why? That's what I want to know.
They then asked Charlene if Tim had any hatred towards Josh, or if there was any reason why Tim would want Josh dead.
Tim knew the stuff that Josh had done to me.
What do you mean?
Josh used to beat the hell out of me.
Oh, really? That's
But, you know, Tim had never really spoke too bad about him, you know. It was more of, you know, if I could ever get into a fight with him, I would fight him.
Do you think Tim's capable of shooting somebody?
I can't see it.
Yeah.
Like, unless it was, like, on the job protecting his life.
Right, yeah.
I can't see it. He's not that type of person.
No. Did you take somebody to go rent a vehicle?
I took a friend to go rent a vehicle.
Who's that?
Braun. Well, I can't say his last name.
Braun?
Braun.
Isn't that kind of unusual?
I just keep people's privacy. I mean, we talked, but we didn't talk about that.
Did you help him?
I drove up there, took him to the rental car.
Didn't tell you where he's going or what he's doing?
Nope. I don't ask questions. I don't care. Honestly, I assumed it was for work.
Okay.
Because he works for Frito-Lay now.
Okay.
So he travels all the damn time. I got there around Saturday night, I think.
Okay. How long's that?
So 5 hours for me.
Holy cow. That's awful.
He filled up my gas tank, so I didn't care.
You're asking to fill up your gas tank.
Yeah, so that was like last resort. I was like, ask anybody else that you can, because I don't feel like coming up there afterwards. I don't feel like doing for you. I don't, you know.
Yeah.
But if you're stranded, I'm not gonna just be that kind of person that's like, you know what, you know.
No, I understand. Absolutely.
Honestly,
No, that's.
And it comes around.
Right. Did you have anything to do with Tim shooting Josh and Amber?
No.
Did you put Tim up to it?
No.
As you can see, Charlene is beginning to crack under the pressure. She would eventually go on to confess to her involvement in the murders. She explained to the detectives that after losing custody of her children in August, she had a conversation with Tim saying that Josh had to go, to which Tim agreed.
You know, I was like, God, I wish he would just die in a ditch somewhere, because every time I turn around, he's always bad-mouthing, saying how I'm poor, blah, blah, blah. You know, I'm done. I'm to my point. Me and Tim talked about it. You know, yeah. Okay? I wanted just everything to go back to how it was, where I had my kids during the school year, he had them for the summer and every other Christmas. I just wanted it to go back to normal.
I need to know what you know about the gun.
Black. I don't know what caliber. I know it used to belong to the Sunray Police Department. Because that's one gun that he told me that he'd never give back to him.
Leading up to the murders, Tim, Charlene, and Braun would have meetings in Tim's garage where they came up with the plan to kill Josh. Charlene would drop off Braun at the rental agency, who would drive the rental to Tim. Tim would then drive to New York to murder Josh. Plain and simple. Apparently, Amber was never supposed to be killed, according to their plan. When Tim had wrecked the rental, Charlene drove all the way to meet him at the Motel 6 and drop him off at the airport to get a new rental car and resume the plan. On November 5th, 2018, Charlene and Tim were charged for the murders of Josh and Amber.
After announcing charges against Dean and Childers, Wayne County Sheriff Barry Vert said it is an assumption one could make that this double homicide was over a child custody battle, with Dean pulling the trigger.
Now, Dean was charged with 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree murder. He's currently in Texas, but he is expected to be moved up here to face those charges. Childers is charged with conspiracy, among other charges, and is now being held in the Wayne County Jail.
Charlene ended up pleading guilty to her charges and testifying against Tim as part of a deal she had made with the prosecutor.
She says the plan included stealing a gun from the Sunray Police Department in Texas, where Dean served as a police chief. Prosecutors say Dean then traveled back to New York State to commit the murders. When asked about Niles' death and the custody battle, Childers testified, quote, "I got what I wanted."
The jury has found Timothy Dean, the Texas police chief charged in a double murder in Sodus, guilty of 2 counts of murder.
The man who killed 2 people in Wayne County last year will spend the rest of his life in prison. The judge told Timothy Dean he will die there.
Mr. Dean, you are certainly a classic psychopath. You've never shown one bit of emotion in this courtroom, not once of guilt or remorse. I really wonder what goes on in your head. If you have any sense of a conscience, you'd have to be haunted by what you've done.
The mother of Joshua Niles spoke emotionally to Bron Bolar in court, saying he had enough time to stop the suspects from committing the murder.
You had plenty of time to stop them. You were a police officer. You were supposed to protect and serve.
Amber Washburn's parents also stood in front of Bolar but were too emotional to address him. The prosecutor read a letter on their behalf.
You destroyed several people's lives. Gabriella Niles, Bentley Niles, and Joshua Niles Jr. all lost their father. And Joshua Jr. also lost his mother as well.
Bolar was charged and pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit murder after investigators say he helped Timothy Dean rent a car which he used to drive from Texas to Sodus to kill the couple.
Charlene Childers got 28 years in prison for her part in the murder of her children's father and his girlfriend.
I just want to say, Ms. Childers, I've had a lot of murder trials, and every murder is senseless and tragic, but it has to be the most senseless and tragic murder I've ever handled.
When all was said and done, Bron Bolar spent 1 year and 4 months in prison before being released. Timothy Dean was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and Charlene Childers was sentenced to 28 years in prison.
Wait, she got 28
From
years?
Texas to
Charlene Childers was sentenced to 28 years in prison.
Nice.
He trying to identify me as a prostitute. Bitch. Who a prostitute? Who a prostitute?
All right, well, that's not gonna...
Who's a prostitute?
All right, well, we're not gonna act like that.
Put me in the car. No. Let me out. Bro, let me out. Bro, I ain't playing with you, bro. You feel me? You feel me? It's all type of shit going on right now. With your white president, you so white. Are you
The person you are looking at is a 61-year-old man by the name of Gary Michael Hilton. Gary is a serial killer. Throughout this video's 38-minute running time, we will be exploring the fascinating psychological constitution of the man titled the National Forest Serial Killer. We will also chronicle each killing and explain exactly how Gary was caught. One of the many reasons this case is extraordinary is the plethora of audio and video content that is now available in the public domain. Not only does this content provide us with a documentation of events, but it also demonstrates Gary's mental wherewithal throughout his criminal career and allows us to assess him in retrospect. Some of this footage Gary even recorded himself. On January 1st, 2008, Meredith Emerson decided to take her dog Ella on a hike through the North Georgia mountains. On a chalkboard at home, Meredith left a note for her roommate Julia, who had slept in after the New Year's celebrations the night before. The note said, "Taking Ella hiking. Hope you had fun. Smiley face." After reading this note, Julia went on to have a normal New Year's Day. She only began to worry the next morning when Meredith had not returned home as expected. While at work, Julia was notified that Meredith had missed her shift, which was unusual because Meredith was known to be a very responsible and punctual worker. She then called 911 and reported Meredith missing. After work, Julia and a few friends decided to look for Meredith themselves. They had their first breakthrough when they found Meredith's vehicle at the base of Blood Mountain, covered in snow. Blood Mountain is located in the Chattahoochee National Forest. It is one of the most popular places to
Why
hike
is it
in
called
Southeast
Blood
America
Mountain?
along the Appalachian Trail. They spent the rest of their day walking that trail in hopes of tracking down their friend, but Meredith was nowhere in sight. The next morning, deputies from the local sheriff's office joined the search, as well as the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, also known as the GBI. As the search efforts ramped up, so did the emotions of the people who were close to Meredith.
Let me tell you something. Meredith Emerson could do anything. She is feisty. She is strong. She's tiny and petite, 120 pounds. But let me tell you, I have every hope that if anybody could, she can run those mountains. She's a strong person. If anybody can survive this, she can.
Some concerning items were quickly recovered from the trail, including Ella's dog leash, Meredith's water bottles, and a police expandable baton. Not only that, but these items were recovered from an area where the ground was disturbed, as if a struggle had taken place. After making these discoveries, the situation instantly escalated, and about 19 different police agencies banded together in the search for Meredith. Within days, law enforcement received a handful of tips claiming to have seen a strange man following Meredith through the trail.
Now, the search has gained national media attention. A Gwinnett County team and volunteer searchers are lining up to help. Now, here again is the description of the person of interest. Investigators say he's a 60-year-old white man. He's around 5'10" and he weighs about 160 pounds. He has silver gray hair and he might be driving a white minivan. The man's dog is reddish in color and answers to the name of Dandy.
Perhaps the most important detail that they received was that this man was seen carrying a police baton and had a bayonet knife attached to his belt. This bolo notice led to multiple strong leads, including one from a defense attorney named Sam Rail, who claimed the suspect was a former client. The client was Gary Hilton. Gary has an extensive criminal history, mostly filled with misdemeanors such as possession of marijuana or theft, but with more serious charges as well, such as arson and assault/battery. Just months before Meredith's disappearance, back in October of 2007, Gary was confronted by a police officer after he trespassed on private property.
What you doing out here? Well, you're the fourth person that's come along. Am I? And asked me that. I guess they called you, didn't they? Yes, they did. I'm leaving. I'm getting out of here. God Almighty. Can I get your ID real quick? Yeah, you sure can. And it's in a, you see that fanny pack right there? Yes. Is there any weapons in that fanny pack? Absolutely not. I'm going to bring it to you. Okay. I'll wait on it. About 3 months ago, I had, I live in Chamblee, and I had some people call the law on me. I was running my dog, about 11:30 at night. Apparently, the dog had stopped to sniff something, and I was kind of just like going like that in the, in the street light, waiting for him. I'm telling you, they're crazy. He showed me on the computer screen. It was a man walking in circles. That's what you were doing. They called the police on me in the middle of the street. That's suspicious. You know that. Nobody walks in circles around here. Hey, I love you. Mr. Hilton,
Take care. Be safe.
In this instance, Gary was free to go, but due to Gary's transient lifestyle, encounters with police would happen regularly and would sometimes result in charges against him. That's where Sam came in. Sam stated that he defended Gary on several charges over the years, which naturally led to a light-hearted friendship between the two. In 1995, Sam decided that he wanted to produce a horror movie. So, he teamed up with Gary to help him write the script. The two then decided on a premise where a serial killer would, in Gary's words, let some beautiful women out into the woods and then they could be hunted down like prey. They then decided on the chilling title, Deadly Run. Another man who contacted the GBI because he believed that Gary was the suspect was a man named John Tabor. Gary worked for John as a telemarketer and then as a contractor for his home siding business. The employment continued on and off for 10 years, from 1997 through September 2007. The siding business was called Insulated Wall Systems, and Gary liked to go by the name Mac the Siding Guy. Gary resided at the workplace at 4169 Claremont Road in Chamblee, Georgia, which was a property owned by John.
John, start off, I guess, talking about your relationship with Mr. Hilton. How did you meet him, and how did that kind of progress?
Right. I first met him about 10 years ago. He had responded to a help wanted ad placed in a local newspaper for a telemarketing position. And he came to the office to interview. He had experience working as a telemarketer for other siding companies, so in the same line of work, and he was hired at that point. He had a job to do. He did his job, and there wasn't that much else to say about him.
John was able to provide several more vital pieces of information about Gary, including that he was passionate about the wilderness and spending extended periods of time along the Appalachian Trail, which included Blood Mountain. He also had a reddish-furred dog named Dandy and would always carry an expandable police baton.
I would best describe him as being unconventional, in the sense that when I first met him, he was a 50-year-old man. He said he basically had no family. He had a dog, a large dog, and he said that was his only family. He could only work and live in places that would allow him to bring the dog with him because they never left each other. So, you know, I'm a dog lover myself. I've always owned dogs, and so I somewhat sympathized with his predicament and helped to accommodate him where he could take his dog to work and do his job, and he did that.
So you ever had problems with him during that time?
No, for the first number of years, I don't really recall any problems at all. I know that he didn't interact well with others on a personal basis, although he was a talkative person on the telephone. In person with strangers, I would notice that he would be awkward and uncomfortable. And I think I could best describe him as somewhat of a loner who didn't really prefer to be around other people all that much.
Apparently, while working for John, Gary had told several stories about altercations while out with Dandy. In many of these stories, Gary would claim that Dandy would get in a fight with another dog, and when the situation would escalate, it was always the opposing dog owner who would become physical, leading to Gary being victimized.
The past year is when things seemed to change. About a year ago, he was not doing his job. He wasn't working. He was becoming more withdrawn, more difficult to talk to. He still needed and wanted money to simply to survive. So I helped him out the best I could. But as time passed on into the summer, things were just getting worse, not better. He still wasn't working, and it got to the point where he was demanding money, not just asking for it. And at that point, he told me he wanted $10,000, period. He said, I don't care how you get it, but you better give it to me or else. He said, I'd take half now and I can get the rest later. But he said it would be the easy thing to do, or else I would pay the price. And then, like I said, things went on through the summer to the point where it came to a head where he basically threatened to kill me unless I gave him $10,000.
Within hours of John contacting the GBI about Gary, Gary actually called John, demanding money from him. Police were able to track down this call to a Huddle House in Marble Hill, Georgia. Within minutes, the Huddle House was essentially raided by law enforcement, but there was no sign of Gary to be found. Police were able to acquire Gary Hilton's driver's license photo from the Department of Driver Services and shared it with the hikers who had seen Meredith with the mystery man. They immediately confirmed that this was their guy. On January 4th, 2008, just 3 days after Meredith went missing, a call came in from a Kroger grocery store in Cumming, Georgia, about 50 miles south of Blood Mountain, saying that a black lab had wandered into the grocery store. They believed that it was Ella. Knowing that Ella had a microchip implanted, officers brought the dog to a veterinarian and confirmed that this was in fact Meredith's dog, Ella. This gave the community some hope that Meredith was still alive, and so the search continued.
We are thankful that Ella has been found, but Meredith is still out there. I appeal to everyone to search their hearts and memories for anything they can remember and do to help us find Meredith.
The exact same day that this statement was broadcast, the tip line received a call from a woman saying that Gary had also called her after years of no contact, demanding money from her as well. She told Gary, "Don't you know that the world is looking for you?" Gary then immediately hung up. The police decided to track down the number on the woman's caller ID. They found that the phone call was made from a payphone at a Quick Trip gas station, which was located directly across from the Kroger where Ella was found. Officers headed directly to this Quick Trip, but once again, Gary was nowhere to be found. They decided to do some digging in the dumpster at the back of the parking lot. Inside this dumpster, they found all of the personal belongings that Meredith had taken hiking, including her clothing, her gloves, and her wallet, which contained her driver's license. Every item that was discovered was covered in a heavy amount of blood. In this dumpster, officers also located a pair of men's boots, which appeared to be covered in blood as well. While this crime scene was being processed, a 911 call was received by the DeKalb County Police Dispatch.
DeKalb 911, what's the exact location? I have the person of interest in that missing woman case is at this Chevron gas station on Ashford Dunwoody.
Chevron gas station at Ashford Dunwoody?
Yeah.
You said the van is there?
The van is here. The dog is here, the red dog, and I saw the man's face, and I've been watching the news, and I know it's him. I know it's him. He's got a green long-sleeve sweatshirt, and he's wearing a hat, and he's emptying all this stuff out of his van. Pillows and a blanket, and it looks like he's got a sleeping bag right now. Taking it all to the trash. It's definitely
And the dumpster is
looking around like he is as guilty as sin. I can go take him down if you want.
No, sir. Stay right there.
Okay.
I can go take him down.
You guys,
That's a
is there somebody
crazy
in the room?
offer.
Yes, sir. Here we go. Here comes the cops. Yes. Yes.
Police are there?
Yes. Yes. They got him.
They got him?
I mean, they don't have him yet, but they're getting out. They got him now. Here. 2 cruisers pulled up on him. 2 of the cabs finest.
Gary Hilton was apprehended and immediately brought to the GBI headquarters to be interrogated. Unfortunately, he was being extremely uncooperative. He dragged his feet on his way into the offices and even protested by laying down on the ground and staring into space. The only time that Gary spoke was to remind the detectives of his Miranda rights and that he would not be speaking with them.
No statements, I'm waiving no rights. I want an attorney appointed to represent me. I want to speak with that attorney, and I want that attorney present during questioning.
As Gary remained closed off from any questioning, the detectives noticed what appeared to be fingernail claw marks on his face and neck, which were likely defensive wounds. Gary also had a very swollen hand. On top of these injuries, detectives also made another discovery late that night. A camera was recovered from Gary's van, which had a plethora of homemade videos recorded on it.
Look, I'm taking a picture of what I'm... Come for immortality right here. Good. I've gained 20 pounds in 3 months, 3 or 4 months. 171 pounds. We got to document it. He's my boy. He's my baby.
On top of the zany videos of him flexing with Dandy by his side, there were also several recordings of confrontations between himself and law enforcement after trespassing on private property.
You're the lawman, you are the law. I'm going to check it out, and if it ain't the law and you're wrong, you come talk to me. I'm not talking to nobody. I'm filing and I'm suing.
There was even a video in which Gary argues with a Papa John's employee about their drivers exceeding the speed limit.
You tell these guys to quit terror driving. You tell them not to drive more than 5 miles an hour above the limit.
Along with these videos, there was over 100 other items from Gary's van that were also entered into evidence. Detectives located blood throughout the vehicle that matched Meredith's DNA as well. After Gary was officially charged for kidnapping with bodily harm, the court assigned him a public defender, and a deal was made. If Gary led investigators to Meredith's body, the death penalty would no longer be an option for his sentence. The next afternoon, the prosecutor called the detectives to inform them that Gary was ready to talk.
What we'd like to do is let you now tell us where the body is and try to direct us to it the best you can.
Okay, I'll be glad to.
All right.
Gary proceeded to draw a map of where he had left Meredith's body. Her remains were about 50 miles southwest of Blood Mountain in the Dawson Forest Wildlife Management Area.
You would go down that road about 50 yards, and it's going to be off the south side or the left side of the road. The body will be.
Okay.
The body will be approximately 40 yards or 120 feet off of that. South of that is covered by leaves and brush, but not buried.
Okay. Is it wrapped in anything?
No, it isn't.
Is it clothed?
No, it isn't.
Is it intact?
No, it isn't.
Okay.
I'll tell
us
you.
more about that.
Okay. Yes, the head will be missing.
Where's the head?
The only reason, by the way, the head was removed was forensically.
Yeah, right.
In other words, the hair is full of fiber.
Sure.
And the only reason the body is nude is forensics. Okay, for forensics. See, I didn't even know I was associated with this disappearance at that time.
Right.
You see, I didn't find that out till later on in the day. I stopped at a gas station and I am on the front page.
Where would the head be?
It's going to be a little hard to find. You're going to need a dog for this, I believe.
Can you help us?
Well, I'll help. I apologize to both of you guys. I mean, you know, it's been trying for you. I'm sure these cases are emotionally wrenching for you. But that's your damn job, so.
Using Gary's directions, the detectives were able to locate Meredith's torso and head, along with more bloody clothes. An autopsy was performed the next day, and it was learned that the cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, which was then removed post-mortem. On the way back to the GBI headquarters, Gary shared more details about the final moments leading up to Meredith's death.
I'm going to tell you right now, there was never any plan to let her go.
Okay.
I knew that if I let her go, I would be instantly ID'd. I knew it would be easier to establish control over a female, any female, than it would a male.
How did you strike up a conversation with her or whatever?
Dogs, you know, people that have dogs, dogs are going to mate.
After his first encounter with Meredith, Gary hid himself in the bushes, knowing that he could ambush her when she eventually turned around and came back.
What did you produce?
A knife, bayonet. The bayonet is probably still up there. I lost control of both. She fought. And as I read in the paper, she's a martial artist. I think it was you, probably. One of the GBI said that little 120-pound girl about probably close to whip your. Well, she about did. I had to hand fight her, and I still couldn't get control of her. She would feign or pretend that I was in control, and then start fighting again.
Gary then put Meredith in the back of his van and locked her inside. He then drove around North Georgia, attempting to use various ATM machines with her card, all while concealing himself. Likely in an attempt to notify the bank of criminal activity, Meredith gave Gary several false PIN numbers.
4 or 5 times she kept trying to convince you that it would work. That
she did convince me. Right. She ran me back. I'd go try it like an idiot.
And it didn't work.
None of it did. She's still telling me it's going to work. It's going to work. It must be a well thing.
Unfortunately, this came at a cost, as Gary assaulted her in between each of his failed attempts. When he had finally given up, he brought Meredith to a secluded part of the forest and restrained her. He told her that he would let her go in a few minutes, but instead he went back to the campsite, had a cup of coffee, and grabbed a handle from a car jack. He then carried it back to Meredith and repeatedly struck her with it.
I gave her a book to read and everything else there, and I walked up and made as if to unsecure the chain, struck her with the bar.
What bar?
It was a jack handle, just a straight jack handle. I just wanted to expose everything to the elements rather than keep them back. I poured liquid bleach all over her to any DNA, and I knew bleach would not destroy fibers, but that any DNA she may have picked up from my clothes. She'd been wearing my clothes for now 3 days.
Was this difficult for you at all? As far as take her life, was it difficult at all?
It was like an out-of-body experience.
Okay.
It was surrealistic. Of course it's surrealistic. Removing a head is just unreal.
Right.
Unreal.
After uncovering Meredith's remains, a press conference was held by the GBI lead investigator.
At approximately 7:30 this evening, the body of Meredith Emerson was discovered in a wooded area. The specific information given as to the location of the body was given to me by Gary Hilton.
Gary's charges were amended. He was now being charged for the murder of Meredith Emerson. Since Gary was to plead guilty on his charges, he was now an open book for the detectives and spent 4.5 hours speaking to them in another interview.
I'm a sociopath, man. I'm like what they call an antisocial. That's the new name for it, an antisocial personality. In my day, it was called sociopathic character disorder. It's known as. Really? And I present this fantastical spectacle to people, but I understand they can't understand it because it's so fantastical. It's kind of like the Lone Ranger, and the Lone Ranger would come galloping into town. There would be all the schmuck townspeople, right? And here the Lone Ranger would be wearing this mask, a skin-tight outfit, a really elaborate two-gun rig mounted with silver with chrome pistols, and just a theatrical outfit. He'd be mounted on this beautiful Palomino. He'd have this trippy Indian named Taco with him.
And interesting.
And if the Lone Ranger would ride out again, what would they always say about the Lone Ranger? You don't remember it, but not. They would always say, "Who was that masked man?" Yeah, who was that masked man? Okay, that's what I do to society. Well, let me ask you. They can't get their mind around it even. Yeah. Lawyers and everyone else ask me constantly, "How come you're so seemingly intelligent? Are you well-read? Are you well-educated?" You're right. You hit it right on the head. That's very perceptive of you. The reason I'm so seemingly intelligent is that I, alone amongst almost anyone, including you, have time to actually stop and think about things.
You're not interesting.
Both of you. You are so busy distracting yourself because you're running from really the reality of this situation, which is you're going to fucking die. I'm a soldier, a scientist.
You're a loser.
If you're aware of that, then I'm a very simple person. My art is my life.
No one's impressed.
My art is weird.
Most of this interview consisted of Gary going on bizarre tangents about very unrelated subjects, including, but not limited to, parachute jumping.
Most people, when they think of parachute jumping, they think of just, jumping. That's what you see it. It's not a sound picture. It doesn't have a hot one,
Yosemite supervolcanoes causing the apocalypse.
Look, any good anthropologist can tell you we're dead. Okay? And so can any cosmologist, too. It's just on a larger time scale, that's all. The supervolcano under Yellowstone has erupted 3 times in the last 2 million years. It has an average cycle of 600,000 years. When it erupts, it basically wipes out downwind the eastern part of the U.S., the whole eastern seaboard of the U.S. under several feet of ash and would just destroy the civilization in that area.
Other scientific catastrophes that may occur.
Well, here's the thing. In 4.5 billion years, the sun is going to run out.
This guy just needs to have an audience. He doesn't care who it is or what the situation is. He just wants to trap somebody into having to listen to him talk.
Converted to helium into, which means it will expand out again, become what they call a red giant, and the periphery of that red giant will include the orbit of Earth and will be incinerated in 4.5 billion years. And as you come forward in time, For 4.5 years from now, it only gets worse.
up.
4 years. Well, states the most sophisticated and price that kind of talking about.
Oh my
When
God.
removed from the current subject matter, they also provide an interesting level of insight into the mind of
He
Gary
never
Hilton.
stops talking.
Not only does Gary exhibit the telltale signs of delusional schizophrenia, but he also presents a remarkably short attention span, known as ADD, combined with the inability to be empathetic towards his victim, known as psychopathy. Along with these tangents, Gary also shares more grim details about Meredith's murder.
She almost whipped my ass. She damn sure did. I lost control of both of them, both the knife and the bat. Grabbed the bayonet, and somehow I lost control of the bayonet and lost it, period, and it went down. I pulled the bat, deployed it, grabbed that. I mean, it was not my finest hour. It was not my, I mean, I'm better than that. I am, but I found out she was a fucking black belt, even though they're not really fighters, and she didn't do no shit. It's just that she was real quick with her hands and had no hesitation about grabbing weapons and everything. And not only that, she was hard to subdue. And I fought like hell, man. And I told her that I had a gun and that, I was going to shoot her ass now. I didn't have a gun, but I had a BB pistol that looked like a gun. Wasn't it you that asked me what's it like to cut someone's head off? Mm-hmm. Okay. It was dreadful, and the only thing you can do is so dreadful that the only thing you can do is go unaudified. I told you it wasn't real.
Right.
Okay. That's all you
Yeah,
can
you
do.
said it was surreal. It was out
Yeah,
of
yeah. It's so dreadful. Mm-hmm. It's so fucking dreadful that all you can do is do your duty and go on autopilot. Listen, the reason for killing the girl, it was either once you've taken someone, you're either going to kill them or you're going to get caught. It's as simple as that. I mean, am I right or not? If I would have been sure. Math, right? Well, she's seen the van, she's seen the tag, she's seen the dogs, she's seen, all she has to do, they have to put that out, and 10,000 people will be calling, including Tabor. He was just the first one, Of course I knew it. You either kill them or you get caught, okay? But if you're already caught, there's no use in killing them. I didn't kill them for any satisfaction. It was distasteful. It was dreadful. Trust me, it was. Of course, I was able to do it because of my general rage against society. Of course. Blood Mountain is a good place to hunt in that you have a huge selection, but it's a bad place to hunt in that you
because they have a lot of people.
So the way you would do it would be to lurk in a blind, so to speak, off the trail, observe with binoculars, and lurk. Well, in retrospect, I regret not attempting a bank robbery. I really do. Because all of this shit got me nowhere but caught. Okay? And so I might have been caught robbing a bank. But if I'd have scored, if I'd have got $5,000, I could live off that for over half a year in the woods,
After being detained for 27 days, Gary pleaded guilty to his charges on January 31st, 2008. Gary Hilton would end up being sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. However, this wasn't the end of Gary's story.
The reason for killing the girl, it was either once you've taken someone, you're either going to kill them or you're going to get caught.
Detectives wanted to know whether or not this was Gary's first time killing somebody. The main reason for this was because several tips from Meredith's investigation linked Gary to a completely different case in a completely different state. However, the second case took place in a state that is also along the Appalachian Trail, Florida. Authorities in Florida told investigators of a missing persons case in the Apalachicola National Forest near Tallahassee. On December 2nd of 2007, a 46-year-old woman from Wakulla County, Florida, named Cheryl Dunlap, was reported missing. Her car was later found abandoned on the side of the road leading into Tallahassee. The tire appeared to have been intentionally slashed, and her purse and keys were still in the vehicle. Police got a hold of her bank records and discovered that her card had been used at an ATM in Leon County several times following her disappearance. They were also able to obtain the surveillance footage from those ATM transactions, but in the footage, it wasn't Cheryl making the withdrawals. The authorities released 2 snapshots to the public of the unidentified man man wanted for
Currency.
questioning. It wasn't until the 15th of December that the authorities had another big breakthrough. The Leon County Sheriff's Office received a phone call from a group of hunters about a body of a woman missing her head and hands in the Apalachicola Forest. The body appeared to have been there for a substantial amount of time. An autopsy along with a DNA sample from her toothbrush revealed that this was in fact the body of Cheryl Dunlap. It was clear to the detectives that this was a homicide, but any leads regarding potential suspects fell flat, until Meredith's story spread across the nation. The two cases were virtually identical, so people began speculating that Gary may have been responsible for Cheryl's disappearance as well. They then searched Gary's name in the police database. The system then provided a record of a police encounter that placed Gary in the area around the time of Cheryl's disappearance. The investigators from Florida were even able to get their hands on the evidence from Meredith's case. They discovered that the blood on Gary's hiking shoes matched Cheryl's DNA. Another case that listed Gary Hilton as a potential suspect was a double homicide in Transylvania County, North Carolina, which is located about 100 miles northeast of Blood Mountain and along the same Appalachian Trail. In October of 2007, an elderly couple who had been married for 51 years, John and Irene Bryant, had gone hiking in the Pisgah National Forest. After not hearing from them for 2 weeks, family members reported the couple as missing. Through examining their phone records, it was learned that John had attempted to call 911 on the day of their disappearance, but the signal was lost and the call was dropped. Eventually, Irene's body was discovered on the Barnett Branch Trail, covered by leaves, murdered by blunt force trauma to the head. It was soon revealed that a bank card belonging to the Bryants had been used to withdraw $300 from an ATM in Ducktown, Tennessee. After reviewing the surveillance footage from the plaza, cameras caught an older Caucasian man wearing a yellow rain jacket using the couple's bank card. Unfortunately, the rain jacket hood was obscuring his face. When North Carolina investigators saw Gary Hilton from Meredith's case, they made the connection that this man was likely their suspect. His build, mannerisms, and yellow jacket all matched the man in their surveillance footage. With this potential suspect, the investigation was given a new life, and the search for John Bryant's body was in full swing. His remains were eventually found by a hunter on February 2nd, 2008, in the Nantahala National Forest, along the side of a service road known as the Switchbacks. John's cause of death was ruled 2008.
Damn. They didn't find his body until like 3 months later. That's crazy. And they weren't even together.
The Nantahala National Forest, along the side of a service road known as the Switchbacks. John's cause of death
Wait,
was
where
ruled
was
as
that?
remains were eventually found.
Oh, shit. Oh my God. What the fuck? That's crazy.
Found by a hunter on February 2nd, 2008, in the Nantahala National Forest, along the side of a service road known as the Switchbacks. John's cause of death was ruled as a single gunshot to the head. Gary was ultimately prosecuted and convicted for these murders as well.
A confessed serial killer who pleaded guilty to killing 2 hikers from Henderson County is scheduled to be sentenced today. Last year, Gary Hilton admitted to killing John and Irene Bryant as they hiked in the Pisgah National Forest in October 2007.
An autopsy found Mrs. Bryant died from several blows to the head. Mr. Bryant died of a bullet to the head. Now, Hilton already has the death penalty for a 2011 Florida killing and life in prison for a 2008 Georgia killing. And Hilton's sentencing is scheduled for 2 p.m. today. Of course, we'll be there and have the very latest on what happens to Hilton in this latest court hearing.
The deal that he struck with the authorities in Georgia was futile, as his sentencing in Florida resulted in the death penalty. However, there was one more name that came up when linking Gary to other cases. That name was Rosanna Miliani. On December 7th, 2005, Rosanna vanished after telling her father over the phone that she planned on going hiking. A thrift store owner later told authorities that Rosanna came into the store on the day that she disappeared and was with an angry older man. This is the initial sketch of the man drawn by the forensic sketch artist. There was no immediate response to the sketch until Gary's face was in the news 2 years later. Investigators were able to confirm that Gary had been in the area at the time of Rosanna's disappearance, so it was decided that local detectives would conduct their own interview with Gary regarding their case. They traveled to the prison where Gary was being held to carry out the interview.
This is about a lady by the name of Rosanna Miliani.
Okay, I know who you're talking about.
Talk to you.
Well, it's my MO.
Gary also goes on to provide his actual motive for the murders, which is to fulfill his own sexual desires. However, in order to satisfy YouTube guidelines, we removed his graphic explanation.
The killing part was just to keep him getting caught.
Sure.
I did not like the killing. I usually didn't even like to fantasize about the killing. I would put that out of my mind.
Rosanna on December 7th, 2005 was seen with a male, a white male.
Yes. And she's
a composite, so that's the second reason we wanted to come. It's similar to you. Is that you?
Oh, no. Listen, well, let's cut to the chase right now. Okay, listen, the description I got was he was 50 to 60 years old. Okay, not only that, she was a hiker, I was a big-time hiker.
Yeah.
She disappeared during a hiking trip under some circumstances. My victim were all taken in the woods. Okay, it all fits together. But listen, it fits me, but it wasn't me. Okay, I've got to admit, I wasn't much of a serial killer. Okay, I should have had a long career, and I should have killed lots of people. And I just, I committed. I mean, it's embarrassing.
Pubs or festival
Two
courses
brides.
making me choose
They
and
was,
I'm indecisive.
Meredith,
Oh my god, these
Emerson
days,
and Cheryl Dunlap down here. That was it.
Pubs or
Although Gary
festival.
revealed in
What does that
gruesome detail
mean?
more information about the victims he was convicted for, he was adamant about not being involved in the Rosanna
Festival?
Miliani case.
What do you mean
Since he was so
festival?
cooperative in this interview and the detectives had built a solid rapport, they asked him if he would take a polygraph test, to which Gary agreed. The results indicated that there was no deception detected when Gary professed his innocence. It is important to keep in mind
It's like
that these tests
Fortnite
are
Rock
commonly
Band- oh.
referred to as a form of pseudoscience, and their accuracy is even doubted by the
Mhm.
creator of the machine himself. Therefore, there will always
I
be a
didn't give you
chance that
much
Gary is
context.
truly guilty for this crime as
I would
well.
say
In 2018, Gary
personally,
unsuccessfully attempted to overturn his death sentence,
that's
citing
a
his
no
defense
for
team
me.
as dysfunctional and ineffective.
On the rock
Both state and
band.
federal authorities denied his appeal. Gary Michael Hilton
In my mind, you
now
already knew
resides on
exactly
death
what
row
I
at
was
the Union
talking
Correctional
about.
Institution in Florida.
Yeah, I'm a little dated on the Fortnite lingo. Not gonna lie. That's crazy. That guy is crazy. I hate that man. Did he get
Rosanna Miliani Cayley attempted to overturn his death sentence, citing his defense team as dysfunctional and ineffective. Both state and federal authorities denied his appeal. Gary Michael Hilton now resides on death row at the Union Correctional Institution in Florida.
That's crazy. But yeah, I would go with pubs. I only got one brief experience with the rock band in Fortnite, and I did not like it. And that was during no, it wasn't even a concert, like the Eminem ad, basically. It was like a freaking commercial for Eminem for the skin, basically. And I was pissed because I wanted to watch the concert. I didn't want to play Rock Band. So I'm boycotting the Rock Band part of Fortnite just because I feel like it ruined the concert. Because I just wanted to hang out and emote and clip it. And then they were like, we're going to make you do work. It's non-optional. And I wasn't a fan. So. What? No way. That's crazy.
Okay, turn around. So now we're gonna.
Wait a minute.
Nope.
I haven't.
Nope.
I'll give you information.
Nope. Turn around before I tase you. Turn around before I tase you. Turn around before I dry stun you. I ain't gonna tell you one more time. You're making me mad. I will tase you. Sir? Get in the car. Get in the car. Get back in the car right now. Get back in the car right now. Going once. Going twice. Get in the car right now.
What are y'all doing?
Sit down. Hey, sit down. You sit down right now.
Well, what are you gonna do?
I will tase you for obstruction. Sit down.
I'm gonna tase you. You understand that, right?
Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
I didn't do anything.
Gun!
We got a gun!
When a woman allegedly stabs a fellow Walmart shopper in the neck with a needle and then books it out of the store, cops pursue her into the parking lot, not having any idea of the absolute insanity they're about to encounter. On the evening of August 22, 2023, a 19-year-old man who's shopping at his local Walmart and about to encounter. On the evening of August 22nd.
August 22nd. Just now. Just last August. What was I doing? That's insane. Oh my God. That's so scary. August 22nd. That's January. Before Christmas. Let's see. November, October, still October, still October. Oh my God. September. August 22nd. I was eating protein pizza on August 22nd with ranch on it. That's what I was doing when this happened. Ooh. This is crazy.
2023, a 19-year-old man who's shopping at his local Walmart in Duluth, Georgia, encounters another shopper, a woman in a yellow plaid shirt. The young man, who we'll just call Tyler for the sake of his privacy, is browsing the electronics section for a present for his mother.
Okay,
in the middle of the conversation, I feel a sharp pain on my neck. I walk up close, I feel a sharp pain on my neck, right?
Okay, so you need an ambulance?
I'm not totally sure. She told me I had 5 minutes. She said something about poison and Narcan. I went and bent over. I felt something, but I didn't see her do it. Again, we kept talking. At the end of our conversation, she told me that in 5 minutes you're going to get this poison agent out of here with Narcan. And then she started laughing. And then I rushed to the front so I could talk to the customers or the clerks here.
During this call, the woman abandons all of the Walmart items she's been gathering and swiftly leaves the store, causing 2 loss prevention employees to follow her as far as the sliding doors. They pause in the parking lot as they're hesitant to follow the woman in the dark, who they can barely see getting into a blue Ford Explorer. At this point, officers Holiday and Blackwell arrive on scene.
Keenan out of Norfolk.
Are you the ones that got stuck in the neck?
That's what it felt like. I don't know if it's kicking in, but they're saying they don't read anything, so it might be a panic attack, but I feel something right here.
Since the 1800s, attacks with hypodermic needles have become a prevalent phenomenon and are often referred to as pinprick attacks or needle spiking. Essentially, these attacks involve one person stabbing another with a needle and syringe full of a dangerous substance or a sedative with the intent of taking advantage of them, or with a contaminated needle for the purpose of transmitting a blood-borne illness. Clearly, Tyler is terrified by the prospect of what he may have been injected with.
She's over there in a blue truck.
Yeah, like a blue SUV. Well, you said the Explorer, right? Hold up. Don't hit. You hit me, you're going to jail. Don't. Hold up. That means stop. That means stop. That means stop. Put the car in park. Hi. How you doing?
This is 72-year-old Jay Carswell.
Good. You in this car by yourself?
No.
Who's in the car with you?
My friend.
Where's your friend at?
He's sitting in the back.
Can you roll your window down? Can you roll that window down?
Go ahead.
All the way down? Where's the front at? Hi. So, put the car in park, please. Okay, so ma'am, I need you to open that door nicely, and I'm gonna ask you some questions in regard to why I'm here, okay?
I'm gonna get out of the car.
Huh? Yeah, just if you could, just answer my questions so we can, get it moving. And sir, can you just put the car in park, to the car off? Put the keys on the dash, please. Appreciate you. Were you guys together this whole time or no? No. So where were you? Are you waiting in the car? Okay.
On the other side of the vehicle is Officer Holiday. A woman matching the witness's description exits the SUV.
Hi.
Hey.
How are you?
This is 55-year-old Jennifer Keenan.
Good. So what's going on tonight?
I went in a store to buy some things, and I changed my mind because they wouldn't come over and check the computer, and they don't have tap pay, and I wasn't going to scan, and I didn't have enough money on me to pay for it.
Okay.
So I left.
Okay. Do you have an ID or anything on you?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. No worries.
Okay. And what else?
Did you have a conversation with anybody while you were inside?
I didn't do anything wrong, sir.
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out. Did you talk to anybody while you were in there?
No, but you want to go back in and we can talk?
This is interesting because while Jennifer claims that she didn't speak to anyone in Walmart, just seconds before she claimed the employees wouldn't check her items on the computer. How could the Walmart employees refuse to check her items if she didn't talk with anyone?
We will in just a second. What's your name real quick?
I didn't do anything wrong.
What's your name real quick, sweetie?
Okay, sir, I didn't do anything wrong.
Right, but I'm sitting here asking you a question because somebody accused you of something.
Okay. No, they did not. I didn't do anything wrong.
They accused you. They pointed you out directly. Vehicle and description and everything. Okay.
I don't believe that.
Well,
I didn't do anything wrong.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Okay, let's go back and let's talk to the person.
Well, I'd like to find out who you are first.
The state of Georgia maintains a stop and identify law. If police suspect someone has committed a crime, they can lawfully order the subject to identify themselves.
Okay, sir, let's go back and...
Do you have warrants or something?
No, sir.
No? So why don't you want to tell me who you are?
Well, I want to know who's saying something about
Well, we'll go check that out in a minute, but I'm dealing with you first.
Well, can we please go in there and
no, we
do
can't,
all this
because
together?
I'm sitting here talking to you.
I didn't do anything wrong.
That's what we're trying to ascertain, okay? But I'm sitting here talking to you. You don't want to sit here and help me in any way, shape, or form.
I am helping you.
No, you're not. I'd like to know who I'm talking to.
Okay, I didn't buy anything. I didn't steal anything.
Okay.
Excuse me?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anybody here on drugs?
I'm not.
Or
I
is
get tested
anybody-
pretty regularly.
Is anybody there on drugs?
Well, that's what we're trying to
doesn't
figure
make
out,
any
okay?
sense, okay.
So we can go about this a couple different ways, but I'd like it if you were a little bit more cooperative.
Okay, who's your boss?
Who's my boss?
Yeah.
Right now, it's me. He's tied up on something.
Okay, well, I'll
Okay.
wait until your boss gets here.
Okay, you know what? We
This
can
is
definitely do
crazy.
that.
I mean,
Okay.
I didn't do anything wrong. What's his name?
What's that?
What's
I'll
boss?
tell you what, I'll have him come here and talk to you, okay?
This is
174 to
ridiculous.
187 or 181. Can you be en route?
And you work for Duluth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've got a friend of mine. We're dealing with a death right now.
It's at this point in the conversation that Officer Blackwell approaches Officer Holliday and the woman, who continues to deny she's done anything wrong.
I was going in to buy some flowers and some items.
Okay.
So
You're telling me something. She don't want to give her information.
I didn't do anything wrong.
So you're not getting information?
Nope.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay. Last time, so you're not getting information. So I'm clear?
I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
I want to know who said something about me. I want to go talk to that person because I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay. Turn around. So now we're
Hold
gonna.
on.
Now we're
Wait
gonna.
a minute.
Nope.
I haven't.
Nope.
I'll give you information.
Nope. Turn around before I tase you. Turn
I'll
around
give you
before I tase you. Turn around before I dry seven you. I ain't gonna tell you one more time. You're making me mad. I will tase you. Get in the car. Get back in the car right now. Get back in the car right now. Going once. Going twice. Get in the car right now. Sit down. Hey! Sit down. You sit down right now.
Well, what are you gonna do?
I will tase you for obstruction. Sit down.
In an effort to maintain officer safety and prevent
crazy thing to
interference with
say
an
to a police
ongoing
officer. What are you
investigation,
gonna
the officer may order the man to get back in his vehicle. Failure to follow a basic order in a situation such as this can be construed as obstruction.
55 to units. Can we have a code 7, please?
I'm going to tase you. You understand that, right?
Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
I didn't do anything.
Gun!
We got a gun!
I didn't do
Get on the ground! Stop moving! Stop moving!
anything.
Stop moving!
I didn't do anything. I didn't.
Sit down!
Give me your arm. I'm going to hurt you.
Stop it!
Y'all don't be rough on her. I'm telling you.
You better not move. 55 code 7, please.
Jay! Jay!
Hey, stop reaching! Hey, sir, I swear to God!
You leave her alone.
Stop it! Do something right now! Do something! Stop it!
I'm making sure she's
Stop it.
whether you like her or not. I got the right to look at her. So we'll pay for this.
If you reach, I will tase you.
Stop moving.
I didn't do anything.
Stop moving.
I didn't do anything. I'm telling you the truth. I didn't do anything.
Stop moving.
Put your hands on the steering wheel.
Be quiet.
Keep your hands on the steering. You to that car, I'll tase you. Get out the car. Get out the car.
During a detention, officers can remove the driver of a vehicle as well as occupants in the midst of an investigation.
You're not starting this car. Get out the car. Hands down. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
No.
Get on the ground. Right,
I ain't got a damn thing.
Get on the ground. Tase the boy. Tase the boy. Get on the ground. Stop reaching. Stop reaching. Stop reaching. Stop reaching. Stop reaching. Get on the ground right now. Get on the ground. I'll tase you again. Get on the ground.
The first additional officer, Major Wilson, arrives in a police pickup truck, which he promptly parks in front of the Explorer to prevent Jay from driving off. He runs to the passenger side to pull Jay out as even more additional units pull up. After they pull Jay from the vehicle, they find he too has an unholstered handgun tucked in his jeans, and they promptly confiscate it.
Okay.
Comply or you will get tased. Comply or you will get tased.
Okay. I hadn't done a damn thing.
You're hurting me.
I hadn't done a damn thing.
Yeah, you did.
I did not.
You should have listened.
I told you I was concerned about her.
You're hurting me.
Yeah, that's why you jumped back in the car?
Yeah.
You're hurting me.
174 radio. When you get some food.
Hey, honestly.
Please don't hurt her.
She had when she was 29.
Nobody accused you of stealing anything.
Steal anything.
The needle's right there from the car.
What?
That's a pen.
Okay.
We didn't steal anything. Honest to God, we didn't steal anything.
Where's my glasses?
Nobody accused you of stealing anything.
Yes, they did.
No, they
You
didn't.
said they did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, sir.
Those words never came out of my mouth.
So what did you say then?
Said you had an accusation that you stabbed somebody.
Accusation?
That is a far cry.
What? I don't understand that. I don't understand that.
With the scene now under control and both suspects in handcuffs, police began searching the vehicle, their efforts punctuated by the odd declarations from Jennifer.
Trying to buy some flowers.
I did something with cops because they were people trying to stop right there and play when I was.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Some other guy came up to the car and he looked like he was going to rob us.
Canales, get her up on her feet and search her. Do you have gloves, Canales?
There's some other guy that came to the car and he was going to try and rob us. Okay?
I don't want you to step on those. Grab those.
Yeah, thank you. Can you put them in my pocket?
I'm gonna send them right here to your property, okay?
Okay.
Everyone take a breath. Jesus, calm it down.
We didn't steal anything. Somebody said we stole something. We didn't steal anything.
Nobody said that.
We didn't steal anything.
I think we're code 4 here. I appreciate it. What we're gonna do, we'll walk you.
Anything.
Yo.
Hold on, I want to talk to my friend.
If
I
you-
want to talk to my
If
friend.
you don't stop resisting, I'm gonna drag you.
I want to talk to my friend. I want to talk to my friend. No, I want to talk with my friend. I want to talk with my friend.
Keep
I
searching.
didn't do anything wrong.
Keep searching. I got it. Watch.
You're hurting
Be
me.
careful for needles there, Canales.
Excuse me?
I'm not talking to you. Just sit there.
I don't do drugs.
Clearly. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, whatever.
After the officers finish searching Jennifer, she's placed in the back of a squad car, still protesting her innocence. Though they're unable to locate a needle, doing so is not required in order to carry out a lawful arrest. It's definitely not unusual for a suspect to ditch evidence that could be incriminating, and the officers moved their focus to Jay.
We take photos already?
Not yet.
We got 10 people standing around.
Well, I don't.
Looking at you. No, I'm just kidding. Go
I'm
ahead.
about to say, I was trying to.
Sir, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good now.
Yeah? Got your adrenaline up?
I had it.
You have any more fight in you?
No, I'm not trying to fight. I wasn't trying to fight then.
All right.
I was just concerned about her. She was over here hollering my name and everything like she was being hurt.
Well, your friend over there, your
Walmart code 4?
your lady friend's real concerned.
You got gloves on, too.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Mind if I take this probe out of your chest?
I don't mind at all.
Once Jay is also placed in the back of a squad car, officers begin their search of the Ford Explorer.
Dude, why can't people ever have clean cars when they commit crime?
They're not going to be me.
I did not. Major Wilson did.
Underneath the many piles of trash, officers find 3 fully loaded guns,
Oh my
2
God.
shotguns, and a rifle, all in hunting sleeves. Paramedics arrived shortly thereafter to check on Tyler, the alleged needle stabbing victim. And while he described himself as shaking hard, the EMTs didn't find obvious injury and released him. They instructed him to visit the hospital if his symptoms grew worse. EMS checked Jennifer Keenan and Jay Carswell and declared them medically cleared, at which point police transported them to the Gwinnett County Jail. Although no needle was seen on body cam footage, Jennifer Keenan was held on multiple charges, including aggravated battery, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and obstruction, according to police. At the time of this video, both Jay and Jennifer remain in jail, each on a $3,500 bond.
Any updates in the comments? terrifying. All right. I am going to get off. Thank you for everybody who stopped by and said hi, hung out and lurked. Goodbye.